All right, guys, what an incredible day of action that was yesterday. It was for now our longest day of competition because it was the biggest day of the swell. So we wanted to take advantage of that situation and make sure we gave the athletes the best opportunity to perform in those conditions. So, Percy, what were some of your highlights for yesterday?
Just beautiful surfing all around, especially I think it was really tough conditions actually yesterday at some point, and just seeing how the competitors managed to navigate the currents, the warpy waves, the big sets, and find a section to do a maneuver. Sometimes going just for one maneuver, but one big maneuver and getting a solid score. I think those kind of exciting moments were really cool, and we saw a lot of kind of like last minute action and things like that as well. So that was really exciting. And I think today's going to be epic because we're slowly going into the kind of deeper section of the competition, and we have another long day ahead of us.
Yep, that's right. We will be finishing at around 1:45 p.m. So just to give you guys a bit of an idea of what we're going to be running today, we're starting off with the open men's division and going straight into the open women's quarterfinals. After that, the boys under 18 and finishing the day with the girls under 18. So it is a huge, huge day as well and super important. This is again the Asian Games qualification. So it's getting to the pointy end of the competition. As each day goes by, you can feel the tension rising. You can feel each team getting a little more serious, and yeah. So here is on your screen right now the drone view of where we're at the temple.
And the waves have absolutely turned on today. Yesterday, we saw some closeout sets that were kind of like flat and not so good. Today, the waves are absolutely pumping. The takeoff spot is at the peak, and everything is just reeling in, holding a wall. There's barrels on offer. There's big turns and big walls on offer. There's airs on offer. There's everything on offer today. So it's going to be an awesome day of competition. Just look at how perfect it looks with those waves reeling in. I had an amazing surf this morning, and I can't wait to see what all the contestants are going to do.
Yeah, you were out there. Give us a bit of insight. What's happening? What's the vibe like out there?
It's super chill. Like there's like the outside takeoff spot where it kind of like doubles up over there, and then there's the backwash, of course. So like one guy got absolutely exploded on like one of the biggest sets. He just went for it, and like I don't know, there was just him and like a whole wave of just like backwash all around him, and yeah, that was really fun to watch. Um, maybe a bit less for him, but no, it's the shape of the wave is just really beautiful, and it holds such a nice wall. So easy, you just like drop in and stand tall, wait for your section, crouch down, go for a bottom turn, go straight up into the lip, and you can keep going all the way down. I saw one guy start all the way at the peak. It was a bit of a more drawn out wave, so it wasn't so like wally and like and hollow, but he went past the rock from the peak. He went past the rock and he just kept going for another two, three.
Wow, what? That is a great insight. I see Percy's frothing right now. He can't believe that he's seeing Mahabs this good with only three people out. You must be going insane. So actually, Percy was telling me that this wave is consistently this good. Like it actually, this is not that unique. We weren't that like lucky. This wave is yeah, it has it's constantly good, and it's how do we say it? It's I can't find the word. We'll have a bit of technical issues here with Percy's mic, but we will. Super, super crucial moment. I'm sure all four surfers teams are on the beach right now, cheering them on, making sure they have everything ready to get things started. We will be starting in around 2 minutes time. There we have it. The the beach angle of that wave. Look at that peeling right-hander. It's just such a fun wave. I had a couple sessions out there, and it has more power than you would ever really expect. But yeah, so as we wait for things to start, I'm gonna give a bit of a rundown of maybe who else is gonna be, coming up today. We have in Heat 2, Ramesh Budihal. We have Mega Artana, Ismail Rashid, and John Chan. It's a pretty stacked heat right there. Toby Espejon in Heat 3, Jung Ujong, Natakron 9, and MD Hassan. So pretty crazy stuff happening today. You don't want to be missing on the action. Heat 4 as well is going to be pretty gnarly. Wu Shidong with Danny Widianto, Hood Ahmed, and Ryan Hakawati. So there is a lot of things today that you don't really want to be missing out on. And with that, I hear the hooter on the background, and we are officially underway. Heat 1, round 3. This is day 5 of competition, Friday the 8th, here in Mahabalipuram. So much has happened, and so much is yet to happen. You don't want to be missing out on this action. So Neil Sanchez, Lucas Santiago, Jun Sion, and Jonas Hosen. So Percy, something that we always say, being the first heat of the day, it's actually super nerve-wracking because, first of all, you haven't been able to really see where other people in another heat have been sitting down or kind of positioning themselves. You're just like kind of guessing. The free surfs is hard to really locate one certain spot since there's so many people in the water. As well as for the judges, they will be over analyzing these waves since it's going to be, practically the setup for the rest of the day. So whatever is happening in Heat 1 is going to be the
Check.
starting point for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that sounds.
So we're having some technical issues here with Percy's mic, but I'll just take over this one. Lucas Santiago now taking a look at this one, fighting and battling the backwash. Nice first opening turn there.
Beautiful.
Sets it up again. Oh, this is a good start for our man in blue. Really extends the back foot on that last one and takes this one down all the way to the inside. He's getting to the sleepier section of the wave. He's really pumping hard. He wants to get an extra point here. So this wave is going to give him a little bit more to work with, and he will unfortunately fall off.
Yeah, so you might.
All right, so that was a good score there for Lucas Santiago. Great start to his heat. He's gonna be feeling pretty confident. That was a good start. Got his feet on the wax. He's looking pretty good. He didn't look like he had any nerves on him. He's a young man from Malaysia, but has a solid and confident strut to his walk. So he's looks like he has a really big future in front of him. We'll wait for the that score to come in for Lucas Santiago. But while we're at it, I want to give a huge thank you, to all our sponsors and everyone that really just made this happen and made it possible for us to be here. This is the fourth annual Asian Surfing Championships here in India, just south of Chennai, in a little fisherman town called Mahabalipuram. But we'll get back to the thank yous as Neil Sanchez, good first turn, sets it up again for the second one, brings it all the way around. That third one, much better, super tight in the pocket. Neil Sanchez unfortunately goes down, but a good start there. So Lucas Santiago afford to get things started for him. All right, so as I was saying, huge thank you to all our sponsors, to make sure that we're here and taken care of. Thank you so much to the government of Tamil Nadu, the Sports Development Authority of Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much to the TT Group, and as well as all the hotels that have been really working out with us, and the Seabreeze Hotel where we're located for this contest, and the Blue Radisson as well where all the staff is staying. And we'll get back to thanks as both these surfers weren't able to really scratch into that. They just missed it.
And here we see our surfer in red with his opening wave. Beautiful first turn, going straight up into the lip, positioning himself for the second one, loading up. And here's with live action, I think. Just carving into a bit of a foamy section there. I wonder what he did on the first section, getting around the rock. Let's see if he can catch up with it. And he does. One last turn, and he comes out successful. And he's happy. Look at that. All right. I wonder what he did on the outside to be that happy as well. Must have been good. Score for the last of red came in at a 4.83. So this is starting with good exchanges. Like it looks like everyone's kind of close together. Nice opening carve. And yeah, just carving back into the pocket. So it's a nice starting wave, but he'll definitely want to replace it with a higher score.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of foam on the face of this wave. It's not easy to handle when you catch a foamy wave like this from the foam starts from the wave in front, and it's just so hard to keep your board under control. There's a lot of chatter happening. There's a lot of bubbles and whitewash, so your board is super hard to keep under your feet, and he managed that really nicely. So good start from Jun Seon. He was feeling it. He's pumped. I'm guessing he looked back at his team. He was like, "Yeah, guys, we got this." But it is only first and second that passes. So it is currently Neil Sanchez with that 4.83 in the lead. But with 14 and a half left on the clock, there's so much time for these servers to still get some opportunity.
Yeah, Neil Sanchez taking control a little bit with the higher score of the exchange and also holding priority again. So that's quite a nice position to be in because you can build on that score. I wonder when we're gonna see a set because so far these waves that they've been riding, I don't think they're really the set waves.
Yeah, there are a lot of waves coming through, but as you said, there are some bigger ones too. This is Jonas Hossein having a bit of a run around. This wave is the current really drags you down, so it's super hard to if you catch a long one, it's so hard to actually paddle back out sometimes from down the line. So it's just easier to just paddle around, walk down along the rocks, and position yourself back out there. So this right now, Neil Sanchez on a good looking wave. Big opening first turn. Let's see what he does here. Gets a bit of a fumble, covers up a bit of a shampoo there for Neil Sanchez. So a nice wave here for our Filipino man. Right behind him, Lucas Santiago on another good looking wave. Good first opening turn here. He sets up and gets ready. Nice, stronger second one goes a little under the lip there, but again manages this wave nicely as it has a lot of whitewash on the face. He's gonna want to finish it off to back up his score. So well done there for Lucas Santiago. Gonna be good to get some of those replays, and I was really liking Neil Sanchez move there. Just really different.
Yeah, he looks really comfortable on his board and in the wave as well, just like going where he wants to go, and he went for a little turn, set it up, and then faded to go into the barrel. And it was, I think, the first little cover that we saw for the day, so it shows that there's that opportunity there, but there's definitely way better waves, like with way better barrels that are really hollow and where you could get deep. So I hope we see some of our surfers going on in there. I definitely saw one of my ex-contestants get barrel this morning, so it's gonna be exciting. And the first score of our surfer in green, Jun Shoyun from Korea, from South Korea, came in at a 5.5, so he takes the lead. Neil Sanchez now in second with his 4.83. Lucas Santiago with a 4 and waiting now for this score to come in. Just carving back into the pocket, positioning himself for this one where he throws a little bit more into it. And just look how low he gets. But that wave staying kind of flat until here where he manages to get up. It's quite shaky, like the wave is like moving in all directions, but he manages the chatter and gets down, completes that wave. And this is that replay from our surfer in red, Neil Sanchez, just fading it, getting into the barrel and coming out. Well, the cover. And it's good to see also that they go for completion with a little foam climb, making sure that they just do as much as they can, milk as much of the wave as they can to get a score on.
Yeah, so a couple scores came through. Neil Sanchez, that last one, a 3.90. Lucas Santiago, 3.87. So lower backups compared to their first waves, but it is now Junseon with that 5.50. So he's looking pretty comfortable right now. He was feeling it, and the judges really, giving him the score. A bit of a mid-range one, but it's a good start anyway. Most of the time you don't have to do anything super extravagant to actually pass a heat, especially pretty early on in the draw like this. This is only around 3. So you just want to be passing your heat. You don't want to be risking it and not getting scores because sometimes you just need two decent waves.
Yeah, and you can end up like hyping yourself up a bit too much, sometimes trying to go too hard from the start, but it's so important. Like I find every time I go for a session, I need like a couple waves just to get into the rhythm before I can start like taking a bit more risk. And because I don't know, it's just like a little calibration your body and your mind needs to like understand where, I don't know, where your legs are positioned and how it's working and what the wave feels like and what the board feels like and all these things. So yeah, these surfers just warming up a little bit, and I think we're gonna be seeing some more action from them.
Yeah, so day 5, it's a huge moment. We still have a couple days of competition left. It is not done just yet. We're getting to the pointer end of the draw. We're getting into the more sharp moments here. Every team is going to start pulling out their tricks out of the bag, and we're going to be seeing some much bigger scores come through because the deeper we get into the draw, the more they start pushing their surfing.
Yeah, currently in the water we have 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Neil Sanchez in the lead, our surfer in red with a 4.83 and a 3.90. Now Jun Shiyun having a look, but he doesn't really see the opportunity to score. In second position, we have our surfer in blue, Lucas Santiago from Malaysia. Also holding second priority. He has a 4 and a 3.87 and needs 4.47 to take the lead from red. Then we have our surfer in green, up and riding. Deep bottom turn. That wave's lining up quite nice for him, but he just loses it there on the inside. Oh, and it looks like there's another contestant involved somewhere in there.
Yeah, so Jun not looking for a big score at all. So here you see a good takeoff, gets around that section. Nice opening turn, pushes the tail on the way back. A little fumble there, he got a little stuck on the way back, but he did really nice nonetheless. Lucas Santiago now on a good looking wave. Nice critical section. Got there before the wave kind of just slammed shut on him. So that was really smart move from Lucas because sometimes if you get there a little late, it's easy to land with the explosion of the whitewash, and that's just gonna knock you out your feet. So you don't want that happening to you. You want a completion. You want to show the judges that you're under control, and that's what Lucas Santiago's doing. He'll be paddling back out. Here are some replays. What did you think of this one?
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he did on the outside. Deep bottom turn, and it's shouldering out quite a bit, so it's not really a critical section of the wave. That one is more critical. That's where he's gonna get more scores from. Ooh, and now our surfer in red with a solid layback carve in the pocket. I wonder what he did on the outside. That looked really cool. He looked like he was really finding a rhythm there.
Yeah, wow. I'm excited to see what else he got done on the outside. That last turn was so good. I haven't seen a layback just yet. So that was my first one of the event. Beautiful style from Neil Sanchez. He really dug into that rail and he really pushed that back foot all the way around. So I would love to see the replay to see if he did anything else on the outside. He's wanting to get rid of a 3.9. So that's not a big score. If he did something pretty impressive on the outside, that for sure got the score he's looking for.
Yeah, and we got just under 7 minutes to go, and we're waiting for scores to come in. These surfers staying pretty active, catching a lot of waves, getting on a lot of opportunities. Um, and the heat is completely wide open at this point. Our surfer in second position. Oh, here's our surfer in white with a crazy takeoff. He finds the open face, goes up towards the lip, manages to come down, goes up again, and just loses it there. The wave kind of flattening out.
Hi, wow. Yeah, you're right. What a crazy takeoff. But this is a replay right now of Neil Sanchez. He looks for
Oh,
cover again. He comes out. He sets it up. Nice, big opening carve there. This wave is going to keep on giving. Gets a little fumble there, but manages to, recover nicely. Gets around Lucas Santiago. Here's where
there
we
it
caught
is.
up with him. Beautiful, beautiful layback there from Neil Sanchez. So strong. That's gonna be one of the best scores of the Heat, in my opinion.
Oh,
But
that must have been such a fun way for him. Like just starting with a little barrel and going out, getting a cutty, getting a layback, just smoothing, flowing over the last foam section. He looks like he's really having a ball.
talk about variety. He
Yeah,
had a little bit of everything on that wave. He
exactly.
got barrel, he had a layback, he did a cutback, and everything. That was a beautiful wave, Neil Sanchez. So the judges taking a good look at it, but they did show in that previous wave of his that they're not looking for those barrels.
Yeah,
Like unless it's a really deep, thick,
it,
long, throaty one, you do not want
it's
to
got to
be
be critical. It's
yeah.
got to be critical.
Part of that judging criteria, part of the speed, power, flow, how critical or the difficulty of your maneuver. So it shows that yes, it's fun and it's great to watch, but that's not what we're here for.
Yeah, so definitely having fun and giving us a show. And also getting kind of scores he needs, but in the next round he's gonna have to ramp it up. And this is our surfer in green, Jun Shoyun, up into the face with a nice carve, getting around the section into the lip, and oh, he goes down over the handlebars, just digging the outside rail. Here's our surfer in white and blue. I think blue using priority and going for a nice turn under the lip over there. Let's see what he gets on the inside. Some solid action, goes straight into the lip and goes down, and no, he didn't make it.
Yeah, Lucas Santiago probably should have gone there a little bit earlier. I'm sure he would have ridden out of that last one really nicely. That would have definitely been one of the best scores of the heat. But talking about big scores, Neil Sanchez 6.50 for that last one he caught. So extends his lead, has that 1 foot in that quarterfinal. He must be feeling pretty good right now. But Lucas Santiago in third. I'm pretty sure if he finished that last turn, he would have gone into the sixth range as well because those first few turns were really nice.
Yeah, for sure. And just a bit about the scoring, like that 6-5, it's in the good range. So the good range is from 6 to 8, and it's on the lower end of the good range. So what that means is that probably there was one good maneuver on the wave, and then a few like average maneuvers. And I think the good maneuver was probably that layback, and then the average ones were the barrels and the cutty, and the foam climb at the end. So that's just a little bit about how the judges make their decisions. Um,
All right, some heat replays here. This is our surfer in green. Nice turn here. He gets around this section, sets it up again. Unfortunately, gets that nose of the board just stuck in the water and goes over the handlebars. Lucas Santiago, big first turn. He gets around this sleepy section of the wave, and this is the turn we're talking about. If he was able to ride out of that one, he would have definitely gone into the sixth range, in my opinion, because it was just some solid surfing.
oh yeah, that could have gone into the higher six ranges, maybe early sevens, because it was two solid critical maneuvers. And here's our surfer in wide, going for a long drawn out bottom turn, grabbing rail, trying to get into the barrel, but there's nothing on offer. And here just tweaking it out a little bit.
Yep. So a bit of a update from our head judges and team. From quarterfinals onwards, the heat will be 25 minutes. So they're adding an extra 5 minutes. But we'll get back to this one. Lucas Santiago, a 4 and a 3.87. He's trying to get rid of that second store. He wants to go back into an advancing position. Big blast off the top. Huge fan of spray. Does it again. This wave, he completes it. So he's feeling it right now.
Beautiful, beautiful, and it was really good that he kind of like I think he was like really in the present moment at the last bit, where he had to finish the wave since he started it with a bang, really needing to complete it successfully to make sure he bags that score. And yeah, I'm excited to see this turn here. This is the money turn. Bam. Yeah, quite similar to the first turn on his previous wave as well, where he really leans into it, and yeah, super happy. So that'll be a solid score. Scores also have come in for the other surfers. Jun Shayun getting a 3.10. Lucas Santiago on oh no, Lucas is riding loads of different waves. He's currently sitting on a 3.87 and he needs 4.61 to take second because now Jun Shayun is in second, and Jun Shayun looking for a 5.84 to get in first position. Lucas Santiago needing a 4.61. Let's see if that wave comes in at or higher. And Yunus Hussain from Bangladesh needing a 5.6 to take second position. And this is him up and riding around the foam into the pocket. Beautifully positioned maneuver over there. There's a second one. Ooh, he gets close to the rock. Carving around the section. He looks like he's really much more in rhythm than the previous wave. So super nice to see, and he completes it successfully. Very nice ride from our surfer in white. He'll be happy with that.
All right, and right behind him, Neil Sanchez on a good-looking wave. This is your current heat leader right now. Wants to get rid of that 483. Wants to make sure he has that position in that next round. So Jun, big float, unfortunately goes head down, so he won't be improving his scoreline. Now, Lucas Santiago, 583 for that last wave of him. So he goes straight to second. We're waiting for the last score of White. But I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that we will be seeing Neil Sanchez and Lucas Santiago into the next round. That is our heat, guys. First heat of the day. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. I think we're going to head to a quick ad break, and I'll be having a chat with Neil Sanchez.
Not working. Oh,
So actually, we're going to stick with it. Waiting for the last score of green. Sorry, white and green. So this is the last of white. What is he looking for, Percy?
he is looking for a 6.83 now, so that's pretty high score, but it was a beautiful wave. And Jun Shayun in green needing just a 4.34, and let's see what he did on this wave. Nice first turn. It's a bit of a smaller wave, but nice line to it. Oh, that second carve. That was the money carve. That was beautiful. And here, just finishing it up. I think he tries to catch up, but there's nothing much left on offer there unless, let's see what he does. Oh, oh,
Ooh.
oh.
This is the last of green right now. So this is the score we're looking for. Important moment, but unfortunately falls off. So it definitely won't be what he was looking for.
Yeah.
Safe to say, again, Neil Sanchez and Lucas Santiago first and second. I'll be having a chat with Neil Sanchez. We're going to throw it to a quick ad break and see you guys soon.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all: promises kept.
And welcome back to live action to the Asian Surfing Championships 4th edition in Tamil Nadu, India. We The ocean has provided again today, surprising us and cleaning up the set, cleaning up the lineup quite a bit. Here we have Mega Artana starting early on his backhand attack on a beautiful looking wave straight up in the lip for the second time. There was just a little transition maneuver in the middle. Now the wave slows down and he might look to finish it. Finishing it with a bang, and that's a good way to start a heat, guys.
Right, that was a great surfing from Mega from Indonesia. Pretty stacked hit in this heat, right? Open men's division round 3, heat number 2.
It's absolutely stacked. We have Mega Atna from Indonesia, Ramesh Budihal from India, third seed of the Indian team, John Chan from Chinese Taipei, who's been ripping out there, and Ismail Rashid from the Maldives. So this is going to be a beautiful heat. And here is a replay from our surfer in red, Ramesh Budihal. Beautiful finishing maneuver there as well. Let's see if he gets anything. Oh, he's getting away from the rock. That's what he's doing. And this is our surfer in white.
John, up and riding. Nice off the top turn to start with. The wave just slows down a little bit here around the Elephant Rock area, but gets this steep section and goes to vertical, but unfortunately falls down. And this is the last wave from Mega. I love the first turn. That's a quick and pivot, powerful turn from Mega and straight into the third turn. That's a big combination from Mega. This is where you can get further section, but that's great combination from Mega.
And that's the full wave of red. Beautiful first carve. He's like super chill in the rhythm, going up all the way to the top of the wave. Nice combo there from our surfer in red as well.
Right.
But the bottom turn that Mega goes for, it's just so beautiful. He gets so low and so generates so much drive to go up into the lip, and it shows because the scores come in and look at that. Mega Artana scoring a 6.67 on the last one with those two big turns and a couple of and actually no, three big turns and a transition maneuver, yeah. And Ramesh Budihal getting a 6, pretty good score as well. He'll be happy with that. John Chan just a 3. Yeah, he'll be looking to get back into the lineup, get priority, and get a nice looking wave. And Ismail Rashid still looking for his first ride. Just 14 minutes left. Well, 14 minutes left, and we're gonna go to the previous heat winner with Giada on the beach.
Looking for the barrel. We saw you looking for some shade. So what was your game plan?
Yeah, I see the barrel because I surf earlier, and I get one long barrel. So in my mind, I just one wave for a barrel, but my barrel is a little bit short, but it's continue to get a big score.
So do you have any waves that are similar to this one where you're from in Philippines?
Yeah, in my home ground, his name is Secret Point. But it's not a secret. Yeah, all knows people. And same like this way, but this one is so good, better than better than Secret Point in Philippines. And yeah, and powerful this way.
So I always say that the Team Philippines is one of my favorites. What's the energy like in your team right now? Are you guys stoked to be here? What's happening?
Yeah, all teams is so very energetic now. Yesterday got one women's lose, but I'm still energy for the other competitors.
All right, that's amazing. I'm sure you guys have so much support back at home. What would you like to say to your friends and family?
Yeah, nagpapasalamat ako sa inuulit ko po sa inyo lahat na lagi nakasuporta sa congressman namin na napaka always supportive sa akin tuwing lalaban ako sa Philippine Sport Commission, sa UPSA, sa Philippine Olympic Committee, sa lahat ng team ko na nandito at sa mga nanonood. Maraming salamat sa inyo, sa family ko. Maraming salamat, maraming salamat.
All right, amazing. Thank you so much and congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giada, for that interview. And the
What?
previous heat winner
Right.
just looking like he's having a bunch of fun.
Did he get a barrel?
He
in
got
that
a barrel.
heat?
He got a barrel.
Really?
He got a
Wow.
barrel in the free surf. Couple people got a barrel in the free surf.
Mm.
I mean, the waves are absolutely pumping today. It cleaned out.
Yeah, no, I surfed last night. I mean, after the competition, it was so much current and onshore kicking really hard. But look at this condition out there, just cleaned up so much right
Oh.
now. A glassy morning with a light. Well, there's no wind actually.
Yeah, I mean through the whole day yesterday, there was not a single person taking off at the peak because it was just impossible to take off over there. The waves were closing out. There was too much current. There was too much backwash. But now, everyone is taking off to the peak, going straight up to the point, and it's doubling up over there. There is a bit of a tricky moment with the backwash, but you can navigate it, and that's where the barrel's at. That's where the
Right.
real hollow, sucky barrel is at, and where the real score will come from. But Neil Sanchez from the last heat just having just looks like he had an extended free surf and just had a bunch of fun and got the scores that he needed. So he's happy.
Yeah, the bouncing through to the round 4, and I just got a message from the offshore, and all round 4 of the open men's are on standby after the women's round 3, round 2 this afternoon. So it's gonna be a really interesting day. Yeah, another
Yeah.
big day.
I think it'll be another big day. The waves are pumping, and they're going to try to take advantage of that to really get as many heats down as possible and get as many waves for all of our surfers. So that's going to be super exciting. And it looks like this heat is just coming smoothly in. All of the surfers just catching a single wave and being patient, waiting for the right wave. Priority is sitting with our surfer in red. In second priority, our surfer in white. In third, blue. In fourth, green. And currently we have Mega Artana from Indonesia in blue, leading the heat with a 6.67. It was that wave with the 3 solid backhand turns. Then we have Ramesh Budihal, our local boy, Indian surfer from the west coast of India. He is sitting on a 6-point ride and just needs a 0.68 to take the lead. So he'll be looking for a backup, but he also knows that Mega is also looking for a backup. John Chan in third position, needing a 3.01 to take second position, and Ismail Rashid needing a 3.24 to take second. And here's our surfer in red.
So this is probably the replay of the last of red, just previous waves, a nice 3-turn combo, really, smooth transitioning in between turns and turns. So that was a beautiful ride from surfer in red. That last wave is 6.00, so it's a great way to start this heat. So everyone's getting just one wave under their belt, and the time is about hit the 9 minutes mark in this heat so far.
Yeah, that was a replay. Probably the judges trying to call that wave up again just to have another look at it and set their scale. This is the first couple of heats of the competition today, and they're definitely gonna just have a look to make sure they set up their scales right, comparing different waves together, forehand, backhand, size of wave, criticality of maneuvers, so on.
Well, screen we can see the fishing boat just out there trying to get a fish.
Yeah, and it looks like it's chilling out a little bit, the waves, and we're going for some replays. This is our surfer in green from
Maldives,
From-
Ismail. This was a 2.77, I believe. So a couple of good turns, but nothing really, major turns on this wave. So, to get a good score, you need to get this vertical or stay in the pocket to get good scores. That's exactly Mega and Ramesh were doing on their waves, getting 667 for the first wave for Mega and 6.0 for the first wave for Ramesh.
And a little mistake there from our surfer in white, paddling for that wave and losing priority. But I guess he's just hunting for something. He doesn't need much. Now, without priority, he's gonna go for a little insider. It's hollowing up quite nicely. Goes up into the lip, looking for the wall, and it just runs away, closing out in front of him.
Wow, he did a great job at the first section because it looked like run away really fast, but he was trying to do the floats and come around a section. But unfortunately, wave didn't really offer too much, kind of like running away from him. But he did. Let's watch the replay again here. You can see all the step up really quick, and you can see the wave just running away from him. Really unfortunate for surfing white Jan needing a small score to go into the second. So again, this is a round three open men's division, and there's no second chances anymore. So you need to be in the first or second place to advancing to the next round.
Yeah, and John just looking for some waves under priority. He's feeling the pressure a bit, probably. Only 6 minutes and 30 seconds left, and our two heat leaders are just waiting for their backup. So they're kind of like sharks crawling out there, looking for that juicy wave to come in, that juicy tuna to come in, and they're gonna snap around and go for it and get a solid score on it. So he's probably feeling the pressure, a surfer in white, that he only has, I think, a 3 and a 2.
Right.
But he'll definitely be also looking to get priority right after red and blue catch a wave and get a solid score on the board, or maybe changing up strategy and going past Elephant Rock, finding some opportunities over there.
Yeah, sometimes without priority gives you a lot more opportunities when you're in the hunting position, but on screen, surfing red.
Beautiful first maneuver all the way back into the foam, just pushing so hard on the tail there. And here carving this a little bit softer, but the wave is still holding up. He goes under. Let's see how he can finish it up. Float, big float. And he lands
Wow.
that.
You
I
can
a
hear
big
the
cheer, yeah.
cheer from the beach, but let's have another look. Last of red. Really love the first sound, just all the way back to the white water and gets a second turn in. And a little bit, stuck on the third turn, but still managed to get around the elephant rock. And here comes the last section. Big floats to finish up. So that's a great combination from Ramesh.
Yeah, it's a good backup. I mean, it wasn't the biggest wave, it wasn't the best looking wave, but still managed to do some critical maneuvers on there. I'm curious how the judges will score it. And Mega now prowling for that beautiful looking wave. Ooh, and he crouches super low, going up into the lip and
Another one. Oh, that was. It would have been a really good score for Mega. That second turn, unfortunately, falls down.
fortunately throwing away his board, throwing away his tail.
But this first turn was a big turn. I think that was one of the biggest turns this morning. So it's gonna be a good score without a finish.
Yeah, and I mean, my eyes are wide open. Like when I see this guy surfing, I'm learning so much. I'm like registering everything, and I'm gonna go back out there and practice as much as I can. It's amazing. So now, our surfers in third and fourth position will have a chance. They now have priority. They can wait for a nice wave to come in. Only 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go though, and now our heat leaders have gotten a backup. Mega falling on the second maneuver, but getting a solid first maneuver. Ramesh completing his wave with one beautiful carve, stomping on the back foot and bringing the board all the way around and a big float. And here's a surfer from the Maldives driving down the line, getting close to past the section, but not quite.
Wow, that was a really important wave for surfing Green Ismail. He is currently sitting in the fourth place and needing a big score with 3 minutes to go. And yeah, there's still time, and there's still time for him to get 2 waves. Probably it's not a super good idea to just aiming for the 807 today. So maybe he can, aiming for the 2 waves to go into the second place.
2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Situation in the water. Our surfer from India, Ramesh Budihal, in first position. The last wave coming in at a 5.0. He in second position, Mega Artana from Indonesia with a 6.67 and a 4.17. He currently holds second priority under John Chan. In third position is the surfer in white, John Chan from Chinese Taipei, sitting on a 3 and a 2 and looking for a 7.84 to get into second position. Now's Mega.
All right. Whoa, that first time, that was huge with a lot of spread out the back and trying to come around a section to get the third turn. And he did manage to come around a section to get this finish. So that's big 3-turn combo.
Yeah, and he just got on a wave quick to make sure he gets a score, make sure he gets a proper backup. And this is that proper backup, and it's gonna get him up there. Let's see if it gives him the lead as well.
It was on the smaller size waves, but it's got a good shape in it. So he got 2 big turns on the 2 sections at the back, and it gets this finish turn. So, wow, it definitely is gonna be a great score. But at the back, surfing white.
John getting a shot at a solid wave, and it just runs away. A bit of bad luck on that one. Situation in the water. We're waiting on scores. Priority is with... No, it can't be with John. He just took a wave, so I'm gonna wait for that. We have 45 seconds to go.
Wow, 45 seconds to go. So looks like Mega's last wave will be a big score, but we're still waiting for the last of blue. 30 seconds to go in this heat. Number 2 of round 3.
First priority sitting with our surfer in red, currently in the lead. Just 20 seconds on the clock. It might only be that last wave from blue that'll be the final say in this heat. Unless there's something that shows up.
Wow,
for our surfer in
583
red.
for the last of Mega.
And that puts him into the lead, but there's a wave on the horizon. Will he have enough time to catch it? Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if it's... Okay, so this ride, he was up riding before the horn, so...
All right, so that wave came in after the horn, so we are done with this heat, and Mega Artana from Indonesia taking out the heat win, and Ramesh Budihal going in second, and we have our quarter finalists. And we'll catch you right after the break.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all: promises kept.
All right, welcome back. In white. And I'm Daiwako here in the booth with Mr. Lele. Good morning.
Good morning. Look at the waves. It is cooking. Blue. Wow, what
Wow.
a first good wave to start off the heat. Nice speed around that section. Comes around, does a big hack, gets a little stuck on top, makes it around, really taking it all the way in. The conditions are beautiful. It's just such a perfect open canvas today. You know, it's not as big as yesterday. It dropped down a little, but we know it's better when it drops down a bit and it just can
Right.
hug that sand. The
Really
plunder.
well, right?
Yes.
Yesterday we had a big swell, and like you said, it dropped a tiny bit, but still there's a solid 3 footers coming through to the lineup. And like you said, it's smaller size, just breaking along the bank and hugging the bank really nicely and peeling beautifully. So it gives you a lot more section to work on and a lot more opportunities to get a good score. And this is open men's division, round
Yeah.
three. These guys waiting for 2 days to surf in round three, but on screen we have surfer in red, surfer from Philippines, nice looking wave, just flying down the line and gets the floats to come around the section. Here comes the section that slows down a little bit, but unfortunately there's not much after that though. So just one turn from Surfer in Red.
Yeah, I think the tide is pretty high right now.
Well,
It
here's a
might be going a
replay.
little high. Here, let's see that replay. First wave of red over Philippine surfer. Nice little open hack to get things set up. Here's where he gets that speed. Here's where he wants to go big. Sees that floater section, just comes up and over. A little cut back, and the wave kind of flattens out right there. The tide is high. We like it on a medium tide.
Ooh,
Oh, this was the end of White's wave. I'm sure we'll watch that in a second. So every surfer has a wave except green. First of blue was a 5.00. That was a long, pretty smooth surfing wave. First of red just comes in at 3.17. So we are in round three. Here's the last of
wow.
white.
This is a
MD.
small size wave, but
Oh.
wow, that was a huge carving turn to start with, and it gets to finish. Oh yes, he right out of it clean. So
Yeah.
that's gonna be a great score from Surfer in White.
Good control, MD
Right.
Hassan, and just I've seen him free surfing a bunch, and it was he's got really beautiful front side carves.
Right. So while we have a little bit of break in action, we're gonna go head over to Percy with the last heat winner. Take it away.
All right, we're live with Mega Artana here from Indonesia. That was a pretty exciting heat. You said it was quite intense because it was really short to find those waves, and you started really solid with I think it was a 667 or something like that, and then the backup just falling a little bit on the last wave, but then you manufactured a score on a smaller inside wave in the last like 4 or 5 minutes of the heat. How did that heat go for you? And yeah, are you happy with the scores? And I saw you also talking with your coach a little bit at the end, analyzing the videos. What are you guys talking about? How are you guys improving on this?
Oh yeah. So first of all, the wave's like amazing. Like it's a clean shape, like more standing. Like it gave me more section to go. Yeah, I've talked about my second wave that I'm following. That was huge section that's standing up right behind me. I was trying to hit it, and I just couldn't hang on like for a second because when I landed, just like back was from the bottom, just like hit my board. Was like kind of falling. Yeah, so but I'm happy to start my hit. Good condition today. and later's gonna be more firing. I'm sure. Yeah. And yeah,
Yeah, and you're in through to the quarterfinals. There's gonna be 25-minute heats. So are you looking forward to that?
yeah, I'm looking forward for my heat. Pretty exciting. And yeah, I don't know who's gonna be against in my heat, but let's go.
All right, cheers for that, and yeah, have a nice one. Good luck with everything for the next quarterfinals, and back to live action with you guys.
Right, thank you so much, Percy. And the last hit winner, Mega, he was just ripping on his backhand. He's such a powerful surfer. But live action on screen, we have surfer in green up and riding. Surfer from Thailand. Nice first and second turn. He's got a great style. And wow, big spray and a big turn. Surpassing the elephant rock. Try to, connecting into the bonus section here. So here comes the last section will come up to him. Is he going to get one? He gets the one turn and finish beautifully. So that was a great surfing from another Cron 9 from Thailand. This is actually his first wave. He's been waiting for about 7 minutes.
Yeah, and what a great wave choice. You just saw that thing was going to run down the line. Nice
Wow.
second turn. I like the speed where he generated the speed and really let loose on this one. Boom. That was a money turn right there. After doing that, you just want to complete the ride, and that's exactly what he did on this. Took it all the way to the inside, was waiting for that bonus section, comes around that, comes a little late up to that last one, but it is a complete maneuver. It is a really good wave, long. It's probably going to be up there in the best wave. Here we have the rider in blue, MD Hassan.
Right, up and riding surfer from
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
Yes.
Right.
And back to action. There's a lot of action in this heat. This is a surfer in red from Philippines. Really good surfing, just I like that layback right there, dropping the wall in, comes around Elephant Rock, another beautiful carve, setting things up. Wave kind of goes fat a little, but he is doing a really beautiful transition work all the way to the inside. See if he can hit that last banger. Boom.
Wow.
Right out. Yeah, he likes it. He likes it.
He's feeling it, right? It was a great wave choice, actually. I didn't think he was at the top up to that point.
Yeah.
Probably get that wave in the middle section, but that was a great wave selection. You got the first. Well, let's take another look at this one.
Yeah, so this is MD's
Right.
second wave. Little whitewash on the face. Does the
Wow.
beautiful wraps he's known for. Another one here, a little bit higher of a line. He sees a wave. I think this is the one he pulls out. It's kind of sketchy with a rock right there. It might have been a closeout. This was the rider from red. That's right. He didn't take it from the peak, so he took it a little further down, but knowing it was going to present a lot of opportunity down the face. Another carve. This is where he starts to get to work. Beautiful layback. The wave, gets a little high right there. Boom. Manages to do a really good transition work right here while the wave is kind of fat and not much energy on it. And then that's the one he rode all the way in and did that final hit, and he liked it a lot. So that's definitely going to help his score out, and a lot of action in this heat compared to last heat.
Wow, a lot of waves have ridden, and we still haven't heard any scores yet. So probably just taking great time, watching the replays and again, and we'll be update you guys with the scores once we get the scores here. With the 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So far, we have blue in the first place, and second, we have red, white in third, and green in fourth. But this will change instantly as soon as we get the last scores.
Yeah, so priority 1 with white, priority 2 with blue. The other surfers are making their way back to the point. That's the surfer in red that just took that all the way down. He's probably do the run around. And surfer in green, too, who had probably the best wave, if not right up there with Toby's last wave. It's going to be those two scores are going to factor in really strong, and they're going to change this heat a little bit. But there is still 10 minutes. It's still halfway. A lot of action in this first half of the heat. Beautiful waves, and you can almost get really clean. It seems like there's really clean waves next to the peak.
Right.
But then if you can see a wide one that has an open face, you can also manage a good score on that one.
Well, definitely. So you get the choice from two types of waves, and that comes to a game plan. But look, Well, last wave from Toby Espejon comes in at a 7.67. That put him straight into the first place. Wow, that's a huge score. That is a healthy number for Toby. And we are still waiting for the last of green, but up live action. Suffer green up and riding. Nice off the top to start with. This is a smaller size waves, but still good looking wave. Gets a second turn in. And just a little check turn to stay in the pocket. And one more turn and gets a fourth turn in and
Nice.
finished off really clean. And his first wave comes in at a 6. So that last wave will back it up nicely.
Yeah, so that's where we see the judging scale. You know, the judges are really, they want you to put a good maneuver in, like Nathan and Natacrons did in that one right, that one 6 point right, but they love how Toby did perfect transition, right, between maneuvers. He didn't only have good maneuvers, but the transition was clean too. So he would do that layback, come off that layback, do another wrap around, connect it all the way in, and of course that banger at the end that gave him an extra notch on Green's wave. So we're still waiting on second of Green's wave. Really smart surfing by him. You know, he's got that 6. He doesn't need much to go to first. He could probably do it on that one. It's smart play by Green.
Right, definitely smart plan from the green. Wow, a lot of waves. Well, last wave, 4 green comes in at a 4.33 in live action. Red up and riding again. Nice pick up, driving through the rail against the vertical off the top with a big spray. Fin bastard. And come around the section again. Gets it. Wow, great turn again. And he's just passing the elephant rock. Here comes the last section to finish up. But unfortunately, it just falls down.
So Toby got those 2 waves. He got those 2 waves a little wide. He didn't really get him in the peak like we see MD. MD's going for the peak, you know, and he's nice looking wave. Let's see if he can get into that open face, gain that speed. This is where the maneuvers are going to be good in place right there. Oh, decides to go around the rock.
Whoa.
Floater. Oof. That was a lot of wave, a lot of distance for that one floater. And blue.
Up and riding. Nice first turn. And really just, pushing the tail really hard on the second turn, throwing a lot of sprays. Gets stuck a little bit on the third turn, but still managed to navigating all the way to the inside. So this is going to be pretty good number for Jun Ujung from Korea. Again, he needs 5.34. Now he's in the third. MD is in fourth, but everyone's getting good waves, so we are not too sure what the situation is.
Yeah, I think I think Toby's last wave is going to come in really strong.
Right.
It's going to be another probably up in the excellent 7 at least, and that's going to make a huge difference on his first placement. See how the surfers, they're right in front of that rock right there. They still got a long paddle back out to the point. There's not that much current. We are going to high tide right now, so it is pretty smooth. But we've seen Toby, we've seen him get those waves kind of wide, not as deep, and they were the highest waves so far.
So yeah, like you said before, you don't have to take off at the peak. You can take off in front of the elephant rock to get those good score because Toby just got a 7.67 on the previous waves, and we are still waiting for the last of Toby's coming in. So
yeah,
wow. Yeah, there's the 2 choices you can make at the back. You can take off from the peak, or maybe you can sit on the elephant rock and get those stretch out wider waves.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, look, here we have, is this white?
Southern blue, I guess.
Blue.
Surfer from Korea just trying to get 5.34. And this wave will provide some walls to work on for him. Unfortunately, didn't get a big completion, so he decided to come in and go run the section.
Yeah, definitely gonna do the run around. He's way down there. He's 5 minutes is short time. It's faster to run around and jump back out and maybe get an inside wide one. There we have the beautiful panoramic view of what it is. Mahab's is such a cool place, man. Such a fun right-hander. And anybody's watching this, look at those waves. It's picture perfect. Such a fun surf trip to come here and surf those rights. And the locals here are super cool. Everybody's super friendly, super nice. And there's a lot of waves over here. I am impressed. We did a little scouting, went to go surf another spot. And on the way there, I saw like 4 different potential right hand point breaks.
Yeah, we might have to check it out this afternoon.
Might have
But
to do a little search.
yeah, in this heat number 3, 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We have scores
Oh,
7-1-0 for the last of Toby. That wow, he is currently in the lead comfortably with a 7-6-7 and 7-1-0. So yeah, like you said, another 7 comes in.
yeah. At least it was going to be a 7. Maybe the judges thought that that wave was a little smaller, so it wasn't as critical as this bigger wave where he did that big layback behind the rock. It did have it was like a foot bigger, and he took it all the way in. And that last hit was also really strong, you know. So that's where he might have got the nudge on the 7-6-7 compared to the 7-1-7.
Right.
Oh, 7-1-0, sorry. But he did manage to get 2 big scores. You know, that's a 14, almost 15-point total. That is an excellent way you want to, be in this heat right now in the last, what is it, 3 minutes, 30 seconds with second priority.
Toby with second priority, and MD has first priority. So priority number 3 sit with Nathakron, and with the 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. But if you were Toby, if you had 2 sevens, what would you do the rest of the heat?
I would probably just try to be in there with,
Right. With
the other
crowd.
competitors, but not where I can put myself in an interference situation.
But do you
If
look
I'm-
for the wave that gives you the highest score, or are you just waiting?
He's got priority too. So what
Yeah.
I would do if I was Toby,
Mm,
I would just try to look at green. Green has
Right.
got priority 3. So Toby's got priority on top of green, and he's in first place, and green is in second. So you really do want to advance. And if you can beat green, if you can, although green is advancing at this point, you want to make sure you advance.
right.
So you kind of want to go and sit on green.
Right.
Although
True.
it sounds weird because I'm making it too. What are you doing? But I gotta make sure I make it before you do.
Yeah.
It's like I want to make sure I get first in the seat or at least second. And the best way I can do that is if I look at you, because I got priority over you, and you don't need much to beat me. So that's what I
Yeah.
would do if I was Toby.
That's
MD,
super true. And up and riding white. Nice first down, throwing a lot of sprays, needing a good score, 7.36. So that was a great second turn again. It gets a third turn in. So he is on the way to the good score. My question is he going to get the last section to finish off? So here comes the bonus section. Big finishing down. Unfortunately, couldn't quite stick to the landing. So he was on the way to good score.
yeah, we've seen MD surf in the free surf, and we know he has great surfing. He does beautiful cutbacks. The roundhouse he does are really clean. That's definitely going to be his best wave. It's going to put him in the heat, but there's only a minute 30 remaining.
Right.
He's way down there. He might have enough chance to get back out, maybe make it to Elephant Rock and try to get away from there and beyond. But this is our heat leader so far. Toby just kind of taking a victory lap. Not bad. He's probably going to go for broke here. Boom.
Wow.
Yeah.
That would have been a good score if he could have right out of it. But beautiful surfing and a little bit of a victory lap from Toby, especially because it comes down to a minute.
A minute now.
On
Green's,
clock.
Oh, Green's
Ooh,
taking it.
Nothing from up and riding on his backhand. Nice first turn to start with. Just trying to, connect all the way to the inside, passing the Elephant Rock right here. And this is where you can get steeper section coming at you. Just trying to be, staying in the pocket, waiting for the wave to steep up for him. So here comes racing down the line. Come on a section. It gets the vertical lip. But I don't think this is a wave he was expecting. But he finishes off nicely though.
Yeah, that was definitely his last wave. Nice way to finish. I don't know if it's going to change his second wave of a 4. What was it?
433. So he was trying to get rid of 433,
Yeah.
but he's already locked in 6.0.
He's got a 6 and
Right.
a 4.33, but he does want to make it more difficult for Blue, And MD's last wave is a 4.23. This is going to be kind of tricky. The heat is over, so I think it's almost officially that we have Toby, especially from Philippines, and Natakron 9 from Thailand making it and advancing to the next heat. And they are on standby. They could be surfing later on today.
Right. Wow, what an exciting day. Another big day, but looks like Toby and Nathakrom moving into next round. With that, we are gonna go to the quick break and we'll be right back.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, we are back. This is day number 5 of the Asian Surfing Championships 2025 Tamilnadu in the famous wave of Mahabs. I like the nickname Mahabs.
Dani Vidato in blue. In white, we got surfer from Lebanon, Ryan Hakawati, and in green, Hood Ahmed, also from South Asia, from the Maldives. Up and
Wow.
riding, Dani Vidato, who actually won the Asian Surfing Championship 2 years ago and is trying to repeat that in here.
Look at this action. There's a lot of action in this wave, just straight into a lot of action. Backside surfer, wow, what beautiful surfing. Really well placement on the boards. Get a lot of speed, comes back, wraps it around. It's waiting for that inside section. Banger.
Boom! It's getting serious, brother.
Wow, man, there's so much action going on right now.
Wave after wave.
Yeah.
Maldivian surfer in green, Hood, looking for the right place to go big. Bam! And lands it.
Beautiful, beautiful. So all surfers have gone on their board in the first 2 minutes of this heat. That was a good set, well taken advantage of. We'll see who got the better of the results, but definitely a great way to start your heat, you know. And we have, like you said, we have an ex-champion here. Yeah, so we're gonna see what the scores were, and you said Danny won, and
Danny won 2023 in Maldives in the first event the ASF had in the Maldives. It was the second Asian Championship.
okay,
And also last year, I believe he got second or third. So, man, he knows how to surf in Asian Championships.
in open, right?
Exactly. Open man. So,
Because he looks like a young kid. I'm sure he
Yes.
could probably do both divisions.
man, look, not only is he young, not only is he good shortboard surfer, he also loves to longboard.
Yeah.
His sister Dare is also on a team. He's one of the Kuta Beach locals of Bali. This guy is full on surfing.
Waterman. Like most athletes here are, you know, just in love with the water, doing everything they can because it's such a beautiful and fun playground.
And I love Danny's style. It's so different to, for example, Praja Surfing, the teammate of his from Team Indonesia who actually won last year's event. That guy is, very powerful, very compressed. But if you look at Danny, it almost looks loose, almost as if is longboarding here. And up and riding, Ryan Hakawati from Team Lebanon, the last remaining surfer from Lebanon on his first wave.
Yeah, we saw Ryan yesterday, just beautiful backside surfing too, you know. Smaller wave, a little fast. See if he can make it around that section. Kind of runs out. But nonetheless, it's good. It's good just to get on your feet, get started, start doing things, you know. And this is heat number 4. This is the open men's division. Then we're going to jump straight into the open women. 3 heats, sorry. Then we're going straight into boys under 18, 6 heat, girls under 18, 1 heat, and the men's quarterfinals is on standby. But we're going to go first to a quick interview with Dai and our last heat winners, and we'll be right back.
All right, guys. I'm here with the last hit winner, Toby. How's the condition? Because it's pumping and I guess it's better than yesterday, but how is the condition in your heat?
Yeah, really good. Um, Everyone's ripping there because the wave is really good. Yeah, and my plan, like, I wait for like not really big wave, but small, like medium size, and then like clean section to make the score.
Yeah, your plan worked out really well. You got the 2 sevens. But is there like any special advice from your coach?
Oh yeah, really big thanks to coach, all the coaches, because he always advise where like he always advised to like where to um like sit up there. Um, yeah, really big thanks to them.
All right, you might be surfing this afternoon again in around 4. So how are you gonna spend rest of the day in between heat?
Um, like maybe same plan with some good section, and then do what can I do?
All right, would you like to say something to your friends and supporters back in your country?
Yeah, thanks to all my family, my sponsors, to my girlfriend also. Thank you. Yeah, to everyone Filipino support. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, good luck in the next round. Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Thanks, Ty. Thanks, Toby. What a great surfer. We seen him in the free surf just shredding it, and he put it all to work in that last heat, making a 14.77 total. Toby, great surfer from Philippines. That's the present and the future of the Philippine surfing generation. Well, let's get back into this heat, Afri. There's been a lot of action.
For sure. And actually, I have to correct myself. Ryan is not the only surfer who's still remaining in the open men's. Also, Alfred, who will surf in the next heat, represents Team Lebanon. And man, how good is that? Lebanon, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, nobody heard of Lebanon in the surfing world. And now these guys are surfing with the very best in Asia, surfing against China, Indonesia, Maldives, raising their flag and, trying to get one of those slots for the Asia Games, because that is the last qualifier for the Asian Games. It's incredible. Not only that they managed to build up their surfing, but especially in the current situation where their country is facing so many problems, so many, life-threatening situations, but still being able to keep on doing the great work. So shout out to all the Lebanese surfer. Keep it up. And yeah, great to have Ryan and Alfred still in the contest.
Yeah, that's huge. That is huge, Afri. To have them here, have them participating in this event, although their country is, dealing with some heavy situations, for them to put on the jersey and come represent their country and do it for their fellow, fellow patriots and people back home, it is super special. So super cool to have Ryan here, Alfred, and I think there's a third surfer too. And it's cool. It's cool to see him. I seen him in the free surfing. It's super friendly, super nice, and that's what surfing is. We're brothers. The ocean is all connected. There is no borders. There is no territory. We are all connected with Mother Nature, our great ocean. So it is beautiful to have them all here. And huge congrats on coming here. Coming here and representing your country, I always say, is already an accomplishment. You can put on your profile, hey, competed for, Lebanon. And
Yep. Christopher is the third surfer, and I believe it was him who actually got the slot. They had this heat in round number 2 where Alfred and Christopher were surfing against each other. Super
I
close
saw
round.
that. Yes, I saw that.
Christopher made it, so he'll also have the chance to represent his country. Yeah, and man, they are, if I'm not mistaken, actually already they already got the slot.
They already got the slot?
Yep, because the regional qualifications
Yes.
would be from Western Asia, and that means in this event they would surf against Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, and I think all these 3 already lost their heats in round number 2, so that means they do actually have the slot.
Wow,
And
that
there
is
he
awesome.
is, Ryan Hakawati from Team Lebanon.
Oh, this is it. Oh, it is. Sorry. I couldn't see because of the glare. That is our surfer in white. Ryan making his country proud, earning that slot for the Asian Games. That is huge for any sporting event, any sporting discipline.
He
It-
lives in Portugal,
Portugal, I heard.
in Guincho.
Gincho.
You know Guincho?
I've heard of Gincho. Yeah, actually, I've been to Gincho.
It's a QS stop.
Yeah, next to Cascais, right?
Exactly. And
Yes,
the thing
yes.
about Gincho is it has a little bit of a different angle than all the, Lisbon spots.
So
It gets a lot of swell,
A
mate.
lot of swells. We have good waves. Shidong Woon's first wave is an 8.17. Wow, huge, excellent score. Danny, too, Danny the Waterman, 7.17. A huge score, too. He's got priority 3. Priority 1 was with Hoot Ahmed from the Maldives. He's only got a 2.33. We know he's got the surfing. There are 3 contestants while Ryan is still making it the way back up. But what great surfing. I love when the contest starts coming into these final days and you see the competitive level rise and you see these guys, get more comfortable with the rash guard on. We've seen them in the free surf. We've seen how good they are, but it is true. When you're in the heat, there's 20 minutes, things can weigh a little more, things can get a little more tricky. Your mental psychologist starts coming in, your physical too. But it's amazing to see them get so comfortable and so loose at the end of the events.
And you can see that surfing and training in Bali really pays off. Obviously, Danny Widiato, we talked about it, the Kuta Beach local. He was surfing a lot in Bali, up and riding Hoot Ahmed from the Maldives on his second wave. Going for a good drop there. Roundhouse cutback. Still waiting for the face to deliver some opportunities to go vertical. One more cutback there, passing Elephant Rock. And now in the finish, he most probably will try to do something more radical. There he goes. This is his chance. And boom! Lands it.
I think he rode out of it.
Whoa.
We did see him right out of it. I think he might have stayed on his feet. Beautiful wave for Green. That was a wave he was looking for. It was a bigger set. It had a little bit of a flat sections on it, but he did manage to ride it all the way in and finding those steep parts in the inside. That was well worth it. So we'll see. Here we have a rider
in red.
Shidong. He's already got an 8.17 on the board. Such a great surfer. Puts that board exactly where it needs to be and keeps that speed going the whole time. Nice spray. Always looking down the line on this wave. He knows there could be an inside section. Here we see him stalling. There he gains the speed. Floater over that section. That's all she wrote, but it's definitely going to add to his score. Here's White. White's starting to get busy. He's starting to catch a lot of waves. There's that little cutback. He's got good style. I like his style. Really smooth. Wow. Blue.
Everybody going for it. This is Danny Widato speeding it up, going for critical vertical turns here. And tries to pass Elephant Rock, not get caught by the wobble, and finishes it
Nice.
safe. Very good surfing. Man, it was really interesting to compare the waves of Shidong Wu with Hoot Ahmed's. Hoot Ahmed's wave was much bigger, but it was a little bit fatter, and he went more like for roundhouse cutbacks, whereas Shidong really stayed on the pocket, even though his wave was much smaller, was more radical surfing. So I'm curious to see what score he will get for that one.
Yeah,
And
true.
as I was just saying, not only is Danny training in Bali, but actually Team China, including Shidong, they're spending a lot of time in Bali. So it pays off going to the blessed island of Bali.
I heard a lot of the surfers go to Bali.
You've never been?
I've been to Bali. Yes, I've been to Bali.
I guess plenty of times, huh?
I've been to Bali a couple of times, actually. I went way back in 2010. That was my first time I went to Indo. I surfed G-Land and got to surf all over Bali, Uluwatu, Karamas, Canggu, Green Bulls. And then I finally made it back in 2016, and I went to Canggu and then went straight to Desert Point. And fell in love with Desert Point.
That's your favorite spot?
That's my favorite wave, one of my favorite in the world. Let's check this big set. This was one big one we saw that, those big sets could go a little fat. They could go a little flat. It's hard to maintain your speed. You got to do a lot of transition work. Here's where it starts to get up, but he's eyeing it down. He knows there's something down the line.
You missed a little bit of the critical section.
Yeah, he's going down for exactly. He's looking for that critical. This is where the points are going to come in. Nice re-entry, and that's where he attacks the lip. And this is what we were comparing to, right? We were comparing it to Shidong's wave. he really attacks the lip. He goes up and hits it right where it needs to be. Really down the line wave, not really, turning too much of a rail, but whether it was a good wave, it's definitely going to be good for his backup. He's got that 817, so that's going to help his wave out. And this is Danny. Beautiful style, you can tell he's got that longboard smooth to him. Nice 2 hits off the top. That first one had a little more strength in it. Decides to go under it, get some speed so he can do this last little foam climb tail release.
You can only surf like that, like Danny just proved, if you surf all your life. There isn't any second whatsoever to try to think about what you're doing, but you just have to react. So the way he was generating speed on the bottom part of the wave really shows he's a natural, man. He just goes. So we're still waiting for scores. Let's use this opportunity to give a big shout out to the judges. It's so complex, man. Again, let's think of those 2 different waves of Ahmed, the bigger one that he got compared to Chinese wave, Shi Dongwu's wave, which was a smaller one but more critical one. There's, how do you compare that? And then especially if you have all 4 surfers at the same time surfing a wave, there's a lot of work for the judges. They have to stay focused. But, great work.
Yeah, there is a lot of action, and of course the replays help out a lot sometimes too. And Shidong Wu's last wave comes in at a 5, and Hood Ahmed comes in as a 383. So not sincerely are the big ones the better ones. It's what you do on the wave. Of course, if you get a big one and you can do good maneuvers on a big wave, that's going to be well rewarded. But if you can get those steep sections and really put the board where it needs to be and put that, just go attack, speed, power, flow, radical maneuvers, critical part of the wave, that's what the judges are looking for. That's what they really want to see surfing, how we've been seeing from Shidong Wu and from Danny. Hood Ahmed and Ryan are still. Here's another big wave, too. Let's see what Hood can do on this wave. Just another big. Oh, there he attacks the lip. I like that aggression. Nice transition work. They really like that, too. If he can finish this wave, it's definitely going to be his best wave. He's taking it all the way in. Oh, gets a little stuck up top. Keeps going. Another turn there. Another turn there. He's taking.
He goes to quantity, hey, nice.
And a closeout. Oh, I
Hey.
think he comes unstuck on that one. But those 2 first turns were good. They're in a bigger wave. They were well placed. They showed aggression. They showed speed, power, flow. We'll see what the judges say. There's still 9. How much time? 3 minutes, 20 seconds. That's pretty short to run around.
Definitely like that wave more than the one before. You could see that he was trying to stay in the pocket as much as possible, and that allowed him to do those carves instead of the roundhouse cutbacks. Again, nice carve there. Really trying to be as close as possible to the steep section. I have to say, I would love to see a little bit more variety.
Yes.
A lot of maneuvers, that's a good thing, but then you want to mix it up a little bit, show the judges your abilities, that you can do some other maneuvers out there. One thing, we have the best judges of Asia here, so they know what they're doing, but nevertheless, the beginning and the finish, you have to try your best to really make that one work and clean, because at the end of the day, we are all human. It's a stressful moment, so the beginning and the end is definitely what sticks in the mind, and I guess also in the mind of the judges.
Yes, this was Shidong's last wave. Wow, beautiful. He's probably gonna better his 5-point. Well surfed, just really good surfing. Wow, never falls. A lot of control, power surfing, speed, power, and flow. Just good placement of the boards, good hits off the top. That's probably gonna be better his 5.00 and put him up in the lead by a pretty long margin. So really great surfing by Shidong Wu. And yeah, we talked about what the judges are looking for. They're looking for you to go radical. So like you said, Afri, if you start strong, just try to complete your wave. And if you start kind of weak, like say you're doing cutbacks at the beginning or just a little slashes to get in, try to finish strong. So the judges are impressed with something, and that's when you're going to get the scores up there.
You can see Ryan having a close look on this wave in here. 1.5 minutes to go. Man, Ryan has got nothing to lose here.
Yeah.
It's already such an achievement to be here in round number 3, surfing with the very best of Asia. We said it, Danny, a champion, an Asian champion. Team China getting stronger and stronger. Actually, man, look at this. China in this heat, Shi Dongwu even being ahead more than, 3 points over Danny. There he is, Danny Widato from Team Indonesia. Wow, with the lip, hitting it.
Oh, it ain't over.
It's now
Oh, I
wanted to
said it.
show a little magic out there. It's interesting to see that Danny mainly went for the smaller waves. Look, we saw him surfing big barrels and cokes, ripping, but I just talked to some of his teammates. They actually said he's a really good small wave surfer too. And at the end of the day, this shows the good surfer, or there are a lot of good surfers in good and pumping condition, but you are really elite if you know how to surf small waves.
Talking about Ryan too, another great surfer from a beautiful country being here representing. It's all right. Don't be don't show no shame. You are so proud to be here. Everybody's so proud of having you here, and it's such a great accomplishment. So the heat's coming down to the last 4 seconds. Shidong Woon just showing beautiful performance. Like you said, China just coming with a powerhouse recently, right? Just grown so much in surfing, and I think that could happen easily in India too.
For sure. So congratulations for Team China and Indonesia. They will make it to the quarterfinals. Fortunately, we have to say goodbye to Hood Ahmed and Ryan from Team Lebanon. But once again, well done, guys. Your countries and whole Asia are proud of you. We will have a small commercial break and then we'll continue with the next heat.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
Welcome back to ASF Asian Surfing Championship. 4th time, but very first time in Tamil Nadu, Mahabalipuram, here in South India. And we are about to start heat number 5. Champion from Asia, surfing against Chinese surfer in blue, Chen Jiangwang. And in green, we have Mohammed Manan from Bangladesh. And in white, once again for Team Lebanon, Christopher Dirani. I am Afrido Namu, and together with me, I got my sister Jada in here.
Hey, yeah. Excited to be back. Excited with you in this booth again, Afri. We had incredible times in Maldives and even better. But yeah, so
Jada, so I already commented with you last year in the Maldives, and we had pumping waves. But I have to admit, I didn't see you surfing that much. Whereas here in India, it seems like you're on the water all the time.
yeah, I've been surfing quite a lot here in India, but we'll get right back to that. This is Christopher Dirani right now. A quick up and out. That wave just running away from him, but yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm a very energetic person. I feel like I love. Oh my God, make it out! Oh, he didn't.
You know what? I actually saw Mohammed Manan doing this on all the free surfs. He was the one being deepest in the outside and always was trying to go for the barrel.
All right, this is Pajar Ariana, our Balinese surfer. Unfortunately, also a bit of a weird start here. No one really finding anything that opens up.
Maybe they pushed them. Maybe actually it was Mohammed who pushed everybody more and more in the outside.
Yeah, maybe because the current's pretty gnarly. Everyone that comes in is like, "Oh, the current is so wild." So I'm like, "Ooh, it looks tiring out there."
You look like a person who's enjoying strong currents.
Because my home break has the strongest current ever, so I'm used to it. You kind of yeah, you just
You're loving it, eh?
treadmill it. Yeah, it's I feel at home.
What do you call home, Jada?
Where do I call home? A sandbar, Canggu sandbar. That's my spot. All right, Christopher Durrani, second wave, looking a little better, and unfortunately just gets the board swept off under his feet by the whitewash.
Interesting to see the difference of this heat compared to last heat, where they really had open, clean faces, and here it seems like it's all super fast. Mohamed Manan up and riding, not going for the barrel this time, but nice little carve at the beginning of his wave. Now finding the open section again, passing Elephant Rock, not getting too bumped up by the backwash there. And now it's his chance to find a nice finish after this roundhouse cutback. Goes for a re-entry with the lip. Wave is getting smaller, and now it's time to pedal back.
Yeah, that paddle back is looking pretty brutal right now. We've already seen a couple runarounds, so just showing how strong the current is pulling you downwards, and it's just sometimes quicker to get on the beach, run all the way around, and then just paddle back out from besides the rocks.
There's so many surfing going on right now. Yesterday, or was it the day before, we had the Padang Padang and Intentional, but up and riding, this surfer from Bali, who I'm sure surfed Padang a lot.
So Paja right now, big first blast. He gets around that whitewash section. He's going to stick with it, hoping for a little bit more work here on the inside. This wave is going to start to bowl up for him again. Slams this one shut. Unfortunately, falls back, isn't able to ride out of that one, but that was looking like it was going to be a really good score.
I was talking to Arya yesterday, the godfather of Indonesian surfing, I would like to call him. And he told me, though, Danny in the last heat was ripping, and you can see Pajar is one of the very best in Asia. Nevertheless, he said they aren't in the rhythm yet. So let's see. Let's see if round number 3 is where Pajar really starts to surf the way he surfed last year. And the replay, you see the nice curve of the Bangladeshi surfer, Mohammed, who didn't really find the opportunity to continue on this wave because with this structure that you have after Elephant Rock, obviously you can't really do too much with that one. So it was mainly his first carve where he will get the majority of the points from the judges.
All right, yes, couple replays being thrown around this wave. Big blast off the top. Loving the scene right now, and then goes down on that second one. So yeah, a lot of waves ridden while we were there. I love that turn from Paja. It was so tight in the pocket, like a big fan of spray out the back, really sharp, and that's actually part of Pajar's style. He's a very fast surfer. He's super sharp and precise, and especially on his front hand. If you see him on a left, he looks unstoppable.
You often surf with him in free surfs in Bali?
Actually, I don't. Well, actually, yeah. Sometimes I see Pajak come and training with the Indo team in Canggu, but most of the time I see him a lot during the Australasian region QSs, and I see him surf Kurui and Nias as well as Afulu. So he's a super, super sharp and precise surfer, like I've said, and I think his forehand is extremely strong. He has so much talent. He's actually from Serangan in Bali. He's not from the Halfway Kuda board riders or the Legian board riders where we usually see people from. So he's from an area where it's like a little island kind of off of Bali, but not an island because it's connected.
Isn't it closed now for public?
Yep. So you can only get there by boat now because they have closed the main entrance.
Okay.
But yeah, so he's from Serangan. Such a fun wave. It's very peaky, reef break anyway, but both left and right. Majority left, so he's it's such a fun wave, and you can really see how it's shaped him to be the incredible surfer that he is.
Would love to hear more about all those beautiful spots in Bali, in one of the, you know, best regions of Asian surfing. But before that, let's go to Lele, who's going to have an interview with the last heat's winner, I believe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here with Ryan Hakawati. He is from Lebanon. I wanted to interview you because it's so cool having you here, and it's amazing what you guys, the team you're bringing and you're coming, and I think you might have a 90% chance that there is one of the first Asian games qualification. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about representing your team and coming to these events and getting those spots to go such a great event next year?
It's really sort of a process of making history, especially for the surfing community in Lebanon. It's something that's never happened before, and we're praying that it will. And we really are working super, super hard to make sure that we get that qualification and always build and grow the community. It's really something that's in our hearts, and we're always trying to work every day in and out of the water, get that spot. So
That is amazing. That is amazing. And this is your first time surfing in India, right? How did you like the waves? We know you live in Portugal. We know Portugal has good waves, but how were you impressed with the quality of the waves, and especially today being such an epic day anywhere in the world?
The first time they told me they were holding the competition here, I was like, "What?" Honestly, I was like, I was surprised. Then here I'm in the water surfing great heats, and these waves are insane. They're beautiful long rides. The crowd can be a bit, up there, but when it's firing, it's firing. Sometimes even better than Portugal. It's insane.
That's awesome, Ryan. Well, I want you to give a big shout out to all the people and friends that are watching you back home, back in Portugal, because you earned it, my man. We are super happy for you guys. So, congrats and keep the surfing going. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and shout out to the whole Lebanese Surf Federation, Ali, Sajid, Chris, and Alfred. Couldn't have done it without these guys. Always helping us every single day of the year, 24/7, 365. Yalla Lebanon, let's go.
All right. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Lele. Thank you, Ryan. With Ryan Hakawati on the mic representing Team Lebanon. He didn't make it through round 3, but it doesn't matter. The whole team, including Ryan, are one of the big winners of this year's event, representing their country. So full solidarity and support for Lebanon. Shout out to Ali, the president of the Lebanese Surfing Federation, to build up the road for his nation, to be part of the surfing community, not only in Asia but in the world. So well done. And they still have a surfer in this round. It's Christopher Dirani, also surfing for Team Lebanon.
Yeah, so still have teammates there in the water, so I'm sure they're all supporting him right now. So a couple replays while we were on that interview. This right now on your screen, Pajar Ariana, nice first turn. Gets a bit of a second check turn here, highlines it all the way down. He gets past Elephant Rock, and he's just eyeing the section down. I think he got that third turn in and tried to shut this one down, but I don't think he rid out of it. Here we go. He went for it and unfortunately just went over the falls, just getting a little late to the section. But right behind him in white.
He is the Lebanese surfer, Christopher, going for a nice top turn there. Now, can't really see from the back, but it looks like he's finishing his wave. So let's see what score he will get for this one. And yeah, I see what you mean. Pajar is super compressed when he goes down. Huh? He really knows how to generate power and spray with his leg movement, it seems like.
Yeah, if you're looking at Pajar surf, he's the type of surfer that doesn't really waste energy. Is I think the best way to put it. His upper body doesn't move more than it has to. He has incredible rotation and his arms are used perfectly, but he doesn't waste energy and do any extra arm movements that he doesn't have to as well. His legs are always compressed and really flexible. So he has really great technique and he really shows when he's switched on and in the heat, he's really unstoppable.
Interesting to see. And it was quite interesting also last year to see Pajar and Danny surfing in the same heats, those two being teammates, being compatriots, but then again having completely different styles. Pajar, powerful surfer, as you said, very accurate in his movement, whereas Danny is, he's got swag, he's got style, almost looks like he's surfing a longboard style in a shortboard, but then again, he's charging barrels and he's so on point and everything. Great to watch them both.
Well, actually, funny you say that. Danny actually does longboard as well, so you can see where that style translates into his shortboarding. But they're also both super kind, humble humans. But Danny is a little more reserved and shy, and Pajar is a little more explosive. So it's funny how sometimes your character and your personality translates into your surfing, and that's a perfect example, Pajar and Danny.
But there's one guy where it's the complete opposite, and that's Natakron from Team Thailand. Super powerful surfing, creates like meters of spray, but then outside of the water, he's like the most gentle guy, super calm, super reserved. So yeah, I agree. Often your style of surfing and your attitude outside of it are similar, but not always.
All right, this is Mohammed Manan now. Good looking wave. Big turn here. Gets around the section. Does it again. Bit of a check turn there. He, you can really tell he's trying to catch up to the face of the wave. A lot of pumping down the line. Love that turn. Big opening carve here. He's gonna stick with it. Here is that sleepy section of the wave that kind of goes fat every time it goes next to that elephant rock, but you just see it pick up and bowl up again as it gets past it.
Yeah, I believe the third maneuver, the carve, was really the most radical maneuver of his. So nice little re-entry there. And here comes the carve. No, that was more the check turn. This was the one. And then going down, trying to stay in the pocket. One more carve. But yeah, once you pass the Elephant Rock, you really focus on the last bit to finish strong. But fortunately for him, the wave wasn't as steep and powerful anymore. But still, he completed his wave. So that most probably will be his best score. Let's see if it's enough to go to second or first position. He's looking to get rid of his 0.93, so for sure he will drop that score. He has got 5 minutes to go, and now up and riding Cheng Wang from Team China.
A big blast off the top there for Wang Chengzhen. His board is looking really good under his feet. I'm liking what he's doing. He's currently in first still with that 467 and that 567. Pajar in second, but I know him and he's not going to be happy with that positioning. So this right now, man in white, good first opening turn, sticks with this wave and decides to pull off.
Yeah, you really don't want to drive straight into Elephant Rock.
Not a good idea.
Probably not. Don't know if the judges will give you any credits if you land on that rock. Hey, but look, in a way you can argue that it's not only Pajar surfing from Bali right now, because Team China is spending a lot of time preparing their surfers in Bali.
Yeah, I've seen Team China spend a lot of time in Bali, especially in Canggu. I remember one time they spent at least 3 or 4 months there training. So they've really been putting the time and effort in. You can tell how the government is supporting their team a lot. It's pretty incredible actually. They've always really put a lot of training time and in waves that are specifically for contests. I remember every time I see them or every time I would rock up to the beach, they would always be there. So it practically felt like they were surfing 8 hours a day.
And if they're not surfing in Indonesia, especially in Bali, they will have their coaches from Bali or at least another part of Indonesia. I remember in Shantou 2020, where we had the first Asian Surfing Championship, Team China had Mustafa Jackson, one of the finest surfer from Bali, as their head coach. And since there, I think almost every year they would have at least one coach from Bali. So yeah, Bali is, it's sort of the mecca, so to speak, of Asian surfing. Not only does it have some of the very best waves in the world, also the surfers, the knowledge that is coming from there. It's a huge gain for whole Asia and actually the whole world.
Yeah, you're totally right. Bali has a big history of surfing, and it's most known for surfing. I think that's how it all kind of started and how it brought the tourism in. So Paja right now has had great rides, but hasn't really been able to complete any of them just yet. So this wave is looking so good right now. Big second blast really pushes that tail all the way around, gets past Elephant Rock. He's gonna stick with it, and he has to finish this wave because he hasn't really ridden out of any big ones just yet. So it's very unlike him. We'll see this one. Bit of a check turn there, and there we have it. That's more of the Paja we know. Big, big backhand turns.
Would you agree on Aria's assessment that Paja is not there yet? He's not in the rhythm. Though, I mean, you can see in the replay, this guy knows how to surf, staying in the pocket, big carves, big bottom turns, and going down with the lip. But still, thinking of the Paja of last year, he was just insanely good. You were looking at it and asking yourself, what is this happening? So good surfing, but probably not on his best yet, hey?
I mean, it is also still early days in this round. That last turn was a full three fins out the back. But it's still early rounds, when you're so early into the round, you don't want to be giving your 100% just yet. You want to be at this point probably around 75, 80% still because you don't want to show everything you've got and you want to save your energy for when you really need it. And right now the most important focus is just passing the heat. And there we have it. The last of Paja comes in at 683, so rockets straight to the top. This right now, Mohammed, our man in green, good looking inside wave here. Good second turn. Gets around the section. Starts to look for some shade. Finds it. Comes back out of it. So he must feel like that was such a fun ride.
I think he achieved his goal. This guy was looking everywhere for the barrel. Might not be the biggest barrel of his life, but he got it. Yeah, that was his last chance. We're still waiting for the scores, but let's have another look on his last wave. So one of the smaller waves, check turn there. Tries to. Okay, that one actually was a nice one going down with the lip, and then he saw his opportunity, stalled in, got out, more of the wave on his head, but still was standing there. And then, yeah, the wave almost disappeared, giving the opportunity for one last check turn. But that's it for this heat number 6 of round 3. Surfers are coming back. This is surfer in red. No, actually Pajar from Team Indonesia, who just won this heat. And also Chinese surfer who got second will compete again in the quarterfinals. I have to say goodbye to Christopher from Team Lebanon and to Mohammad Manan from Team Bangladesh. We'll have a short commercial break and then see you all again in heat number 7.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, guys, welcome back to Ahmed Agil in the red. We have Eduardo Alquiso We have Lu Chen and Julian Spaccarotella. So already a couple waves ridden. This right now is green. Good first opening turn here. I'm liking the look of this wave. Love that second one. Wraps it all the way around back to the whitewash. Here a bit of a check turn and tries to just keep busy on this fat section. Decides to pull off. But welcome back into the booth, Percy.
Yeah, cheers for that beautiful introduction. And yeah, we have our Maldivian surfer, one of the legends from Maldives in the water. Super exciting to see him. I competed against him quite a few times in India when he came over. Here is Julian Spacrotella getting on his first wave up into the lip. Super cool. Just pressing a little too hard in the back there and getting hung up. Able to come down, but the quality of the maneuver being compromised a little bit. Still a score upon which to build. And it comes in at a 1.1. The first wave of green previously caught is a 3.33.
So early days, only just past the 18-minute mark. So it's practically so much time left. This right now is our man from Maldives. Big
Amale.
first blast there. Sets it up again. Gets a little stuck off the top there, but he gets around that section, wraps it around again. So this is a good wave for our man Ahmed. Decides to pull off. This one just shuts down in front of him. So good start.
Beautiful start from Ahmed Agil. That first turn was amazing.
Yeah, you're right. I really liked it. I'm excited for the replay. Big blast, super tight in the pocket. So that's how you want to start a heat. You want to start off strong. You want to start showing the judges something exciting. It catches their eye and it keeps it, in the moment. And then you got to finish off strong and finish the wave and make sure that it has that exclamation mark and control.
And here, Eduardo from the Philippines, I believe. Yes, this guy is a power surfer, man. I love free surfing with this guy. He's super chill in the water as well. And here, just getting around the rock. Let's see what he can do on the inside. Oh.
All right. Unfortunate there for Eduardo. He started off super strong, wasn't really able to ride out of it. So before we watch those replays, we're gonna head over to Afri and Pajar. Take it away.
Percy Jada, I'm here with Paja, heat winner of the last heat. Paja, on your very last wave, you actually managed to get the score that you needed to win. Tell us, do you think you are on your best right now? I'm thinking about the Paja of last year who was dominating the event. Do you feel like you are up there right now?
Not really, because a lot of come I lose, make my confidence not really back. Just trying to back on the com like really good. Yeah, it's gonna start like from 0 to 100. Yeah.
Listen, you're still incredibly good enough to easily, well, not easily, but still winning the heat. Is there something that you want to do to, be sharp again, be in sort of the mindset that you were last year in Maldives?
It's kind of like nothing changed. Like kind of the wave a little bit different. It's kind of here not really powerful, and Maldives so powerful. It's like Maldives is almost same like my home break. It's yeah, kind of fun in Maldives here. Like not try to like more better. Yeah.
Are there some maneuvers, some techniques that you are holding back for, the next round so that you don't show all your repertoire in the early rounds?
Yeah, kind of a lot maneuver than trying to pull it now. Just like wait for until semi and final. I do. Yeah, just wait. Still 15%, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Paja, you still have plenty of time. It's the early rounds. I'm sure you'll get back on track and just going to rip. We are all looking forward to watch you surfing. I love how compressed you always are, like really using your whole body to generate the speed. So any last words you want to say to your friends and fans back home?
Ya, terima kasih Ibu saya, Bapak telah menyupport saya dan tentu saja Kemenpora dan Surfing Indonesia. Ya, semuanya yang sudah mensupport saya, terima kasih.
ombak terakhir saya ya sangat senang bisa mendapatkan itu.
Terima kasih banyak to you, and back to you guys to the booth.
All right, so thank you so much, guys. Paja just giving thanks to his parents, to his sponsors, to PSOE, and that he was super happy with that last wave he caught, and it pushed him straight to first. But back to live action, Ahmed, that turn was pretty insane.
Yeah, and that was just the end of the wave. I wonder what he did on the start. But he's definitely feeling in rhythm, feeling happy, landing his maneuvers. And here is the surfer in green, Liu Chen from China. And just getting caught behind that wave. It was running pretty fast.
Yeah, that last one just kind of decapitating him. But so this is the one we were looking for.
Ooh, that's a beautiful. Oh, that's the previous one, I
Yeah,
think.
that's his first wave.
Beautiful bottom turn on that one. It's almost like a Kelly Slater bottom turn, putting that arm out in front. Wow, he's really leaning into it. So nice to see him surfing so well. It looks like he's progressed over the years as well.
This is the one. This is the one.
Whoa, just the one turn and it just smashes. And he has so much control.
Yeah.
So much control.
That was sick. That was sick. Amazing. Love it.
Very curious to see where the judges go with that because we haven't seen many like big kind of meaty finishes where it's just about like the heaviness of the lip.
Yeah, you're right. So sometimes it's gonna be that quality over quantity moment. I think it's that was a big section. So this right now, Julian on his backhand, our man in white from Singapore. Good second turn there. Bit of a hair drop. That was a pretty sketchy moment there.
It was close to the rock.
Has anyone ever, face planted the rock?
I heard that one of my good friends, Ramesh Budihal, had some fun time in the rocks. I think last year, something like that. Yeah, he told me it was pretty messy, but he didn't give me too much more details.
Ouch. When someone doesn't want to tell you that it was pretty gnarly. So hope he's all well now. But yeah, that rock is it can get right in the way. It's like halfway there sometimes. You just see some waves just go straight to it, and if you follow the wave, you're going straight into that rock.
Yeah, and scores coming in 4.5 and the last one just a 4.43 for Amadei with that single maneuver. So super cool that he's almost like equaling the previous wave, his first wave with just that one maneuver. And the last of Liu Chen, just a 0.77. He's definitely gonna look for another backup from our surfer in white, Julian Spacratella. It was a 2.77. That's the one we just watched. And Eduardo is waiting for his second wave, currently holding priority 1. And priority 2 is with our surfer in green. They're sitting up the point. It's so nice. I'm so happy. Yesterday I was frustrated all day because no one was able to take off at the peak and get into the most critical part of the wave. And now the waves have just cleaned up so nicely that there's a beautiful takeoff spot all the way there where the wall really holds up, where you have opportunities for barrels, for hitting the lip really hard. And yeah, I think the surfing is going to be really awesome today.
Yeah, all right. So I'm seeing a little bit of priority moment there. I was like, who has priority, blue or green? Because it looks like they're kind of shadowing each other. But the last of red for that one turn, I think, comes in at a 4.43. This right now, Eduardo cashing in his priority. Good looking wave here. Let's see what he does. Nice first turn. Really pushes the tail. Sets it up again. Goes for the second one. Huge fan of spray out the back. He gets past Elephant Rock. Weaves through this sleepy section of the wave, and you'll see this one just stand up from again. Good finish. Unfortunately, gets his nose just in the water and goes over the handlebars.
Just a little bit overextended on that last maneuver. Throughout the maneuver, he had his legs pretty straight. And yeah, maybe taking a bit too easy, a bit not serious enough. You really have to make sure you're crouched, make sure you're compressed for those finishes through the maneuvers. You don't have a minute to relax. You really have to be in active, engaged mode. And here he's just picking kind of waves that I think he just wants to get a score on the board, kind of. Maybe feeling a bit the pressure. But I think he really needs to get on a bigger wave because he has some amazing surfing to show, and all he needs is a bigger wave for that. But currently, the other surfers have priority. Priority One sitting with our surfer in green, in second red, in third white.
Yeah, you're right. Eduardo, an incredible surfer, hasn't really been able to string it together just yet. We just passed the halfway mark, under 9 minutes left. But yeah, he hasn't been able to complete any waves. But we saw this earlier with Pajar actually, that his first two or three waves that he wasn't really able to land or complete any of them, and that kind of kept him in second, kept him in second. Then he finally caught that last one, big finishing, got that six, went straight to first. So this is anyone's heat until that hooter goes off.
And he has made it to second position, the last wave coming in at a 4.67. So he is exactly in the same spot as Pajar. And yeah, I didn't see him in the water in the free surf this morning, so maybe this is him just getting into the rhythm.
Yeah, it could be some people get really frustrated with the crowd, and when you have a heat that day, you want to be in a good mindset. You want to be in that positive and happy place. And sometimes actually going for that free surf and being frustrated can really, waver your decisions and stuff. So I think some people love that morning surf, other people don't, and looking like he might not be.
And this is Amadei's close out re-entry. Beautiful. That came in at a 4.43. And now Julian Spacratella just getting caught a little bit behind.
Yeah, so it gets a bit caught behind. It is Lu Chen and Julian with a bit of work to do now. They are looking for some scores. They're in a bit of a dangerous position right now as the time keeps winding down, just about to reach the 7-minute mark of this heat. We'll hopefully get a couple more rides in. This is a great, great day. It's second longest day of the event for now. So day 5, we're going to be finishing at around 2 p.m. here in India. On your screen, Lu Chen gets around that first section, big first turn. He needs to complete this. Wow.
Ooh, that was a nice little combo.
Looks like he's back. He's back.
He's back. And what does he have under his belt already? A 3.33. He needs a 4.94 to take second position.
I think he's got it.
That was really a nice combo. So I must agree with Giada.
Of the crows here, they just like steal everything. There's a lot of crows in this area.
Oh yeah, the beaches are covered in crows, and also because we have a lot of touristic attractions, there's a lot of food going around, so it's perfect for them. They're such opportunistic. So yeah, the first part of the wave, a lot of downtime, but then pushing the tail out there and setting up perfectly for this closeout re-entry. Beautiful there, releasing the tail a little bit. Such a good maneuver, and whoa, that is Eduardo going upside down, sideways, and lateral.
That was much better from Eduardo. He must be feeling pretty good right now. Sometimes actually when you're in those heats that you can't really like get anything completed, you just got to start from zero, be like, okay, back to basics, catch a couple insiders, get back on your feet, get some board, get your feet on the wax, and then get back into the rhythm. But talking about someone who's in the rhythm of 5, 6, 7 for the last of green, goes straight flying into first. So really well done there.
Yeah, dangerous competitors here in the water, and this is the beginning of Eduardo's wave. Beautiful carve and straight up. Oh, that finishing was amazing.
They've actually told me that crows are sacred here or considered like ancestors.
Oh, I haven't heard about that.
Oh.
Would be curious to find out more. Yeah, she showed me a new spot. Like I, for the first time ever, surf secret, not so secret spot.
That's right.
And yeah,
I keep showing you about your own place, man. But yeah, I was told that their crows here are considered to be your ancestors, if I'm not wrong. I was told this, and that they are, they're there to protect, and many people here actually feed crows a little bit first as a sign of respect.
That's super cool. That's super cool.
Yeah. Anyway, back to this heat. We just passed the 5-minute mark. It is crunch time now. Eduardo and Julian in a bit of a dangerous position. They must start feeling those heat jitters flowing in, just about to reach the 4-minute mark of this heat. priority is with Ahmed. He is in second. He wants to go back into the lead. Second priority, Eduardo. He's close behind. I'm sure he's eyeing Ahmed really closely. He wants to be back into that first and second because they're the only ones who will be going into the quarterfinals of this event, the Asian Surfing Championships in Tamilnadu, Mahabalipuram. What a place.
Yeah, and our surfers in second and third do not need big scores. Liu Chen in second position. Oh, wait, we have a situation change. Eduardo Alciso on the last wave scored a 4.5, now taking the lead. Um, a surfer in green, Yu Chen from China, is now in second, needing just a 3.5, and he's looking right now to build on that 3.5. He's taking off really close to the rocks. Is this gonna be a beautiful inside runner that just gives it to him, and he takes to the air, lands it, beautiful little straight air. Let's see how the judges scored because I haven't seen many airs in this contest. This was a small straight air, so we'll just see what they
All
give us.
right, all right, all right. Replays. Nice first turn here from our man in green. Eyes a section down, bit of a straight air, and I was liking it. I was vibing with that.
Nice.
Lu Chen doesn't need a big score at all. I'm pretty sure he's got it on that
Yeah,
last
yeah.
one. So yeah, you're right. Probably first air of, especially of that kind that we've seen in this event. We'll see what the judges think, but right now,
Ooh.
Ahmed looking for score, catches this wave. A bit of a sleepy start of this wave, but he's weaving through it nicely. Does a couple nice cutbacks here. He's deciding to stick with it. He's looking what this wave has to offer. There we go. A little more critical there. Gets past the rock. He's eyeing this last section down. Good
Beautiful
finishing
turn.
turn. He's liking it. Wow, so intense moments right now.
Yeah, so starting small, but finishing really strong. And here's Eduardo on a wonky big set wave that mm, looks like it's flattening out a little bit, but he's pumping after he sees a section forming up front and he's going for it. The nice section right after Elephant Rock. Let's see how far he can take this one. Looks like it's connecting beautifully. I saw someone surf this wave all the way down this morning.
All right, all right. Intense moments. We are 1.5 minutes mark. This is gonna be an important score. What a wave, Eduardo Ahmed. So we're still waiting for the last of Lu Chen as well. So many scores to come through. This is a pretty intense moment right now. So does Lu go to the lead? Does Eduardo stay in first, or does Ahmed create a bit of an upset in this last 2 minutes of this heat? We are reaching the 1 minute mark. We're going to be counting this one down pretty shortly. It is right now. Julian out the back by himself. So replays. Here we go.
Amate down for a faded bottom turn. The wave was really soft in the beginning, but he saw something in it, and he's just being patient here, looking for a section to build up. There he shuffles his feet, puts himself in position to hit the lip, and just the lip showing up real quick before Elephant Rock, and now it stands up in a beautiful re-entry on that oncoming section. That was just picture perfect. So we'll see what the judges give it. And here's Eduardo, just carving, playing around with the backwash, getting into the rhythm, understanding the wave. And here there's a big section that comes up in front of him. He passes the rock, and this is the money turn where he goes up under for a jam under the lip, throwing a lot of spray.
All right, all right. We're gonna stick with this one because there's important scores to come through. This is huge moments right now for the last score of red to come in. So will he be able to get into the lead? The last of Lu Chen at 293. So the judge is not super excited about his performance on that last one, even though it was different and cool. They deemed it, not what we're looking for right now, especially with these conditions. So now it's all down to Ahmed. Will he be able to create a bit of an upset? He's not looking for a big score.
He just needs a 4.51. So those two strong maneuvers at the end, could they be a 4.51? He currently is sitting on a 4.5 and a 4.43. So was this better than all of his previous waves? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one, especially since the judges are gonna be looking at those other scores at his other 4-point rise and be like, okay, was this wave better or not than the other ones he caught? And you also have to compare it to the other surfers in the heat and what they were doing. So it's a super super hard position to be in. That's why our judges are so well trained and such an important part of this contest. But there we have him, moments of tense moments there for Team Maldives. Big shout out. We were all at their home break last
What
year.
what a performance though from Amade. I mean, it was super super energetic, super emotional how he like started off with few really nice turns, hacks up in the lip, and then that lip line re-entry. And let's see
Uh,
what the scores are saying.
I don't think it was enough.
It wasn't enough. 3.97. So Eduardo Alquizo showed up for the last part of the heat, building up like Pajar, and Liu Chen also passing through to the quarterfinals.
All right. With that, we're going to throw to a quick ad break and we'll see you guys in Heat 7.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
And welcome back to live action. We are on day 5 of with um with Die,
Yay.
my man.
Well, waves are still filing, hey? I've been watching a couple of heats and then just, you know, there's so many opportunities for all the surfers. Solid 3-footers coming through to the lineup and just amazing out there now.
Yeah, it's so cool to see the spot like really turn on. We had that kind of big messy day yesterday, and today it's just cleaning out a bit. We still have those big sweeper sets sometimes, but so many waves coming on the inside all the way from the point, just standing up really nicely, giving a good opportunity. We already have a wave ridden, I believe, in this heat that I hope we'll get a little replay on soon. And
Wow,
yeah.
this is what a stacked hit, you know. Kei Kobayashi, he's a very strong competitor. He came second or third in a Korean Open QS event a couple weeks back. And Kanoa, wow, here's a replay of Last of Green.
So Kanoa getting busy.
Wow, he scored 9-point ride yesterday, and wow, he's on the way to the good score again. 2 great turn combo and gets the third turn in. I love how he just pivot turns off the top and all the way to the inside and trying to get this bonus section and finishing strong, and he likes it.
That is a strong way to start the heat. And Keiko.
Okay, Kobayashi from Japan up and riding, just flying down the line and trying to get first section to hit. That was great turn from K. And this is where wave can get slower a little bit and try to connecting, and he did really well to connect and gets the floats Karana section and get the third turn in. Wow, what a wave to start with from both, K and Kanoa.
And it's crazy how fast Kai is. He really gets like under the lip and comes from under
Ooh.
the lip and to
Ooh.
into his turns. Was that a make?
I'm not too sure, but on screen we have another backhand attacker. So in blue, that first turn was huge with a lot of spreads out the back.
Kishore Kumar, local boy from Kovlong. Let's see what he can do on the inside. Looks like this one's running away from him.
Wow, what exchange in the first couple of minutes. Still, there's plenty of time in this heat.
15 minutes to go, and
wow, 5 minutes in and all the surfers got a good one.
Yeah, that's super cool. And Mega was telling me that it's pretty tough to find like two waves in
20 minutes,
just those
right?
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if
I
the
would
jet
imagine.
ski assist was there, he said, yeah, that would be easy, but without it, it was tough. And I think it was a bit slower maybe in his heat because now it's going pretty fast. At least these guys are getting all these little insiders which are standing up really nice. And this is our surfer in white, Mod Nazreen, finishing off his wave on his feet. He'll be happy with that.
And this turn, Kish Kumar first time really loved the powerful off the top, throwing buckets of spray and come around the section, passing the elephant rock again.
So just the one turn plus this little float, but he'll definitely be happy with a score under his belt.
Kanoa is a very strong competitor as well. So Kishore Kumar and Mod Nazarene as well. So that's on screen. Kei Kobayashi
running down to the point.
Yep. Do you think it's faster when you run around or you just paddling back out from where you finished?
I mean, what takes time with the runaround is just like getting into the water. Like if there's a lot of waves and water and current kind of pushing in where you're walking in, then that kind of takes some time.
Yeah.
But otherwise, for sure, the runaround because the runaround is faster because there is quite a bit of current out there. And we'll take a little break and we'll check out all the scores that came in right after the interview with heat winner of our previous heat with Gyada on the beach.
All right, congratulations on that win. And it looks like you were kind of struggling on the beginning. You weren't finding those completions, but then you finally got that score. So what was happening? What were the conditions like, and how did you recover?
Yeah, I had a mistake for the first minute, like my first two waves, three waves, I think. Yeah, I was like mid at first turn, but the second turn I didn't finish, so I just got like 3 points. So yeah, on the last minute I lucky to find like one long one, so I can make more turns. So and then I did lucky to finish that, and then finally got my score.
In those moments, it's not easy, and you start to get a little bit nervous. So what do you tell yourself to like calm down and restart?
Yeah, because like our scores in my hit was not really big, so you just need like even small waves or a small but long wave as long as like you finish few turns. So yeah, I was like be calm, try to relax, don't panic, because like my first second wave was bad, so I just try to be calm, don't panic, because the scores was like not big. So just trying to think or get a better wave in the next minute. Yeah.
Are you still riding your same board from the other day?
I gonna ride this board forever. Yeah.
Forever board. So is it your favorite?
Yeah, and this is my favorite board, and it's like one of my the only board I have also. I have other one, but I didn't practice it. So yeah, this is like the board I prefer to surf this time. Yeah.
So what are some of your favorite parts of India for now? What do you do when you're not competing?
Yeah, because every time we go somewhere, always with the team, we try the different foods here. We try the street food like we love it. There's like one place here around, and every night we go there to have like snack there.
What's it called so I can try it?
I don't know how to call it. It's like a bread. Yeah, yeah. It's and then I try. I the one I like is like the egg. I don't know how to call it, but yeah.
I don't know the names either, so don't worry. I'm sure there's so many people at home watching and supporting. What would you like to say to everyone?
Salamat ka Raja sa inyo tanan sa mga sponsors ko lalo na sa Philippines Sports Commission of sa mga team ko, for my team, my family, everyone. Thank you for support.
Congratulations, and we'll see you guys see you in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giada, for that interview. And yeah, congratulations, Eduardo, on that win. Some scores have come in. Kei Kobayashi taking control of the heat in the lead with a 5.0 and a 4.33 in second. Kanoa Haiji with a single wave of 6.33 in third. Kishore Kumar with a 3.17 with a single maneuver. And Mod Nazreen in fourth position with a single wave as well, 2.43. Mod Nazreen needs a 3.91 to progress. Kishore needs a 3.17. Kanoa needs a 3 to take first position. Priority is with Kanoa. Let's see if he uses it here. And he does. The wave is a little bit foamy.
Wow, yeah, it looks a little bit foamy. It's kind of tricky to navigate, but he's just doing really well to navigating and just straight into the pocket and throwing a lot of sprays at the back. And here comes the bonus section and put another one in. He's already locked in 6.0, so this wheel backs it up really, really nicely and gets this last section to finish up. Well, actually gets one more in and well, that's a finish turn. So that's
Wow.
gonna be a great score. A lot of turns, a lot of damage have been done by Kanoa, but on screen this is surfing blue on a smaller size waves.
What an interesting decision from our surfer in green. I mean, he went on that wave that looked like, I mean, I wouldn't have even seen an opportunity, but he definitely saw the opportunity and he was right because that thing just went all the way down. This is our surfer in white, Mod Nazrin from Malaysia. Beautiful first two turns on that first one, and here he's gaining some speed for an oncoming section. Trying to get past, but it just closes out in front of him. What do you think about that decision Kanoa made? Okay, wait, let's watch Keiko on this one. Take it
Kei
away.
Kobayashi is up and riding. This is a nice locking wave in front of the elephant rock. So this is where we can get slow up, but gets this big finishing turn, but unfortunately falls down.
Yeah, there was a bump on the wave that just pushed him off.
But yeah, I gotta say, I wouldn't think I would go on the Kanoa's last wave because it looked really foamy and it didn't look it had the opportunities, but he was right.
Yeah.
You know, he was seeing something, you know, something on the wave, and he was super right. He got a lot of multiple turns on it.
Yeah, and I think it's a little bit his strategy. I've seen him a lot on these kind of like inside runners that go really far, that have a wall, and that he can just repeatedly go up and down and up and down, top to bottom surfing, backhand attack. So I think yeah, his strategy is kind of working out. I mean, that was
Definitely.
a super interesting decision going on a super foamy wave that went all the way to the inside, gave him the opportunity for what, 7 turns?
Right, and that means, you know, his preparation paid off here. Or here, look at this wave. It's so much foam on the face, so hard to navigate the rail, but he just somehow found this wave and get this section to hit. Wow,
Bang.
that was a solid first turn.
I'm gonna count them.
Yeah,
1,
that was the first turn, and just come around a section, it gets
2,
second turn in. And this
3.
is where it doubles up and it gets more steeper
4.
and steeper. And this is a
5.
sixth turn already?
6. This is 6th. And 7.
All right.
Bang. He's happy with that.
So we're still waiting for the last of green bound on screen.
Sure,
The
up and riding.
replay of the last of blue. Nice first turn. It gets second turn in.
And this wave still giving him some opportunities. Let's see what he can do with it on the inside. Carving back into the double up. Let's see if it stands up nicely for him. Boom, he loads and unloads. Beautiful there from our surfer from India, Kishore Kumar, local legend. Local
Wow.
Grommy. And
Great.
just
Mm.
missing it on the end. This is our surfer in white. Beautiful first maneuvers there. Kind of doing that maneuver with a lot of speed drive through the maneuver. That was really cool. And here on the finish, yeah, just a little check turn trying to get around the section, but the section closes out.
Well, the last wave for Kanoa comes in at a 5.67.
Okay, that's quite interesting because there was a lot of turns there. They were quite vertical, but indeed the wave was a little bit smaller, and the maneuvers, even though they were really nice, were repetitive. So maybe the judges looking for a bit of diversity in the surfing.
Right, true. You don't need a lot of turn to get, high score in surfing, competitive surfing. You need two combos to get excellent. If you doing the right thing in the right time at the right place, then you'll get excellent score for two-turn combo.
Yeah, and I mean, they want to see you taking risk, right? So
Yeah.
if you're going on a smaller wave and doing a maneuver that you know how to do with your eyes closed, that's not taking risk. So you really want to go on sections that are hard to hit, and you want to hit them in a way that, you don't even know that you're going to
Right.
make it, and you
Yeah.
surprise yourself.
You gotta give some surprise to the judges. Judges have to go, oh wow, this guy, whoa, whoa, and that's how you can get high scores.
And the best way to surprise the judges is to surprise yourself. So
Yeah,
just
true.
outsurf yourself.
Right, this is round 3, and they might be surfing again this afternoon, right?
Yeah, I heard they might be
Mm.
surfing again this afternoon.
So it's yeah, why not? Because surf is pumping, a lot of opportunities out there, and we have like there's no suns out today. It's not hot as a couple of days, so we might not have the onshore kicks
Yeah,
in.
we might have good wind conditions. That would be super cool. Situation in the water. We have 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. 4:20. Kanoa Igarashi, sorry, Kanoa IG, in the lead with a 6.33 and a 5.67. In second, Kei Kobayashi with a 5 and a 4.33, only needing a 7.
Mm.
Oh, well, needing a 7 if he wants to take the lead. Kishore Kumar in third with a 3.17 and a 4.27, needing a 5.06, and he's looking at a wave right now, but it doesn't look like it has the opportunity. Mod Nazreen in fourth, but holding priority, and he needs a 5.5 to progress. So the fight for second position is still open. But Kanoa putting quite a requirement on the rest of his contestants. Kei Kobayashi needing a 7 if he wants to take the lead.
Right on screen, Kate up and riding, nice layback turn to start with, and just passing the elephant rock, just trying to generating a speed, engaging a rail to go into the next peak, and he gets this last section in front of him and get in the air. Oh, that was really close to the landing. Well, he landed on the board nicely, but didn't quite ride out of it. So that was a great attempt from Kei Kobayashi. Here's a replay of Last of Red.
Let's see what he did on the beginning of that wave. Goes up into the lip, solid slash. It's crazy how he generates speed
Right.
through his maneuver. I mean, this guy's a speed Jenny. I don't know. Going down the line here, finding the section for the air reverse, throws the fins towards the beach and just about not making it. But he's in second position. He's progressing to the next round as long as the other contestants don't get the required scores. I don't know. I don't think his previous wave is going to factor in.
Right.
But yeah, he's ridden a lot of waves in this. He's ridden 6 waves in this
Already.
contest.
Wow.
Mod Nazreen from Malaysia. Beautiful first turn. Beautiful looking wave that's holding up.
Wow, this is a very crucial moment for Southern White because he is currently sitting in the 4th place, but needing 5.5, which is not the big score. And he gets this finishing turn nicely. Ooh, that was really unfortunate for him.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times. People just relaxing a little bit towards the end of the wave, but that's when you need to be 100% there to make sure you finish your waves.
Well, this is a replay of Last of White. Really loved the first turn and into the second turn, but I don't think there was much of a steeper section to actually hit.
Yeah, so the maneuvers in the beginning, they were good, but not as critical as you wanted. Therefore, if he could have gotten a strong finish, that's always the rule. If you start weak, try to finish strong, but just here missing that finish.
Right now he's in the fourth place, needing 5-5. So we're still waiting for the last of white.
Kishore trying to find a wave. He needs a 5.06, very achievable. But will the ocean provide the wave? He is currently sitting in first priority, so he has a chance here. Kanoa, and there we go. Kishore on a wave. Straight up into 11. That's a beautiful turn. Let's see what happens on the back end of this.
Wow, this is a crucial moment for Safa in blue. Well, gets a second turn in and passing the elephant rock.
He's past the rock. Let's see what happens.
Oh, he needs to get a big finish here.
Bang!
And gets a big finish.
All
Wow. How he needs 5.06. Wow, I gotta say it's a yes.
And the crowd is going mad all around.
Let's take another look. But here is it's a good looking wave. Nice first turn. Vertical off the top. And wave just flat out a little bit, but he managed to just stay in the pocket, just no need to rush, and gets a second turn in and past Elephant Rock. Oh, you can hear the crowd going crazy on the beach, but he gets this big finish, needing 5.06. What do you think?
By the sound of the crowd, I think he has it. By the sound of the crowd, I think he has it, but we're waiting for that score to trickle in.
Wow.
Judges are going to be
very intense
nibbling
moment.
their fingers, trying to make sure that they come out with the right decision on this one. And
all right, we are still waiting for the last of blue. It's a very intense moment
look at
for
that,
both
Kishore
red
and Kanoa
blue.
right next to each other, both ears open. Kei Kobayashi will also be very attentive. Quite an upset here. Kei Kobayashi going out in third.
Definitely, it's a big upset, but what a heat in the end.
Well, we said no upsets. It's a surprise. It's a surprise. No upsets in surfing, in contests.
Wow, it's such a great moment for Team India.
And we're ready for the ad break. We'll be right back into action. Surfers are ready, right, ripping some waves, so take it away.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Day number 5, Asian Surfing What do we got an offer today, my friend?
I'm excited. This is our heat number 8, and we have in red Srikanth D for India, in blue will have Iko Watanabe representing Japan, Sung Ling Han for Chinese Taipei, and Chia Chi-yu also for Chinese Taipei in this heat number 8. And top 2 advance. We just heard the screams on the beach as Kishore Kumar advances through.
Yeah.
Local talent is getting stronger and stronger here in India. It's amazing.
Let's see replay of the last couple of waves. All right. It was amazing. Amazing last heat, man, huh? Incredible surfing. He made it in that last wave in the dying seconds. What an amazing last couple in waves we had, you know? It was amazing.
So this just happened. This is India's opening ride. Srikanth D. That last section's getting really, really tricky right there.
Yeah, he
But getting
definitely
a nice quick start.
Yeah, you definitely got to know how to navigate around that. This is action right now. This is live action. That's our surfer in blue from Japan. Just a little one quick banger. Doesn't really run out on that wave. It's crazy because some of these heats have a lot of good waves, you know, and then some other heats may start slow. You know, you may get 1 or 2 big sets, but that last heat was just a full freaking banger. This is our first wave from blue.
Eco's got a pretty gnarly frontside reverse. Here he is opening it up with that one. Not much left. A little bit smaller wave, but showing the progressive maneuvers. Eco got a little intel. I saw him in the Maldives last couple of years, but live action, White.
This is White up and riding. We've seen this surfer perform really well during the whole event. Just really strong backside surfing. Little wave, too. You know, they're all trying to get on their feet right away so they can make sure and have at least a backup and go for that big open face carve. Let's see if he can make this inside, getting that speed. He knows he needs to generate that speed so he can complete a last big turn. Wow, going and throwing it all on the line. A lot of action.
Going for the backside reverse there. Once you pass that rock, you do have the little option of catching the little side wedge energy as we have one quick hit by Srikanth. He's going to stay patient there. So you have the option of sticking with it and trying to get that second stretch past the rock. Yes. And that rock, it's called the elephant rock. And I learned how to say elephant rock. It's called Yanikalu.
Yanikalu.
That's the elephant rock in the middle that we've seen a couple competitors almost slam into. Yes, you really have to kind of navigate your way, decide if you're going to go on the outside of it or the inside. Yeah. And it's really cool to see how they use that.
It's cool you can see Yanakalu from a distance, right? It's not a rock that's just going to come out of the water. You actually do have it. You do see it down the line, so you can decide a couple moments later if you want to go above it or below it. These are the voices behind the screen. I'm Leandro Suna. Next to me is Ben Way. We're bringing this 5th day of the Asian Surfing Championship live to you guys, and what a special event it is.
It's been amazing, and the conditions this morning, we had some snapper rock-esque conditions coming through, a lot of pulses. I think we expected it to drop a bit. It's actually pumped up. We've seen some good 6 to 8 foot sets, I'd say, in the morning, and some of the best wind conditions. We've got the wind blowing into the right today, which opens up those little barrels, making a little bit more barrel opportunity. I was hoping the offshore would stick around for the low tide to really see that whole section barrel, but seen some amazing surfing from all the different nations, and I know that all of our local friends are really stoked to see Kishore punching through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, we got another local in this heat. You know, he's up. He's already got a wave of 3.67, not much, but he is in. The locals are here. They are representing. One is already in the quarterfinals. We heard the whole beach shouting. Not only the locals, if not everybody is stoked, you know, to see a local surfer make it this far in an event. And about the conditions are prime. It's not too big. It's not too small. It's just perfect. This is White's opener wave. It was a small one. He did attack really strong in those first 2 turns. Then we saw the end bit of this wave. Got a little small in size. Had to really stay with it, you know, just making a couple turns down the line, looking for that inside section. We talked about the rock, how you can either go under it or around it or behind it, sorry. And this is where you want to gain that speed. So you make sure you come with a lot of speed to that final section. He went for the air reverse, a backside air reverse. But, hey, it's early stage in the heat. You got to go for it. This is also a replay of Green. This is his opener. Big man, too. A lot of strength. Kind of got like a Jordy Smith style to him. And this is Red. This is our local surfer.
Yeah, that's one that we saw earlier. Gets that one quick hit, decides to kick out and kind of stay close to getting back into position. But Iko Watanabe out in this heat. Blue, right up and riding right now. Japan's Iko Watanabe. He's been in the last 2 championships in the Maldives, and look how he attacks this thing.
No, great style, great surfing, really progressive surfing, just down the line, always doing good maneuvers. The judges love that. Oh, he's going for there. Oh, we know he can do it. He did it in his first wave. They gave him a 5.00 for that one air to turn combo. This is going to be a better wave, although he did fall in that last hit.
Love how he fades that back to come straight up off that first turn. Really connects with the lip, drifts the fins there, gets a little more pizzazz there as he blows the tail on that turn, sets up for that perfect layback in the pocket. That bottom just dropped out. We're starting to see those lower tide conditions where they don't have the transition to land on the bottom.
Yeah.
And it's just landing into flats. I don't think he had enough speed. He definitely knows that maneuver.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it does get a little complicated when you have to go to the flat out, air to the flats. You love that. You're a skater. You like going to the flats a lot. But let's get back to some action. But before that, we're going to drive it down to our last heat winners who's at the beach right now for the interview.
All right. I'm here with Kanoa Hee from South Korea, and we saw some crazy backhand attack from you in the last heat, especially on that wave in the middle where it was like a small kind of foamy wave that just kept going and kept going. What did you see in the wave, and how did you pick it to go?
So the first wave I got like a 6, so I just wanted to back it up as quickly as possible, and that one came through, and it didn't look like the best one, but it kept giving little sections, so I just tried to work with it and made it till the end.
Super cool. And what's your strategy going forward? Because what's your strategy going forward with regards to maneuvers on the wave? On the because now you're in the quarterfinals. So yeah, what are you thinking about what you want to do on the wave?
So it's the quarterfinals now, and everyone's really good and ripping. So I think my strategy is just gonna be trying to catch the best waves and surf what the wave gives me.
Yeah, catch the best waves, and the wave will create the opportunity for you to do the turns that you want to do. So that's great. Do you want to shout out anything about being in the quarters to people back at home?
I just wanna thank my mom, dad, sister, my coach Brad Gerlach for helping me in this comp, and all my teammates and everyone back home in Korea. Thank you.
Super cool. Back to live action. Good luck on quarters, and you've done such a good job. Your backhand attack is so beautiful to watch, so keep it up.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. That was a great interview. There's been a lot of action during that interview. We have Surfer in Blue. This is Iko. Iko, you know a lot about this kid, huh? Just an upcoming present of surfing for their federation.
He's been really strong the last couple years since our 2023 Asian Surfing Championships in Toulouse, Maldives. And 2023, he did double entry. So he did double under 18 division. He won the boys under 18 division, and he got 4th in men's in that same competition. And in 2024, last year, same thing at Cokes in the Maldives. He had a 3rd place finish in the men's.
Wow. So back-to-back finals, back-to-back finals in open.
Yeah. So he's definitely one of the riders that you would expect to make it towards the finals, at least, as we have Green. This is our surfer from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah. Zhong Ling Han, just a really strong surfer. I like how when he connects, he's just so compressed, knows where to put the boards, and you can see he's a power surfer. He's got a lot of power when he makes those turns and when he makes those hits, and when he can put that board where it needs to be. Really strong surfer. He won his heat yesterday. Got to interview him. Just really strong in figure. This is also a replay. We've had a lot of action. This is our local surfer. Gets that pocket ride. Unfortunately, comes on glue. Might be feeling a little pressure. This is Iko. He already has a couple waves under his board. Nice open turn, kind of gets stuck a little bit and goes for broke here. He's trying to make that air count. That's his 3rd attempt. He landed one. We know he can do it. He's back-to-back finals. This is our local surfer. Wow, a lot of action. Nice hit off the top. That's the surfing we want to see from our local shredder. Coming around the rock, knows how to read it really well. See how they all generate that speed there so they can come with a lot of speed for that final section, and it kind of jacks up and it gets pretty hard to complete.
Yeah, now with these low tide conditions also, it's harder to keep that speed. Here, we'll watch the replay as he drives across this section, definitely reading the wave, looking for some open face to get that first carve in, really connects with the lip on that snap right there. Now he's watching the rock, knows he needs to get that line around there, but it's so hard to keep that speed across that fat spot.
Yeah.
And he was able to keep that speed enough to connect for a solid finish. So
yeah, definitely
looking
smart.
good.
Definitely smart to complete that wave. You know, the first two money turns were at the first section, but it's so important to complete the ride. You know, it's super important. So, a couple of wave openers for all riders. They're all doing a lot of work. They're keeping it busy. We got a 5.00 for Eco's first wave. That was that one air wave. And then a 6.33 for that long one where he connected with a lot of different maneuvers. The judges really liked that one. They gave him a 6.33. Han Zhongling has got a 4.83 as his highest wave. That was that last one we saw, too, from our big man from Chinese Taipei. Srikanth hasn't really connected with a good wave. That was probably his best wave, that last one, and we're still waiting for that to come in.
He was only needing a 4.07 though, so that may jump him up into 3.67. He didn't get that, so now he's needing a 4.07. But that is in the reachable range, as he was just short of his requirement. Now, if he does the same thing with a little extra pizzazz on that, he will be moving into a qualifying position.
Exactly. You know, he's getting closer. He's building the house. He's making it happen. There's still 6 minutes left. There's a lot of time. So, yeah, I want you to give me a little more. You know, Ben, you know a lot. You've been around. You know everybody. You've been here, Asia. You've done a lot of contests in South America and all of America. Give me a little more info. I know you always got some back info.
Well, not only the back info, it's cool that I've been able to form a relationship with a lot of the members of the Surfing Federation of India. We met Arun and Nawaz and Meganathan in the Maldives.
Nice.
And we had spoken about the waves in India, and I'd seen the pictures, but getting here and really seeing what kind of potential. I mean, I think some of the top photos on Google Images don't even match up to the conditions that we had this morning. And so to see what can happen at this place, I've also seen on different swells with the right wind conditions, it is literally India's Snapper Rocks, where it's a complete barrel across that takeoff zone all the way down to Elephant Rock. And we got to say thanks to all of the huge efforts that Surfing Federation of India has put together. Of course, Government of Tamilnadu and TT Group, all of the effort, all of this huge budget that they have put out to make the hospitality unmatched at this competition has just been amazing. They're feeding us all day long. They're feeding the competitors and the coaches all day long. And this place is basically, for me, I think it's going to be on the list as a top surfing destination in the world very, very soon.
Yeah, I was thinking about that the whole time. Like, I was like expecting to come to India and surfing, like, you know, a knee-high beach break, close out, and to find a Snapper Rocks in India. I'm like, this is a surf destination trip for sure.
Did you go out and get some this morning?
I did not go out, but I regret it so much. Did you go?
No, I didn't, but
your board did.
My board did. Tatsuya Fukugawa, one of our top judges, also a head judge in many events in Japan. He came without a board, so my little 5.2 shape, not exactly made for waves this good, but it's the only board for a lot of our staff to ride, so it's been getting a lot of use.
It does a job. It does a job. You know, you want to get out there. I definitely brought my board to the beach so I can take it out and once the contest is over. But we will be running a long day today. We're going to take advantage of the swell. You know, the judges are really cool with that. You know, the contest director, Marcos Bucao, is really, you know, informed. He's done a lot of this, and he knows it's important for the athletes to get opportunities. And we have amazing opportunities today.
Well, one thing, we don't have an opportunity to see what's going on because our live screen is off at the moment. We're going to get that worked out just so people at home know that we're not just talking over live action that's going on. We can't see it at the moment. We're working that out right now.
Yeah.
But, all of the efforts. Marcus Pacao is also our contest director for the ISAs, and it's great to have him as a powerful member here, bringing all of his knowledge and experience, as well as all of the efforts of Kimifumi Imoto and Shu Miyabe that have done so much to keep this Asian Surfing Federation machine smooth running, and also making sure that everything is just a top quality event. This is something that's definitely coming up. Asian surfing is going to be a huge separate tour. We're looking forward to having all of these nations in Japan next year in Tahara, and that's Aichi-ken, and that's. So we still don't have visuals on the screen at the moment.
We do have scores,
though.
We do have scores, man. We do have scores. Iko Watanabe is still in first place. He's got that 5 and that 6.33. In second place is Zung Ling Han. He's got that 2.9 and 4.83. Third place is Shrikant. He's got a 3.67 and a 3.57. And a rider from Chinese Taipei, Chia Chi Yu, has got a 3.77 and 0.77. We did hear some screams on the beach. We will bring that live to you guys, but we are here at such a historic event and with such good waves, you know. And when there's good waves at an event, there's good energy.
Yeah, and also I think the good energy of just having all of the riders in the same spot, in the competition area, eating together, mixing together. They're not just taking off after their heats and going off to their own little restaurant or own hotel. Everyone's sort of forced to mix together, which is really amazing, and that just makes this whole ball of energy that's calling in all of this good vibes and pleasing El Rey Neptuno, King Neptune, giving us all of this swell. And we're just a big magnet, a big ball of good energy here.
Yes, we pray to the temples. We've been saying that since day one. Pray to the 7 temples, because we can only see one, but we know there's 7 of them. And we have received.
I'm sure you guys have been talking about the temples out in the sea, though.
Yes.
That is just insane. So
we've been talking about that a lot. You can see them actually in the screen. You can see them break out the back, which is like an indicator. And you can see sometimes more than one whitewash. And you know those were where the ancient temples were at.
The cloud break is probably off of one of the first temples, that's for sure.
Exactly.
But you know when you've had like an old pier,
yes,
and all that's left over is like the pilings that are still.
Yes.
It makes this big catcher's mitt that holds the sand in place, and so this place, besides having a perfect point, you've got that basically fixed perfect sandbar. It's almost like a man-made sandbar in a way, and so you've got this perfect wave pool perfection coming off the top of the point. It's amazing.
And we've seen it all around here too. It's not only Mahabs. There's a bunch of right point breaks here. There's so many waves to be discovered in India. It's amazing of how much swell. I had no idea it got over like chest high, and we are seeing overhead perfect right point break in front of us. And I'm sure around here, around 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, you can find more perfect right hand point breaks. And having to be such a young surfing generation or history or country, it's still, it's still super uncrowded, and there's going to be a lot of potential. We've seen China grow a bunch over the last decade, and I think that's going to happen in India as well.
It definitely will. We're seeing the talent, as we're seeing at least one of our Indian surfers moving through to the men's quarterfinals, Kishore Kumar. That's going to be exciting. Sounds like we've just finished the heat. And wow, we have had another score by Shrikant. So it looks like we will have 2 Indian surfers in the men's quarterfinal, which is tentative to possibly happen at the end of the day after the boys and girls divisions.
It is. They are on standby. We're going to take advantage of the waves that are on hand because it is beautiful out there. Well, Ben, thank you so much for being a part of this webcast. We love having you here. Love all your info and all your knowledge and experience. Thank you, my brother, for being here.
Thank you very much. I've been keeping the seat warm for Afridun Amu, who's going to come in, join Lele in just a moment, as I'm showing up late for my heat and the other beach announcers having to take over for me.
Multitask.
Thanks, guys.
Ben. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back straight into women's division, open women's division. This is the Asian Surfing Championships, day number 5. This is you guys here with alongside me is my good homie friend Afri. How are you, my man?
I'm fine, Lele. I can't wait to see the open women going for round number 4. We have still amazing conditions. It's gonna be quite a blast. Japan, Chinese Taipei, Thailand. You know, we got some of the very best surfers from. So 25 minutes heats is what is on today. We want to give a chance to some of the best surfers here to really show what they have. It will be Andre Matsuno in this first heat for Team Japan in red, surfing against Wan Yu Chen from Team Chinese Taipei in blue, Sumomo Sato also for Team Japan, and Ern Jirapata. And Sumomo Sato was actually the champion of the second Asian Surfing Championships in Maldives. So I'm sure she wouldn't mind becoming champion once again.
Definitely, definitely. We have a lot of ex-champions here, former actual champions because they do come off winning last year's events. So there's a lot of high-level surfing, and especially in these stages where we're already going to the quarterfinals. Whenever you hear finals in the heat, you're like, I made the finals. The finals? No, the quarterfinals. I made the finals. It is a final event, and we do the contest director, the judges decided to give 5 more minutes. The waves are insane. They are going off. It is picture perfect. We're calling it with Ben. We called it the Snapper Rocks of India because that's what it's looking like behind us. And we were kind of like on doubt, like, oh, is that swell coming? Is it going to be here? I wonder how the waves are in India. And the swell did come. The waves are firing. I put it up on my story every day. I can't believe every day is better than the last day. And it has just surprised not only all of us, but all the people watching it at home from their screens.
Yeah, there's a good reason why they call it Snapper Rocks of India, because I remember the first days where the swell was a little bit smaller. You could see a lot of different peaks along the beach, but now that it's pumping, it's connected all the way from the outside where we have the temple past Elephant Rock, and then even going further, as you can see right now, from the surfer just going past Elephant Rock. So yeah, Snapper Rocks for sure. Have you ever surfed Snapper Rocks in Australia?
I have actually, Afri. I've surfed Snapper Rocks. That's why I'm kind of calling it similar to Snapper Rocks. It's definitely not as crowded, for sure not as crowded, but it does have that, that vibe where you got to sit kind of behind the rock. You can get that right barrel right off the takeoff, and then it goes kind of fat and it stands up again. It's got that Snapper Rock vibe, and the wave has a lot of push. It doesn't look like it, but it has a lot of energy, and it's so fun to surf. It's such a fun way to surf. And yesterday, I went out in the afternoon and there was a lot of current. The swell was on its rise. And I saw that the beach just a little south of this was full of sand. And you can tell when the southeast swell, it wraps around and breaks all the sand into the point and makes it that Snapper Rock feel.
Up and riding surfer in white was trying to get away from the foam. Didn't work out for her, unfortunately. But since she didn't got dragged too far away, she can pedal back. And now surfer in blue on an open face with a nice first carve, but then couldn't really. Actually, she made it. And now she's pumping her way through with a nice little snap there. Good finish for her. And behind her, in blue, up and riding. Nice first top turn. But the wave definitely got faster. So it's pretty different to the first heats that we saw, especially in the beginning of the men's round, where you had the big open faces, especially on the bigger ones, was more like a, roundhouse cutback or carve kind of wave, whereas now you really have the chance to show your rare entries, but make sure that you will keep the speed to go further down the line. Up and riding, Surfer in red, going with the lip.
Yeah, talking about that speed, maintaining that speed, trying to get around the section. I don't know if she's gonna make that, but the wave is fast. The low tide has come into place, and it is kind of fast. We're gonna bring back more action, but first we're gonna go to a quick interview with Diane, last heat's winner.
All right, I'm here with the last hit winner, Iko Watanabe. さあ、渡辺選手、いよいよ次、ラウンド4になります。まずヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
すごくいい波でサーフィンできてよかったです。
かなりリズムよく波に乗ってた印象ですけど、それはもう波が良くて乗りすぎたのか、ゲームプランだったのか、どっちなんですか？
カイサ君と相談して、やっぱ1本目はいい波に乗ろうって決めてたんですけど、案外1本目がそんな張ってこなくて、ちょっといっぱいたくさん波に乗る作戦に切り替えました。
He was just having fun out there. So original his game plan was to get first wave, good wave, but that plan didn't work out. So he changed plan to plan B, which is trying to get as many as he can. And that's exactly what he did. その中でエアーや、テールリバースなどいろんな技を組み込んでいきましたが、やはりそういうテクニカルな部分でもエアーとかを混ぜていくのはゲームプランだったんですか？
練習で結構調子ずっと悪くて、で、サーフボードもなかなかチョイスできなくて、で、試合で決めれたんで、もうこの板でファイナルまで行こうと思います。
So he was a bit struggling when he was free surfing and he didn't know what kind of board he should ride, but definitely this board works really well and he will be sticking to this board. それではこの後午後もう一度サーフィンがあると思います。それまでどのように過ごしますか？
もう一回試合ありますか？
あります。もう一回確認してください。ただあると思います。どう過ごしますか？それまで。
しっかりリカバリーして、次の大会まで集中して頑張ります。
最後にじゃあ一言、見てくれてる皆さんにメッセージお願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。この大会もファイナルまで、優勝まで頑張って目指すので応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。次も頑張ってください。Alright, back to you guys.
All right, we are back. We are back. Thank you for that interview. Such good input, just checking out the wave conditions, what to do out there. It is tricky. It is a little, the tide is going low, so the waves are running down the line, but you do have a lot of open face. I mean, maybe not as open as a high tide, but you get really vertical waves where you can really attack the lip in this low tide.
Yeah, but feel like it's all about being able to cope with the speed.
Yes,
so
yes.
You don't want to go too low because obviously the steep part gives you more ability to really keep the speed. But then again, there's not a lot to gain from just doing check turns. So you want to do your turns, but the transition is all what matters. Up and riding Surfer in red.
Yeah, most definitely offer you. You do want to, it's all about speed. It's all about speed and your connection with the wave and how you maintain in that speed within the wave, with the flow, with the speed and the power. That's what what the judges are looking for. It is super important to maintain that speed, especially on this low tide, because a high tide, you can lose some of that speed and come back to the whitewash and wait for the wave to stand up. But with this low tide, it does stand up. It does give you that, that momentum to go down the line instead of staying next to the whitewash. You can attack it sections that are in front of you instead of, below you or waiting for them to pop up. But I kind of like this tide. I like the medium tide. I'm a big fan of not too high, not too low, just a medium time. And that's what kind of tide we are at right now. It's kind of high going low. I think low is not till like 2:30 in the afternoon. So it should be running low the whole afternoon. We'll see what the conditions do, but there is a lot of waves still on hand. We see the horizon and there's still a lot of waves out the back coming in.
What would you say is your strongest surfing, Lele? I mean, obviously you are all arounder. You know how to surf big, small. You have all the repertoire. You're going for the AS deep in the barrel. But is there anything specific where would you say, okay, these are my signature moves? If I have waves that allow me to do, maneuver X, I know I have a good chance to smash it.
I mean, I kind of like sticking to my guns and my strongs, which are my strengths, which are usually just big open carbs and cutbacks, and that is that is the 80% of maneuvers on contests are cutbacks. So I like that number too. But I do stick to my strengths, which are my cutbacks. I think those are my strongs, and I'm not really good at airs. I'll try to do airs on my off time where there's not a competition nearby, so I can just practice mainly in that. But as soon as I start going towards a contest, I'll focus on my strengths, focus on what I'm good at. Not try to do something I'm not used to, or you'll likely ever see me do an air or try an air because I'm not really good at them. So I stick to my strengths, and my strengths what are cutbacks, maybe hitting the lip, backside attacks, very vertical. Obviously, I love the barrel. But here we got some action. We're talking about this low tide. You really got to run down. There's a little bit of a chop from that tide going low, but there is little waves. There is actually waves. It's a slow tide that makes it look a little smaller. But that's it, Afri.
Up and riding surfer in blue. She does have the speed to continue on this wave.
Green.
Green. First, more like a check turn, but well, it's tough conditions. So far, we haven't seen so many waves ridden past Elephant Point. Coming back to you, Lele, I mean, yes, you are a smart surfer when it comes to competition. You proved it many times. You are a World Surfing Games champion. You are an Olympian. But bro, I've also seen you ripping in the free surf. White is up and riding right now.
Nice snap to start off the wave. Let's see what she can do around this turbulent zone on the Elephant Rock. Oh, she gets stuck a little bit on top.
So, dude, I remember those big barrels you were charging in Pipeline.
Whoa.
And actually, man, there's a story with you and Gabriel Medina, them not believing you that you are going to paddle out on a massive pipeline. Can you give us some insight on that story?
Yeah, I mean, I like going to Hawaii. I used to go there a lot. Now I have a family. I want to say hi to my kids and my girl back home. And I haven't gone back in a while, but I did do 10 years consistently from 2012 to 2022. I went there every winter season, and I would love just to surf Sunset and Pipeline, Haleiwa, especially Pipeline. I really put my time out there, and I got in, I fell in love with the wave, got the best waves I've ever gotten in my life out there. And I would always go, and maybe some years I, had the opportunity to stay at the Rip Curl House. And obviously at the Rip Curl House, it was in front of off the wall, and you have a bunch of great surfers like Gabriel Medina, Owen Wright, Matt Wilkinson, all these legends in surfing. They would stay there. And one day we were just hanging out in the balcony, just chatting away. And the waves were huge. It was big, north swell, north wind, kind of stormy. And we were just chilling with Medina there. I'm a good friend of Gabriel. I know him, of course, from Brazil and Argentina. We have a lot of things in common. And we're looking at the waves, and jokingly I say, hey, Gabe, let's go surf. He's like, yeah, Lele, come on. You go out there, I'll give you $100. And it kind of just stuck there, Nobody said anything. And all of a sudden, like 2 minutes later, I heard Italo. He was hanging out there, too. He comes and hangs out. Everybody always... And he's like, yeah, Lele, I'll give you 200. Oh, no. Where did I get myself into? And then Australian said, 300, mate.
Auction.
And Medina finally took him. He's like, look, Lele, all you have to do is paddle straight in front of the Rip Curl House. You have to just make it out the back. You don't even have to catch a wave. But you can't use the channels. Just make it out the back. We'll get back into that because it's one of my best stories I have. That's probably the greatest thing I've done in my surfing career.
Wow.
That was just an in and out.
I want to hear more.
That was just an in and out for a rider. So the bet was just make it out the back, not catch a wave. Like I asked him 3 times, like, do I have to catch a wave? No, Lele. You just have to make it out the back. So, I went and I tried, man. What am I going to do? $500 on the dots, betted by Gabriel Medina. I got to try. And there's a moment where I stood on the beach and I was looking at it, and like 20 minutes have gone by. Obviously, they're whistling like, go, Lele, go. No, I'm taking my time, man. I don't want to have a bad time also. And I was like, maybe I should just go somewhere else, sleep, and come back in like 3 days. All right, this is some action. We'll get back to that story. This is Red.
High line.
Let's see if she goes around. She goes behind Elephant Rock. We can't really see what happens at the end here. We're going to get back into the live webcast in a second. Having some technical issues, but we'll be right back with that. I'm sure there's a good wave. It looked like it stood up in the inside. But going back to that story, Afri, I managed to get out there.
Hold on, wasn't it even that you convinced somebody else to paddle out with you?
No, that's a story nobody knows about.
All right, okay.
We won't talk about that. You gotta ask that in person. You gotta come and ask me that in person. But I made it out the back. I made it all the way out the back. I won the $500. And coming in, I Gabriel Medina had the $500 in his hand, gave it to me. Big hug. I couldn't believe it. And
Hold on, dude. I think you just skipped the most amazing part of the
oh
story.
yeah, I forgot about. That's true. And coming in, I made it out the back. I got the $500. And coming in, I was like, you know what? I already won $500. I might as well just get stomped on the sand. But I got $500 in my pocket. And I actually got an insane wave.
And that's pipeline, huh?
Dropped in. It's actually off to the left of pipeline, which is called like off the wall insanities area. You got pipeline, backdoor, off the wall insanity. So it's around.
There's a reason why it's called insanity.
Yeah, it was a kind of like an insanities wave. And I dropped in, got a super nice barrel. It's probably the best barrel I got that season, which was 2017.
Woo!
Yeah, and I came in, not only did I win $500, but I got an insane barrel. And you can watch that video if you guys are all here, and you can watch that video on YouTube. You just put Lele Usuna versus Medina, and it comes out everywhere. It's insane. It's probably the best thing. I get well more recognized from that than from my world titles and my Olympic venue.
Well, crazy story, brother. Thanks for sharing. And that's exactly what I had in mind. You surfing those big barrels. Even on your Instagram, I see you being deep inside on a huge monster. Up and riding, surfer in green, pumping down the line. Nice little carve there, trying to stick on this. Actually, this is one of the slower waves, so that allowed her to do some maneuvers there. A couple of more action now. Surfer in white, also on the wave, going for a re-entry there. Roundhouse cutback. So more is going on right now. It started to be a little bit more technical. They really have to read the wave properly. Obviously, this is another criteria that the judges are looking at, the wave selection. And once it gets a little bit tougher, you really have to show that you're not only good on the board, but actually also good in deciding which wave to go.
Yeah, wave selection, of course, Afri. We talked about this. It's so important to have such good wave selection, and that could make just a not as talented or as experienced surfers make heats because it's good wave selection. Look, I heard this from Jake Patterson. You guys know Jake Patterson?
For sure,
the Snake
legend.
I'm like, how do you? I told him, asked him, I'm like, hey, Snake, how do you all your surfers? Do good in the challengers and make heats and this and that. He's like, look, Lele, it's not rocket science. You need 2 waves and 2 good turns in each wave. But it's as simple as it can get. So I started using that, going out there and getting 2 good waves and 2 good maneuvers in each wave. And with that, you can make a lot of heats. So try to make it simple. Try to keep it simple. And if you can maintain that posture and have that mind, the body will follow.
How do you think does all the progressive maneuvers play into that? Wow, actually we see beautiful lines out there. Look at this peeling down. Man, I'm amazed day after day by this spot. We heard it so often. I only brought a 5-4 up and riding. Once again, surfer in blue. Nice little roundhouse cutback there, little carve, and finishes it with the lip. And completed her wave 3.
So that was sorry, Alfred, that was an important wave. I got some scores on here. Then we have another surfer. That's a surfer in green, Sumomo Sato. She is in first place. She's holding down a 2.93 and a 5.17. Let's see if she can better that 2.93 on this last wave. She is in first place. There's 7 minutes left. We got Japan 1 and 2. Chinese Taipei in 3rd, and in 4th place we got the girl from Thailand. This is Green's wave, Sumomo, taking it all the way in. Nice finish hit. She's definitely gonna better her 2.93. She might even better her 5.17. So we are back. We got the live screen running. We are bringing it to you guys. Thanks to all the people that are making this happen. So, things like this can happen. Let's take this away, Afri.
Sumomo, the machine from Japan, very clean and technical surfing. Anticipates what the wave is doing, and then looking at the final part of the wave. No, she's got an extra little face there going for the carve. So a lot of maneuvers for her, and then finishes big with the lip. Sumomo proves once again why she's the very best from Japan. She is an Asian champion. She won the championship 2023 in Maldives, and this is her goal once again here in the 4th ASF Asian Championship 2025 in Mahabalipuram, Tamil Nadu, South India. She is in round number 4 in the quarterfinals, first heat, together with her compatriot Ari, Matsuno, and they are leading.
Yeah, so one step closer to the medals. This is where things start getting spicy. We see surfers really putting it all on the line, like Sumomo did on that last wave, just finishing it with a bang. We're still waiting for a second wave. This is Red up and riding, the other Japanese surfer, Andri Matsuno. Beautiful first snap, connects well with that lip right there, brings it back around. This is where we have that Elephant Rock section. You can either go under it, above it. She decides to go under it. There's that last section, little bonus track. You got to get some speed so you can connect with that final maneuver. Oof.
She seemed to be not too happy with the last bit. She probably was looking for more of a great finish. But then again, if you look at the beginning of the wave, though not the biggest wave, but critical surfing from her, being in the pocket, going for nice top turns there. So already some damage done there. She will get some good scores for this. But, well, she can't. She has her surfing under control. She can decide on what maneuvers to do, but she obviously doesn't have the wave under control. So no need to be bummed out there. She is still having 5 minutes to go for first spot. I mean, again, first and second are the ones who will proceed to semifinals. So even being second here wouldn't be a disaster for her. She would still have the chance to stay in this championship, and not only is she surfing to become champion, but also for the qualifications for her country for the Asia Games that will take place next year in Nagoya, Japan 2026.
Yeah.
And of course, the ticket to the finals of the Alas Tour in El Salvador with a prize money of $40,000.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful historic event. I think it's the most important Asian surfing championship event so far. It is a fourth one. The waves are here and they are providing. India is a huge surfing destination. Anybody who's here, who's watching it, and I'm sure all of us are going to talk about this trip we had over here and the waves we saw and how cool the people are and how friendly and what a beautiful place to come visit. I'm definitely going to put it up there. Like I want to come back, and I want to come here, and I want to stay here, and I want to explore it. I want to bring my family because I really fell in love with the place. So let's get back to this heat. Sumomo Sato did back up her score. She actually got a 5.83, so that was her best wave. That last wave we saw with that big finish. Andri Matsuno on that little wave got a 4.73, so that's her best wave. She needs a 6.27 to go to first to beat her other companion from Japan. Meanwhile, in third place, we got Blue. And in fourth, we got White, using her priority.
And Jirapat from Team Thailand in white, trying to get rid of her 2.75 here. Smaller wave, but a lot of maneuvers for her, going with the lip and hoping for the last section again. This is the section that often allows a bigger maneuver there. But then the lip hit her back, so she couldn't finish that one. And now it's only 2:30 left for her. I don't believe she'll be able to paddle all the way out to the outside. But hey, there's an opportunity just behind Elephant Rock. And if you manage to get that wave, you can also score with a big maneuver.
Yeah, I like this wave from her. It's probably her best wave. She needs a 5.89. Did those first two snaps really well timed, really well positioned at the board. This is where the wave gets a little complicated. Does make that little floater climb a little late, but this is where it gets kind of hard. You got that fat section, that turbulence. You got to stay in rhythm with the wave. You got to generate speed there so you can get really ahead of that timing. Like we see her surfer in blue. She gets that speed and she goes for that last turn. That's kind of something we've been seeing in all of the heats, especially the surfers that are from here. They know how to generate that speed under Elephant Rock or around Elephant Rock so they can go for that final maneuver. Let's see this last wave. This wave is important too for Blue. This is Wan Chu Chen from Chinese Taipei. She's looking for a 5.26. Nice two turns off the top. Gets another little carve. This is where that wave, this is what we're talking about. It gets a little tricky in there. It can stand up, but it usually goes fat, and then you gotta reconnect with the wave so you can finish that turn. She was looking for a 5. She got a 3.83. This is a rider in red, Andri Matsuno. She's looking for a 6.27 to go to first. So she might be just trying to better her low of a 3.93. Nice finish turn right there.
Yeah, that was what she was looking for in the wave before, and now she got it. Coming back to surfer in blue, Wan Yu Chen from Chinese Taipei. Dude, she's only 13 years old. She's competing for the under 18 and for the women's, and she already made it to the quarterfinals. Surfing since 5 years. She started in the sweet little young age of 8, and now at 13, she's already on the biggest stage of Asian surfing.
Yeah, amazing to see this, and it's so cool. And this is her second Asian surfing championship. This is the last. Oh wow, White back up and riding. So she did to get 2 waves. Let's see how she manages this Elephant Rock section. Oh, she gets a little stuck behind. There's 20 seconds left.
Man, she was paddling. You could see it. She just got a wave 2 minutes ago and then did all the paddling. And this is actually surfer in red, the replay from Japanese surfer with the beautiful finishing. So probably won't change the final score, but it doesn't really matter because both Japanese surfer will proceed to the semifinals.
Wow.
So for them, it's a tag team, so to speak, like it was in the last 2 years in the women's semifinals. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to the surfers from Thailand and Chinese Taipei. But hey, there's, really nothing they have to be sad about, surfing on the biggest stage of Asia against the very best surfers. So
yeah,
thanks for joining. Keep up the good work. We will have a small commercial break before we will continue with heat number 2 from the quarterfinals of the women.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
Welcome back to ASF. Bill Hicks, and from Korea, surfer in white, we have Nala Lee. I am Afrido Namu, and together with me, we have Jara, who will have, I bet, a lot of info, at least on Taina Angel, a good friend of yours from Indonesia.
Yep, that's exactly right. I know Taina since I started surfing. We grew up in Bali together. We both competed in all the contests, the ground contests that there were around, from the first ones like Magic Wave to the Rip Curl Grom Search to now the QS is here right now on your screen though. Lee Nala from Korea. So nice first opening turn. Unfortunately, kind of just gets that one, but this is Taina now taking a look at this one, the goofy footer from Bali. All right, so a bit of bump on the wave, but she's handling it nicely. Nice first opening turn. Gets around this section, sets it up again a little bit under the lip there. Probably wasn't what she was hoping for. There we have a bit of a moment there. So Isabel Hicks now, big first blast there. Does it again, wraps it around here. She gets past Elephant Rock. Bit of a slash as well. She's going to stick with this one. Takes it all the way down to the inside. Let's see if she gets a good, strong finishing. And she does. Well done, Isabella Hicks.
Wow, what a competitive round this heat. And conditions are more challenging than they were before. Really fast, but up and riding. surfer in blue from the Philippines, having one of the bigger waves here. Actually, right now, the bigger waves are a little bit slower. So if you want to go for more carves on your wave, you want to look out for the bigger waves, whereas the smaller ones, they're, at least for now, the more punchy ones allows you to do the re-entry, more powerful surfing, but at the same time, you really need to be sure to generate the speed to not lose it, because there are almost some closeout sections there. So things started to be more and more technical in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you're right. There's the percentage of level surfing starts to grow a little bit more here. The judges start to be a little more critical, and it gets harder to make those higher scoring points. So people start to people start to you know push a little harder, work a little more, paddle a little faster, and it's gonna be intense. And the more we get into the pointy end of the competition, the more it's gonna be like that.
Yeah, there's no surprise that by now in the quarterfinals, up and riding, Indonesian surfer, Taina Angel on her second wave, backside surfing, going for a carve there. And, well, couldn't finish this one. Maybe she was too much focused on getting one more final maneuver there. That's the thing, the transitions here, as we said before, is what you really have to be focused on, because you don't want to lose the speed. Here we can see the replay of her last wave.
All right, so this is a replay of the last of Taina. Nothing too crazy or critical. I think her idea was just to kind of back up that first wave she caught quickly so that she can spend some time and out the back and be a bit more selective. She got her 2 base scores, and she's probably going to want to increase it from now on. So I can see the strategy that she's using. She got a 3 for that first one. Unfortunately, wasn't able to complete that last one, but now she's going to have the time to go back out, wait for a set with still 20 minutes on the clock. She's looking like she's in a good position and in a good mindset, keeping busy at first and then getting a little more picky with wave selection as the heat goes through.
Yeah, heats before were 20 minutes long, but now, since we have those pumping conditions today and hopefully also tomorrow and the next days, we do have the comfort to let the surfers surf for more than those 20 minutes. So now all the remaining surfers in the women's division from Eastern and Southeastern Asia have more time to select the best waves and showcast their skill set.
Yep. So here is a replay of Isabel Higgs' last wave. So surfer competing for Thailand. Big blast here off the top. Doesn't waste any time to wrap it around here again. A bit of a check turn. Wasn't a full turn, I think, because she probably saw Elephant Rock. She was like, I don't want to mess with that. So there we go again. Super strong finish. Isabel Higgs apparently lives in Australia right now. That's where she spends most of her time to train. This is the replay of our surfer in white. Just that one turn.
I'm really impressed by the development of Izzy from Team Thailand. Here in red, the replay of Taina from Team Indonesia. So Isabel is just 16 years old. She already competed twice before in the Asian Surfing Championship. And I wonder how much of her knowledge from Snapper Rocks in Australia she could actually use in here, because they call the spot the Snapper Rocks of India. So might be, almost the feeling of surfing at home. Have you ever surfed Snapper Rocks, Jada?
I have. I definitely think this place is less crowded than
That's for sure. Is there a spot crowdier than Snapper Rocks? Would you have anything in mind?
Anything
Hulu's
more
maybe?
crowded than Snapper Rocks? Uluwatu. Oh my God.
But Hulu handles the crowd better, I believe. No, you have so many.
Oof, you think so?
Well,
Oh my goodness.
okay. Before we continue watching some more action in this heat, let's go to Dai, who's having last heat's winner on the microphone.
All right, guys. I'm here with the last heat winner, Momo. で佐藤選手、日本人同士で同じヒートだったと思うんですが、ヒート振り返ってみて、まずはいかがでしたか？
そうですね、ちょっと波選びに結構苦戦したんですけど、 とりあえず勝ち上がれてよかったです。
前半少しこう出だしが遅れたというかゆっくりだなっていう印象だったんですが、後半にかけてこう波とのリズムが合ってきたように見えましたが、あれはゲームプランだったんですか？それとも本当は最初にいい波をゲットして後半のような流れにしたかったんですか？
まあ、できれば最初からいい波乗りたかったんですけど、最初結構ミスが多くて、波選びが悪くて、自分がパドルアウトしてる時にいい波が見えてたので、あれに最後に乗れるように頑張りました。
So she had a little bit of mistakes in the first half of the heat. She wasn't in a good rhythm with the ocean, but she was in a good rhythm in the last half of the heat, and she gets the scores, and she's now standing here for the post interview, and she's very, very happy with the results. では、同じ日本人チームの選手もいたと思うんですが、そのあたりはメンタル面で何か影響あったんですか？
あまり考えないようにはしてたんですけど、1、2でワンツーアップできたらいいねっていうことは話しました。
今日これで、ヒートの方おしまいです。この後どう過ごしますか？
ちょっと風邪気味なので、ちょっと休んで、あとは、まあ、練習で程よくちゃんと波と噛み合うように調整できればいいかなと思います。
So her heats are finished. She's not gonna surfing again today, and she's gonna have good rest and get ready for the heats coming up tomorrow. では最後に、日本の固いメッセージお願いします。
次もいい波で確実にファイナルにつなげれるように調整していくので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Dai. Thanks for Momo. The last heat for her, but not the last for these four fellas right now. Still having quite some time left since we're having 25-minute heats now in the quarterfinals of the Open Women's of the Asian Surfing Championship. And these surfers, as we said, are not only surfing for the championship of Asia to become the Asian champion, but also for the qualification, the last qualification spots for the Asia Games 2026 in Tahara. And also, the best surfers of this event, both in women and men, have got the chance to surf in El Salvador. They will get a ticket to compete in the Alas Tour with a prize money of $14,000. So a lot of things they can achieve here. But first, they have to become first or second to be able to go to the semifinals. Up and riding, surfer in blue.
All right, this is our surfer from the Philippines, Diane Nogalo. So good looking wave, a bit of an inside runner she's found. Unfortunately, it doesn't really ride out of that last one, but it was looking like it was going to be a pretty good score. She doesn't have anything too crazy yet. She's sitting on a couple of twos, but I just wanted to highlight Isabel Higgs, 6.33 for her last ride. So big score there for her to start things off here.
For sure. Yeah, it's amazing to see that the sport is just developing so much. Thailand, not known for its big waves. They mainly get windsurf. A lot of good longboarders there. But yeah, you can see that obviously the Thai surfers, they are technical. I'm not only thinking of Isabel, thinking of, for example, Natakron, very powerful surfer. So yeah, it's a country that developed a lot when it comes to surfing in the last couple of years. But then obviously Philippines being one of the powerhouse surfing nations in Asia, and now up and riding again, easy from Thailand, but didn't manage to finish that wave.
Yeah, so Isabel Higgs decided to move to Australia to get some of the best coaches and training you could possibly get. It's actually pretty common around Asia that many of the surfers head over to the Gold Coast to spend at least a year or two there to train. They have places like the HPC and some of the best coaches in the world are all from Australia. The history of surfing is so rich there. So they're probably, they have the best surfers in the world, and it's all down to the information they can give to the surfers.
And I believe it's not only the coaches, but also the level of surfing in general in the Gold Coast. So many good surfers over there. And once you're in the water packed with good surfers, you really have to be precise with your own surfing to only even catch a wave. You really have to work on your positioning, on reading the wave as early as possible. So that might not be the most enjoyable part of surfing, but if you want to compete on the highest level, that's also part of the game that you have to learn.
Yeah, you're right. Something I always said about Australia is that when you're out there, you meet someone, you start talking, and you're like, "Oh, who'd you come down to the beach with?" They're like, "My grandpa's there. He's surfing. That's the one over there. My niece is surfing down that point. My wife is surfing over there." Everyone surfs, and it's like the most common thing in the world there in Australia, especially on all the coastline, all the countries on all the towns on the coastline. It's I think the most well-known sport in Australia. So, and they're all incredible surfers. The most average Joe could be pulling off an air that you might see in a QS sometimes. So it's the everyday there. So there's a bit of a break in the action here. I want to give a huge thank you to all our sponsors, the Asian Surfing Championships. That is us on screen. I'm Jada Legati. This is AFRI. So thank you all the sponsors for having us here, the SDAT, the government of Tamil Nadu, the TT group as well. All the community here in Mahabalipuram for accepting us and inviting us with open arms. But right now on your screen, that is Surfer in White.
Nala Lee from South Korea, currently in 4th position, trying to get milk that wave to get 2nd or 1st position to be able to continue surfing for her nation in this event. But it feels like this wave at the end probably is not delivering what she's looking for.
Ooh, Tina goes around Elephant Rock. Would be great to see if she did anything on the outside. Taps this one close. Really good job there from Tina Izquierdo. Hopefully we're going to get some of those replays, see if she got any more work done on the outside. She is sitting on a pair of threes, so she's going to want to be improving that pretty soon. It is currently, though, Isabel Higgs with that 6.33, looking pretty good next to her name.
Jada, are you still considering to do some competitions? I mean, you achieved a lot with the Italian team. You surfed the QS for many, many years. Green up and riding, surfer from Thailand, Izzy, who's actually also surfing a lot of QSs as you used to do. But is there still something on the radar? Still any competition or something you want to achieve with the competitions in the surfing world?
No.
That's honest. How comes?
I think my competition days are long done. I don't have the competitive drive anymore. I still do events like Crew in Nias. I mean, I'm commentating them, and I love those waves so much. So who doesn't want to be surfing a couple heats out there? But no, I don't see myself in the anytime soon back to putting the rashi on for real.
Okay.
I think a lot of people, I mean, you know this, but a lot of people who don't compete don't really see the type of physical and mental toll competing actually takes on you. It's a very stressful world, and it's a lot of pressure, and if you're not strong mentally and physically, it can really tear you down. So I was actually just talking outside with the owner of Mumu Surf School and telling him, that it's it's a strong toll, and I started even getting health issues because of it. So it's hard. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. You see how difficult it is for the surfers, not only competing in the water against the very best, competing against and with Mother Nature, but also the pressure outside, all the work you have to put in. I would say the majority of all the surfers, they surf because they love it. They surf because they're connected to Mother Nature, to the ocean, to the waves. But then if all of a sudden you have to train in conditions that are not that type of wave that you would go for free surf, and you really have to put in the physical work, wake up early every day, day after day. I believe it's a tough one. So you really have to
Yeah,
stay sharp.
100%. And it's not only the actual training part of it all. It comes down even to the traveling. You don't realize it so much, but the constant check-ins, the stress of the surfboards, the amount you have to pay for it, figuring out where you're gonna stay, how you're gonna get there. You're in new places all the time. Like, how's your transport gonna be? How's the wave? Am I gonna be ready? Are you not? And you spend so much time preparing and so much sacrifice to do that, and then to arrive somewhere and after all of that lose first heat. It's a huge mental toll, and it really starts to make you wonder. Like, you start to have a lot of self-doubt, and it's easy to get into this ride where you base your worth on your contest results, where it should never be like that. Like you said, we all started surfing because of the love of it. So right now on your screen, Deanne, good wave here. She
Ooh,
goes
that was a
so
close one.
close to
The
Elephant
elephants,
Rock.
yeah, right. Here you could already see on her board, but nice. Oh, that could have been a very nice finish, but she was a little bit too late on pointing the nose of her board towards the shore, so couldn't complete that one. Hey, Jada, were there any strategies, any techniques that you were using to keep the mental health up there? Because it is a big toll, and if you don't care about it at all, eventually you'll burn out. So were there specific, I don't know, routines or exercises or anything that were of high importance for you to do? Yeah, not get lost in this.
Well, first of all, I started talking to not only a sports psychologist, but an actual psychologist as well. Like, I had, not at the same time, but I started off with a sports psychologist and then moved on to a normal psychologist. So that really helped me a lot, and they teach you a lot of strategies of being present, and not so much thinking of where you would rather be instead of where you are, and that it doesn't matter at the end of the day, that it's a contest, and the most important thing is that you're alive, you're healthy, your body is working in amazing ways and letting you catch the waves you do, and that the lifestyle you live is so beautiful and unique. So it's about sometimes not forgetting to be grateful, I think, for what we have.
Right. And it's counterintuitive, almost paradox than in a sport like ours that is so beautiful, being in the midst of nature, dancing and going in symbiosis with the waves, that you could lose that with only being focused on points. But then again, this is the Asian Surfing Championship. There's a lot on stake. It's who becomes the next champion of the continent, the biggest continent in the world. So yeah, there is a balance you have to find with loving
Yeah.
what you do on the one hand, but then on the other hand, being competitive, being an athlete.
Here we go. Tina. Good first turn here. She is gonna weave through the sleepier section, gets a couple turns in, and decides to pull off. Didn't see any scoring potential. Will go back out with just 4 minutes left in this heat. So,
Tina's only 23 years old, young, if I'm not mistaken, but she's in the team since ages, it feels like.
yeah, so Tina has been competing for a really long time. She's represented Indonesia over many years now. She's done the Asian Surfing Championships. She's done the ISAs. She's done the QSs. So Tina has definitely been has had a lot of achievements in her competitive career, and calling Uluwatu her home break. She spends a lot of time there and is definitely a character that you see a lot when you're around that area.
Interesting. I mean, everybody who's been to Uluwatu, I'm sure, loves Uluwatu, but it's probably not the best preparation for most of the waves you're going to surf in your competition life, no?
Not definitely not, but that's why Tina spends a lot of time in Legian, which is a beach break close to Kuta and Seminyak area for those of you who know your way around Bali. And yes, it's a beach break and a little bit more of what we have. The closest thing that we have to competitive surfing waves. I have not stepped foot there just yet since I
Never
stopped
ever, really?
competing.
Wow.
No, since I stopped competing.
Ah, all right, all right.
No, I'm kidding. I actually love that wave, but I haven't been back in a while. It's like super super fun beach break. You can find your own peak, spend the day. I go a lot with my mom. We like to spend our days there because it's good for her, good for me too. I take my twinny out, and you just go in and out of the water all day long.
Hey, with the trade winds being on in Bali, if you wanted to, at least almost half of the year, you could surf offshore every day. Are there days in the past where you were still competing, where you were actually looking for onshore conditions to also train that kind of waves, suboptimal waves?
Oh yeah, 100%. As soon I would surf in the morning when it was good, and then when it started to go onshore and bad, I would stay out there and train. This is Linala. Unfortunately, this wave just running away from her. But yeah, 100%. There would be days you'd wake up and it would be howling onshore, more in the rainy season. Howling onshore, bad, and like, you'd still have to paddle out. Be like, this is exactly what a contest looks like, and this would be on. So I would have to go out, but I don't do that anymore.
All right. Well, you can see it today coming from pumping offshore conditions in the morning with big, big faces where you really had to carve down the line to what we have now. The size dropped a little bit, the wave got much faster. Slowly, there's a little bit of a sideshow coming in, so you have to be prepared in any sort of conditions. And if you really want to, well, become champion, you need to surf every sort of wave, no matter what. I mean, there's a reason why for many years there weren't too many Indonesian surfers in the top competitions because they were used to surfing perfect waves all the time. But if you really want to be the best, you have to know all sorts of surfing. And once again, surfer in white got for another wave. She is looking for dropping her backup score of a 3.03. She needs to become second or first to be able to move to the semifinals. Right now, Izzy from Thailand and Taina Angel from Indonesia, both Southeast Asian surfers, are in positions to proceed to the semifinals.
All right, so Deanne having a bit of a one last chance here. We're reaching the 22nd mark of this heat. So not looking like she will be getting the score. I think she needs something pretty decent. Tina sitting on that 517. So this right now, Isabella Higgs, last 5 seconds. Will this score come into play? And I think so. One good turn here. Wraps it around again. So good looking wave for Isabella Higgs. Finishes it off. Wants to get rid of 417. She is currently in first place. So there won't be any change in the leaderboard after that wave. But
Yeah, that was more like a celebration wave for her. She got first in this heat, so she will make it straight through the semifinals, as does Taina Angel from Team Indonesia. Lee Nala from Team South Korea and Yana Nogalo will not make it to the semifinals, but well done, girls. We'll have heat number 3 of the quarterfinals of the women division just after the ad.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Asian Surfing Championships. This is day 5. Finals. So it's going to be a big day of action. And on your screen right now, straight off the bat, surfer in red. This is Shuhan Jin. Oh, and right behind her, Kailani Johnson. Big blast off the top. She's going to get around the section, decides to pull off, didn't see anything else on the inside. And green out the back as well. So this is our surfer from Philippines. I'm pretty sure. Wow, back-to-back action straight off the bat, 25 minutes heats. We've added an extra 5 minutes for the women's quarterfinals and the men's quarterfinals as well. So, Percy, welcome back.
Yeah, these women starting nice and early to get the ball rolling, and we saw some good waves come through. So, looking forward to the scores. First score of Siki Yang, our Olympic level surfer, if I'm right. 2.17, and she's holding first priority now. The other surfers waiting for their scores too. The waves have been consistent. The conditions have been pumping. Yesterday we had a big and messy day, and today we still have some size. It dropped a little bit, but it is clean, and the surfers are getting a solid wall to really hit into. Kailani on that last one, really getting up in there. And here, some live action. Surfer in blue. Siki Yang for a nice down carve. Back into the pocket.
All right, so this right now is the Olympic surfer Siki Yang. She is, wow, such a adaptive surfer. I mean, she adapts to a situation so well. She qualified to the Olympics from Puerto Rico. She is only 16 years old, from Sichuan. That's where she was born. But the current city of residence, Hainan. I know there's some pretty good waves out there. One of our judges is from Hainan City, so she is a regular footer, and her biggest achievement obviously is probably the Olympics. So here on your screen, though, that is our surfer in green from Philippines.
Vea Estrelado, replay of her wave.
Yep, so a quick replay of our surfer from the Philippines went past the rock. But back to what Siki Yang, she some of her hobbies are bitball and basketball. So loves to do things besides surfing. This right now on your screen though, Kailani Johnson.
Beautiful combo. 3 hits actually, I think. That's going to be a solid score to start the heat with. And this was the wave from Shuhan Jin. Good first turn, up into the lip. And now finishing for a nice snap just before the rock, getting out after using the rip to get back out. And this was our surfer in blue, Siki Yang. Solid down carve. Here, just a bit of downtime. Couple of cutbacks into the foam and looking for something in the inside. It stands up a little. Another cutback there, and I think maybe just going a little too far back to have a wall to hit towards.
All right, another bit of information from our surfer, also from China, Shu Hanjin. You know, it's great to have this insight on the surfers because at the end of the day, they're not just athletes, they're humans too. She is also just 16 years old, and her place of birth is Liaoning, and she is also currently a resident in Hainan. She is riding the Channel Islands OG Flyer, which is looking great under her feet. I've tried that board before, and it's a little bit of an OG in the Channel Islands quiver. And as there's a bit of a break in the action, we're going to head over to Afri with the last heat winner.
Once again, I'm here with Izzy. She keeps on ripping, keeps on winning her heats. I feel like I will have you here a lot. Hey, tell me, do you feel like you are on your max already, on your 100%? How do you feel like?
Um, Probably not. I've been pretty nervous in these couple of heats because just like, I don't know, trying to get a slot for Asian Games, definitely a bit of pressure building. And then each round, just a bit more nervous, more nervous. But hopefully everything comes together and I can calm down a bit more during my next heat. But I don't know, I just want to have more fun.
Well, outside of the water, we don't see your nerves at all. As I said, beautiful surfing. But talking about the pressure, you're not only competing in the women's division, but also for the girls, the under 18. How is that, having so many heats? Like, does that take a physical toll on you?
Definitely a bit tiring having quite a few heats, but I'm lucky enough to that I did the training back at home in Oz with my coach Sam Church and Molly at Chocolate Box, and yeah, just super stoked that they're able to help me and build up my fitness.
So talking about your home, Australia, many people compare this spot to Snapper Rocks. They call it the Indian Snapper. Do you feel like it has got similarities?
Yeah, definitely with the run around, the rocks and like yeah, the barrels and stuff so similar. Such a sick wave just to be here in India and yeah, so good.
Great. Izzy, so your surfing is sharp, but how much of your beautiful maneuvers you're showing us has to do with your equipment? Can you tell us a little bit about your board?
I'm riding a 5'8.5" Warner. This board's a round tail, and I've just been loving my round tails lately, getting that hold, more drive. My shaper Brett in Oz just making all the good boards and just yeah, super stoked.
So shout out to Brad. Izzy, don't want to take too much of your time. You have to stay sharp, go and recover. Thanks a lot, and all the best to you. Back to you guys.
Epic. Thank you so much, Afri and Izzy. What a great interview, full of life, full of insight. That's it's great to get to know these people a little better.
Yeah, and Izzy, she dominated the last heat, taking a win over Indonesia, Bali's Taina. But both of them qualified for the next round, which is, I believe, the semifinals already.
Yep. So the Open Women's are already into the semifinals. Big, big moment there, and it's we're getting each day closer and closer to crowning champions and naming the qualification countries. It's getting really exciting. We're getting to this pointy end of the contest, and each time that we see surfers in the water, it's gonna get more and more entertaining because the level is just gonna go higher every time.
Yeah, and situation in the water. We have the girls in the lineup. Kailani in white sitting in first priority, Vea in green sitting in second, and Siki in blue in third. Um, Currently, our heat leader is Siki Yang with a 4.33 and a 2.17. Kailani is sitting in second position with a 5.33. She's waiting for a backup. Here's a little replay of a paddle in, but didn't really go for it. Shu Hanjin is in third position with a 4.83, also waiting for a backup. And Vea is sitting on a 3.17 in fourth position. She needs a 2.17 to progress. Shu Hanjin only needs a 0.51 to get second. And Kailani needs a 1.17 to take first position. So this heat is wide open. We have 15 minutes to go. And it looks like our surfer in white, Kailani, is taking a shot at this one.
All right, Kailani Johnson on her backhand, this goofy footer straight out of Bali, Indonesia. Good turns out to back. She gets past Elephant Rock. She's gonna stick with this wave. Sometimes this wave just kind of tapers off and doesn't give you too much to work with on the inside, but other times it just starts to bowl up again. So Kai has that 533 next to her name and only looking for a 1 to go back into the lead, but she knows how strong of a competitor Siki Yang and the other three surfers are, so she is not safe. But Shu Hanjin a 5.57, so she jumps to first. It is now Siki Yang in second and Kai in third. We're waiting for her last one to come through, though.
Yeah, so very dynamic heat here. We've got these people shifting all over the spot, all over the leaderboard. And now our surfer in red in first, blue in second, white in third, and green in fourth. Siki Blue in second. Only needs, well, she needs a 6.07 now if she wants to take first position. So it's getting a little bit harder to get to the first position. And this was the replay from our surfer in red.
Wow, that OG flyer looking really good under her feet. She got some really nice strong turns done out the back, really pushing the tail out. This is the last of Kailani Johnson. So she did a couple of nice turns out the back, but I know Kai's surfing and she is not at her 100% at all. But, you know, backing up that wave she got, backing up that five, she knows her competitor. She knows she has to go pretty big now. So there we have Kailani's last wave came in at 3.90, goes to second.
It's a good backup, but she's definitely going to look to build house on that. And I think that was her intention taking that wave, was only just to get a backup.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to just stay busy in your heat and make sure you're moving around and catching a lot of waves. Otherwise, if you kind of just sit there and wait for too long, it's easy to get those nerves to start to kind of creep in and make a mistake. So good stuff there from Kai, just keeping busy.
Yeah, mindset is such a big thing in competitive surfing. So, like, I think it's one of the things that coaches work on the most is not necessarily technique or physical training, but like mental training.
Yeah, so right now on your screen, Vea Estrellado, our surfer from Philippines, gets around this section, you know, weaves through this fatter part of the wave. You see her get past Elephant Rock, taking a look at it. She's like, all right, I'm safe now. Big roundhouse cut back here. And not too much down on the inside, but nice one big turn to start things off.
Yeah, nice jam in the pocket out the back. So we'll see what that comes in it at. She needs a 6.06 to take second position. So that's quite a big requirement. But here's a replay of it. And there right now is that jam shot. And then after that, it was a bit of just wave flattening out and trying to catch up. And then she goes for that cut back in the inside, but then ends up in the flats where there's nothing much to be had.
All right, so Vea Estrellado, 21 years old from Gubat, Sorsogon. She is a regular footer, as we've seen, and her home break is Gubat Beach. She has Angel Resort as a sponsor, and her biggest achievement is being ranked number 2 in Philippines. That's no small title at all. She loves riding her motorbike during her time off and loves traveling. She's done the ISA in El Salvador and took part in the in the Maldives last year for the Asian Surfing Championship. So she is all over the place, likes to compete and travel, and is currently in the water.
Super cool. So Kailani in second now needs a 5.08 to take the lead. Siki in third needs a 4.91 to take second position, progress to quarters. Vea needs a 6.06 to make it into the quarters. And this heat is slowly starting to decide itself out. But we have still 10 minutes and 30 seconds to go and plenty of opportunity. Priority sits with Siki-chan in third position. And this here is Kailani on her backhand attack. Just the one turn.
Yep, just that one turn, strong, but wasn't able to get anything else on the inside. Still plenty of time left. We're about to reach the 10-minute mark. Sikiyang, the Olympic surfer, nice first turn here. Wraps it around on this second one. She's going to stick with it. Good, solid turn, pretty critical. She floats this section, gets it around, and this wave is going to be the wave that keeps on giving. It's unfortunate there. It wasn't able to ride out of it, though.
Yeah, beautiful wave put together, especially that snap right before Elephant Rock. That was beautiful. Committed.
All right. What do you think of this one?
Yeah, really nice start, jamming the tail coming for a nice cutback, positioning herself for this one, which I think is the money turn. And then the wave does build up after Elephant Rock, and here looking pretty fun, but just carving a little bit. And here would have been a nice hit, but it was quite a tough section to come out of as well. So we'll see what the score comes in at. She just needs a 4.91. It's not a big requirement.
Yeah, not a big requirement at all. So Shuhan Jin is still in first. Kailani Johnson in second. There we have the drone shot view of Mahabalipuram on screen live action. Shuhan Jin, current heat leader, good first turn there. Sets it up and does it again. So a bit of a smaller wave, but she's managing it really nicely. That third turn a little more critical and a little more vertical too, and finishes it off pretty well.
Yeah, really compressing over there to make sure she makes that wave. Super cool. And will it be better than her 4.83? We'll see. For now, the wave from Siki Young, the last wave from Siki Young came in at a 4.43. It doesn't cut the requirement. She needed a 4.81. And this is the wave from our heat leader. Shuan Jin, really nice wave put together, a little bit smaller. She's looking for something better than a 4.83. Finishes it up nice.
Beautiful setup there of the waves. It is just peeling down the line right now. So 7.5 left, plenty of time. This is quarterfinal heat 3. Just taking a look over my shoulder. It does look like the wind has picked up slightly, but it is right now 11:33 here in Mahabalipuram. So it's pretty late in the morning for the wind to be picking up. We've had a bit of an overcast morning here, meaning that it does tend to keep the wind down a little bit. So tell us what we're looking at right now.
That is the back end of the temples. So the headland all the way in front is the temple that we see behind us, but it extends, the whole complex extends all the way to that lighthouse kind of thing before. So all this area is just covered in rock carvings and temples and rattas and all sorts of things. And then on the right side, we see the touristic beach with a bunch of shops and snacky things and yeah, stuff like that.
Amazing. So there right now on the center of your screen is the temple that we have behind us. So if you ever make it down this part of the world, don't only check out the waves and the food, check out the gorgeous, gorgeous temples that are over 1,300 years old. But back to live action. Kailani Johnson, good first opening turn. Wastes no time to get into that second one. Eyes a section down. Love that turn from Kailani. She is looking sharp right now. This Arakawa board looking really nice under her feet. She's going to stick with this one. It's going to give her a bit more to work with on the inside. Oh! Kailani goes down. Veestrellado now right behind her. Gets past the rock. Let's see what she manages to do here on the inside. It has to be big. She's looking for some pretty decent scores right now. Let's see what she does. Nice finishing turn there from Veestrellado.
Yeah, let's see what she did on the outside. But Kailani really attacking that last section. I really like when surfers, even though, they're in a contest, they could be trying to surf safe and all that. She really went for broke on that last one. And that's really nice to see.
Yeah, she knows who she has, just breathing down her neck. Siki Yang is out there hunting for waves, trying to hear what the situation is, what she needs. Kailani, wow. So I think she's gonna improve that 3.8, but I think it would have been a really high score if she just managed to ride out of that last turn.
Oh yeah, I would have 100% said that she would have taken the lead if she finished that last wave. But she only needs a 5.42, and this is the wave from green. That's what she did on the outside. Solid slash on the outside, and here just sitting with the foam until it builds up. I think not much done until the point where we saw that nice maneuver at the end. So two good maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers. We'll see where this one goes. She needs a 5.17. And this is a replay of Kailani's wave. Beautiful flowing maneuver there. with power, speed, and flow. And here she goes up into the lip, super rapid, coming down with loads of speed, right around the section, carving into the pocket, setting up for another one. And another hit, quite a few hits here. And that turn, which could have taken her to first position for sure.
All right, live action again. Siki Yang on this wave. Big first blast, unfortunately, just goes over the handlebars. Kailani's last one. So the judge is still, giving the score she needs, a 6.03. She skyrockets to first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Kailani now sitting on a 6.03 and a 5.33. In second, Shuhan Jin sitting with a 5.57 and a 5.17, needing now a 5.8 to take the lead. Siki Yang in third, needing a 6.31 to progress, and Vea needing a 6.67. Priority sits with Shuhan Jin, our surfer in second position, so she's ready to answer back and come back and take back her first position.
Yep, but it is Kailani Johnson, 23-year-old surfer from Bali, Indonesia. She's riding the Arakawa 5'9" Profit model, goofy footer, and considers Uluwatu her home break. This right now, Shuhan Jin live action in second, wants to go back to first. Nice first turn here. Wraps it around again, wide stance here. She wants that first place. Loving the act here. Super strong surfing from Shuhan Jin. That OG flyer is looking like it's stuck to her feet. She's going to pump this one out and finish it off. Oh, unfortunately, goes down. But I think she's fighting for first place here.
Oh, she definitely is. She's not giving up that first position. And honestly, she has a shot here. Beautiful first turn. Really throwing those fins backward, pushing hard on the feet. So this one here also, good variety as well. Cars, snaps. And here just not managing to get the finish. That would have made it a big score as well. We'll wait anyways to see what it brings.
All right.
Priority now with Kailani. So she is in control. Only 1 minute 50 left in the heat. This is the wave from blue. Siki Yang getting up into the section. Whoa, that was a sick turn. Just the one. But
that's going to be a solid score.
Beautiful to see. And they're really, I think that's where her surfing really shined through. I mean, she is an Olympian surfer. She has surfed Chopu, so I think she's a bit more comfortable on bigger conditions. And it shows on that big set wave where she got up into the lip over there. She looks so comfortable doing that.
All right, Kailani Johnson now, live action. She goes for that first opening turn. Unfortunately, goes out from that wave. We're about to reach the 1 minute mark. Siki Yang picks it up on the inside, wanting to, get back into this heat. So intense moments as we are about to count this one down soon. 1 minute left. Wow. Waiting for scores.
Yeah, we're still waiting for scores for a surfer in red. And red takes the lead with a 6.4 on her last ride. Kailani now in second. Let's see what that one turn wonder comes in at for Siki Yang.
All right. Here we go. Kailani on an inside wave. 30 seconds left. Waiting for the last of Siki Yang. That's it's gonna be a pretty heavy moment here. Siki Yang's requirement is, Percy.
It is a 6.93, which is pretty high requirement, and only just for that one turn as well. It's almost. It is the biggest score. It would have to be the biggest score of the heat with a single turn, which is hard to achieve.
I mean, it's gonna be a good score because that was pretty crazy, but it's all eyes now on Siki Yang and that last score to come through. We're gonna stick with it, and it's looking like she probably didn't get the score she was looking for.
No, she didn't. Came at a 2.87, so or 4.3. I'm not sure. I think a 4.3, and then the other wave was a 2.87.
All right, and with that, we're gonna throw to a quick ad break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
And welcome back to live action. We are into the category under 18 division for the boys. Gonna be super exciting to see them rip these beautiful waves on. Every day, bigger and better. So in the water right now, we have Mingjiang Liu from Chinese Taipei. Here we have a surfer in blue, Mok Ha-jin from South Korea, ripping this wave around the rock. Big carve. Here's an oncoming section. He hits it and comes out successfully. Good way to start the heat. Always good to start the heat with action, with a score. Gives you confidence. Washes away the nerves. So the other competitors in the water are Ming Jiang from Chinese Taipei, Mok Ha-jin from South Korea, Jun Seyun from South Korea, and Naveen Kumar from Mahabalipuram. Priority is with Jun, and in second Naveen. And we're waiting for scores to come in. I'm in the booth. Here's the first wave of our local boy in white. Wow, he really went for broke on that wave. Not holding back. He has nothing to fear because he is the underdog in this contest, a wild card. And this is Mingjiang Liu, our surfer from Chinese Taipei, looking for a nice open carve here. And here, an oncoming section that he hits pretty damn hard and comes down successfully. So that'll also be a good score. This was the one from Mok Ha-jin. That's what he did on the outside. Going up into the lip with a lip line floater snap to carve rips. So this definitely going to be the highest score of the exchange so far, because he also got the finish and he got the good start to the wave. Not coming down so vertically, staying up on the lip on that first turn, but still a good angle of attack. Let's see what the scores are. I'm in the booth with Dai, and yeah, what do you think? We're going into the under 18 boys. These guys have been delivering.
Right, we are now into under 18 boys division. Round 3. So, a little bit of a change in the time duration actually. So 25 minutes in the quarters, but now back into round 3. So that means we have 20 minutes heat, and on screen we have surf and green up and riding. Just, slightly changed in the surf condition compared to this morning. A little bit of onshore kicks in. Just like the other couple of days, a little bit of texture on the face. So it's kind of tricky right now with the backwash and onshore wind. But here is live action 2-turn combo from our local. Local surfer or
Yeah, local boy Navin Kumar from Mahabalipuram.
Mm.
He doesn't feel the bump. He doesn't feel the onshore. And he's definitely loving it. That was a good combo to start. Well, not to start, but that was just a good combo.
Right, here's a reply of the last of white Naveen Kumar. Nice first time, more like a check turn, but that second turn just went vertical off the top. So Naveen Kumar is a brother of Kishore? Is that a
No, there's a lot of Kumars
okay? So
in
it's a
Tamil Nadu. Yeah,
Kuma tribe, a lot of Kuma tribes in Mahabalipuram, I think.
all over
Mm,
Tamil Nadu, lots of Kumars. It's a bit like Mades in
right.
Indonesia.
Okay. So the first wave for Mokhajing comes in at a 4.17. The last wave for Naveen comes in at a 2.40. So we're gonna be running this under 18 boys round 3 heat 1, 2, heat 6, and then we go straight into girls under 18 heat number 1, and then we're gonna see men's division surfing again.
Amazing. Yeah, such a long day ahead. And
Big
we're
day.
really looking forward to all this action and to also decide who will be in our quarterfinals. Mingjiang Liu right now taking the lead in this heat with a 5.17. He's our heat leader and holding priority a little bit, putting him in a nice position for control. Naveen Kumar getting those two twos now in second position, but closely followed by Mokhajin with a 4.17. Here's our surfer in white, Naveen Kumar, local boy, going up into the lip. Whoa, there was some nice release on that.
That would have been a great turn in right front of the elephant rock, but he generated speed so much through that turn, so maybe too much speed and he fell down. But there's still plenty of times in this heat, 13 minutes to go. So here's a reply of Blast of White. This was a good looking wave and he aimed for the section and just floats and generating a lot of speeds, but unfortunately falls down. A little bit of a nosedive from Naveen Kumar. So he is currently sitting in the second place with a 233 and a 2.40, needing 2.78 to challenge himself into the first.
Now Mokhajin in third position looking for a 0.56 to take second position. That'll definitely be it. But he also wants to extend a lead and control that second position, make sure he has it, and maybe give him a shot to the first position. Let's see what he can do on the inside to accomplish this.
Whoa.
And still going down the line, getting more speed, carving it to the back, and I think that's the end of the wave. Or he still has one left for us. Ooh, finishing on the tummy.
And here is on screen red up and riding. This is a good looking wave again. Nice first turn and just generating a lot of speed through the turns and come around this section, passing the elephant rock and just, flying down the line and getting to this next section coming up and gets the float again, come around the section. It's a little bit of check turn, and this is a big finish for Surfer Red. Minjan Liu already locked in 517 on screen. Surfer Green up and riding.
Jun finishing up his wave, and he just goes down. Let's see what he did on the outside. But yeah, we have some proper scores coming in. I mean, it's amazing. It's only been 9 minutes, and we've had so many waves surfed.
Yeah, right. You're right. So, yeah, a lot of waves. Probably like a 7, 8, or like 9 waves have been ridden already in this heat.
Yeah, compared to one of the first heats, I think the second heat where Mega and Ramesh and stuff were in there, and past 10 minutes, they all just had a single wave, and they were waiting till the end of the heat to get second waves, backups, and so on. But we'll take a quick break and check out the scores after that. After the break, we're going to Jada right now with our heat winner from the last heat of the women's category.
All right. Congratulations. Tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Shuo Hanjin. I'm from China.
How are the waves?
The wave is good, so long.
And tell us a little bit about your surfboard.
China Island OG5.
And I'm sure there's many people in China watching. Is there anything you want to say to your friends and family?
感谢我的队友、我的教练，还有我的家人支持我。下一轮我还会更加努力的去享受冲浪。
Congratulations and see you in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Amazing interview from Jada. Thank you very much. Good job to our contestant from China.
Well, that was a stacked heat again, yeah? Previous heat.
Oh, yeah. Completely stacked. Just like this one. We have Mok Hajin now in second position, looking to get first position. He needs... Oh, no, sorry. This is the replay of his previous wave, which came in at a 3.5.
You know, he's navigating all the way to the inside nicely. Did a great job to connecting to this bonus section right here. Wave slows down a little bit, but gets this last section to finish off. So that one comes in at a 3.50, and this one comes in at actually 5.60. He's extending his lead over blue, green, and white. He was just racing down the line to get this next peak and get this another section to hit. Floats the section, generating so much speed. And he also gets a completion. So that was a great surfing from Minjun Liu from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah. And here's our surfer in green, Jun Soyun. Did some good work here as well. Carving back into the pocket. And now he has the wall that stands up and he hits it. Beautiful hit there. Coming around the section for another beautiful roundhouse. And it stands up again. Very, very cool rhythm in this wave, actually.
Right, you're right, yeah.
You're not managing to finish it. Honestly, I think that would have been the best wave of the heat if it wasn't for that last one. But he's up and riding again. He's not going to take no for an answer. He's getting back into it. And the wave stands up. He hits it. And this time, he does make it
He likes
properly. And he's happy.
Wow. Yeah, he's just not wasting any time in this heat. He's just getting wave by wave. And then the last one, actually, it was a great finish. It was a big section to hit. It was a critical section, and he gets the finish, and he likes it. So it's going to be a great two scores. We are still waiting for the previous wave and the last wave for surfing green. Jun Shi-hyun from Korea.
Yeah, it's been the energy is slowly ramping up in this event. I mean, yeah, we're getting into the quarterfinals. The waves are getting better. We're seeing some amazing surfing. So I think we had an 8 this morning from our surfer from Japan, Iko Watanabe, and here we have our local boy who's been catching a lot of waves actually. This is his 4th wave, but not much wall on that one. Not like the wall that showed up for Jun Soyun on the last wave that he was riding. And here, opportunity for an end hit, but not enough speed to make that turn.
Right. And here's a replay of last of green, trying to connect to the next section and gets this steep section right front of the elephant rock. And this is an area where it can get a little bit slower, but this turn gets a big completion. A little bit wobble that there, still stick to the landing. So that last one comes in at a 4.83. Now that put him into the second place.
He only needs a 5.94 to get into first position now. And Mokhaji now thrown into third position, needing a 5.09 to progress to the quarters. But he is sitting in first priority, and he has 6 minutes left, so plenty of opportunity in the room in the heat. Naveen Kumar needing a 6.66 to progress, and he's caught a lot of waves. He has a good wave selection, so just needs to find the right one that will make him go through. Mok Hajin now using priority on this one. Beautiful rail work.
Nice second time. Oh, he was on the way to the great answer back to Mok Jun Seo-hyun. Unfortunately, he comes unstuck. But like you said, nice bottom down here. deep bottom turn, and then straight into the carve to start with. But I think it wasn't the wave that he was looking for that one. The wave didn't really step up for him. But there's still 5 minutes, plenty of times, a lot of opportunities for all the surfers.
And with 5 minutes left on the clock, our local boy Navin Kumar looking for a 6.66, getting
Wow.
up into the pocket. Beautiful carve. Let's see if it stands up. He needs a wall. Gets
Ooh.
around this section. It's standing up. Beautiful. One more beautiful carve. Lip is showing up. He smashes it.
He needs to
and
stick to the landing.
wow, that was close.
Super close.
That
but
was like a clayback almost.
So he needs a 666. So that's a pretty big score. And he knew that he needed to get big score. But let's take another look on this replay of Last of White. I really love the first turn, just all the way back to the white bomb, just swinging the tail around. And he just decided to race down the line and navigate it super well to get into the next section. And great turn and a big finish, almost stick to the landing.
So close to landing that. If he would have landed that, honestly, I'm pretty sure it would have gotten him the score he needed.
Wow, yeah, right, 100% right. Well, another big carve from Sapphire Red, sitting in the first place at the moment with a 517 5.60. So he's just trying to get this wave finish with a good turn.
Jun Soyun now on the answer back, up into the lip. Looks like a beautiful wave. He's looking for 5.94 to take first position, and the oncoming section comes. Nice finish. He's happy. Look at that. Emotions coming out.
All right, so he needs 5.94 to challenge himself into the first. And that was a big first turn. And the last turn was another big one. So it's going to be really close to the requirement. That's for sure.
Priority now with Mok Hajin in third position, needing a 5.09 to progress into the quarterfinals. This is the wave from Red, and it was a beautiful first carve there, really maintaining a lot of speed through that, keeping the rail nicely engaged, and here a bit of downtime until he reaches the end section and manages a little oncoming to backhand foam climb. Here, Jun.
Well, this is actually really important way for him. He's just trying to maintain his spot in first and second. If he gets the requirement of 5.94 on this wave, then he'll straight into the first place and gets this layback finishing turn. So
that was a good wave.
Yeah.
2 solid maneuvers out the back in the lip, and a final one on the oncoming section. Let's see where it goes.
With 1 minute and 50 seconds to go in this heat number 1 of round 3 of under 18 boys. So last of Naveen comes in at a 4.07 now. He needs 519. So pretty much all the 3 surfers, second, third, fourth, needs pretty same requirements to go up.
Yeah, pretty much if any of them get a 6, they'll go through.
But we are still waiting for the last of green. It's gonna be a really, really healthy number for Jun. That's for sure.
And that will also secure the second position even more, making it harder for our surfers in third and fourth to progress. That's what you want to do towards the end of the heat. You want to make sure you want to solidify your position to make sure that you are going through and you have another chance. And here is our surfer in red. 40 seconds to go. Let's see what he can give us. Let's see if we can extend the lead. I mean, I think he's looking for the air on this one.
Wow.
Let's see it happen.
Takes it into the air. gets a rotation, but not really fully, rotated. It wasn't a completion. So 4.80 for the last of June. He's extend his lead slightly over blue and white. Now they need 5.46 and 5.56, but count almost, yes, in counting down 5. So there is not enough time for them to catch up one more wave.
And congratulations to our surfers from Chinese Taipei and South Korea, Mingjang Liu and Jun Shoyun, for making it into the quarterfinals. And we will catch you again for more action after the break.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
Welcome back. We stuck hit again. And I'm Daiwako here in the booth with Mr. Lele, my roommate, and a very, very talented gold medalist from the World ISA World Games in
Yeah.
2014 and 16, right?
That is right, my brother. That is right. Some live action. Let's see. This is blue up and riding. Nice looking wave. Big off the top.
Wow.
Just a one maneuver wonder, one hit wonder. The tide is low. It's coming to its lowest. I think the low tide's at 230. So the wave is a little steeper. It's a little faster. You really got to navigate through those sections. This is white up and riding. There's almost some barrels on some of those waves.
Wow, that first wave for Shulo, that was a huge turn. Only one turn, but I think it's gonna be really like a good number. It was a huge wave. So here's take another look at the replay of Last of Blue. Just one turn, but just went really vertical and at the critical section. So it's gonna be a really good number for Shulo Jan. So you don't really need a lot of turns to get a good wave. So you need a good big turn in the right place at the right time. So that'll give you a big score. Wow, the first wave comes in at a 6.0 with a single maneuver. So that is a huge way to start this heat. Shulo Jian from China.
That's one big turn, 6 points. You know, you're right out the back again, so that's not a bad strategy. Just get one fast wave, make sure you complete the ride, and it's almost cool if you can do it in the, that first section of the wave, because you're right out the back again. There's a lot of time. You didn't ride it all the way in, and to get a 6 on a one maneuver out the back, already back with position, it's a good strategy. It's not a bad strategy.
It's only like a 30 seconds in and gets one single maneuver, gets 6.0. You don't have to all the way paddle back to the point. So it was like you said, smart surfing, very competitive surfing from Shulo Jian. Now he is back at the point with the priority number 4.
That's right, my friend. That is right. Good waves on hand. This is beautiful waves. We got talking about Shulo Zhang, age 17. He's only 17 years old, regular stance. This is his first ever Asian Surfing Championships participation. His current city is Liao Ning. We're going to go to a quick interview with Percy and last heat's winner, and we'll keep talking to you guys about the action the rest of the day.
Min Jing here with me from the last heat, taking out all his contestants. Super good job on that one. Wow, you have wax all the way up to the front. Why do you have wax all the way to there?
I want to try to air reverse.
Yeah, cool. I think I saw you on the last one, right? There was a long one like that, and you were like trying to go get lots of speed and throw it out to the front. Did you land some yet on this spot?
Yeah, so many landing here.
Oh, so good. So he has some air reverses for us in his quiver, and he's gonna pull them out in the quarterfinals. Is there anything you would like to say to the people back home, especially going on to the quarterfinals?
谢谢大家看我的比赛，我会努力打到决赛，然后拿冠军。谢谢大家。
Cool. Thank you very much for that one, and back to live action.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. That was Percy in the last heat winner. We are back in the live action. In this heat, we are now into run 3, heat number 2, and take another look at this last of green. Yusef Kayam from Maldives. Nice checking turn, couple of checking turns, so just trying to maintain the speed, trying to be in the pocket, and just passing the elephant rock. This is where you can get a bonus section. Try to connect through to the inside, but unfortunately it comes unstuck. So the last of Yusuf comes in at a 3.50. So a couple of good turns done at the back. So, judges are rewarding those turns. 3.50 isn't a bad way to start his campaign. So here is another replay of Last of Red. He's racing down the line and gets this big curve, little bit of a fumble there, but still managed to get into the next section, but unfortunately comes unstuck. So this is live action Shu Lo Jin, who just locked in 6.0. So that's at the end of the ride, right next to the Elephant Rock. I'm not too sure what he did at the back. I'm pretty sure we're going to watch the replay later on.
Yeah, tricking conditions, tide's low, it is fast. The waves are really fast. You really got to manage that speed and control it on the way down the face. There's 13 minutes left. Our surfer from China in blue has got that 6-point ride. This is going to be his backup. Nice looking wave. It's got that open face. Does a little check turn to go off the top here. Nice hit off the top. Can he go up again? He does go up, gets a forward climb. And I think this is where he decided to leave the wave because there was not that much of an opportunity. So he did get 2 good turns, 3 good turns out the back. That's definitely going to help out his 6 and help out his first placement right now.
Definitely, yeah. We didn't watch the first bit of the wave, and now we watched the replay, and I gotta say it was a great surfing from Shulo Jian, and just like you said, that wave will backs it up really nicely.
It will back up. It will be that backup. So we got Lokesh from Mahabs. He's a local surfer from here. He is from this place in the world, regular footer, 17 years old, likes a 5'9". He's got no sponsor right now. He loves to skate. This is his first ever Asian surfing participation. And he started since he was 12. So he's been surfing for like 5 years, and he loves to surf and skate. What a cool character. Lokesh from Mahabs.
Wow. So he's been surfing for about 5 years, and
5
now
years.
he's in the high-rated event in Asia. That's an amazing thing.
And one step from going to the quarterfinals. This is him who we were just talking about, local surfer.
I believe this is Ramil from Thailand.
Yeah, sorry, that was Ramil. Lokesh is in red. get a little glare on our screen. Sometimes we get a little mixed up with the colors. Sorry, people. But great surfing. We are watching some insane surfing level with this insane venue. The waves are pumping, and they treat us so well here.
Here is reply of lots of blue. So nice check turn, but this turn goes vertical off the top and straight into the third turn to finish off. So we're still waiting for the
that second
last
wave
of blue.
Yeah,
that was the last wave for blue, and this is a live actions.
That's our local surfer, right?
Lokesh, up and riding.
Yes, Lokesh, finding a nice wave, really has some local knowledge out here. Lokesh knowledge, and he is shredding that wave, driving it all the way down, getting that inside speed so he can connect with this nice carve back to the whitewash and can get completed that last maneuver. Good job for Lokesh. And see, let's do that run around. He's got time. He's got time to go back out. He knows this spot. He knows what to do. So it's cool, man. Like sometimes when you're surfing at your local break at a big event, you got a lot of pressure, of course, and but it can also you can turn that pressure into motivation. You can turn it into motivation.
And live action surfing blue up and riding again. Nice first turn and generating a lot of speed out of the turn and come around a section and gets this beautiful carve to stay in the pocket and gets the finish again. So his wave selection's being on point.
Yeah, good wave selection. Really good wave selection. We saw him surfing last night. I remember he was out there. He was getting good waves too. So he's really in tune with the wave. He's found the where to sit, which waves to catch, where to generate the speed. That was good. That was like he's building the house out there. He got that first 6, and it was just a one maneuver. Then he got another wave where he did those 3 kind of foam climbs. And that third wave was my favorite wave. Let's see that wave again. Oh, no. First, let's go to Lokesh's first wave. Or no, this is like a second wave, I think. Just an all right carve. Back to the whitewash. Tries to stay in that steep part of the wave. Another carve back to the whitewash. This wave was kind of fat. It was hard to surf. That's his third carve. This is where he generates that speed. It looks like he's going for the closeout, but the wave kind of goes soft again, so he's got to make that carve back into that pocket so he can go up and hit that last hit. It's going to be a good wave for him. It's going to put him in the heat. This is what I'm talking about, Blue's last wave. Boom, big off the floater top. Makes it around this section right here. I like this carve, just a lot of control. Nice carve to the whitewash, and this finish was where the money was at. Boom, big finish. So he's got a 6.
And 4.50 for the previous wave, and we're still waiting for the last wave for blue. So he's like you said, he's building a house out there. And on screen we have surfing green up and riding. Nice carve, just racing down the line, passing this elephant rock. This is a bonus section ahead of him. Big float to finish this ride, and on screen we have white up and riding. Nice bottom turn into the straight vertical off the top, but unfortunately hung up on there. So that was really unfortunate for surfing white Romeo. Needing a 3.8, which is a small score. So a couple turns will get him into the second, but last wave for blue comes in at 5.50. He is extending his lead.
Extending the lead. That is right. The judges like the first wave, just that one maneuver. 6 point. We were talking about this earlier, how one big maneuver can have a lot of points. Usually if you just race down the wave and you're not doing very critical maneuvers, they're not going to award you. This is a rider in green. Nice floater. Getting the speed. This is where he starts attacking it. Big open face turn. Makes it around that section. Knows he's got to connect with the wave again. Get that speed so he can finish this last maneuver. So 2 good floaters on that wave. We'll see what the judges give. I like this wave of white. He was looking really good. Big open snap. The second one, he got a little stuck up top, but the wave was good. He looked in control. He was, a lot of body emotion, a lot of aggression, and they like that. They like to see you, you're in it to win it. And body movement, it's called body language.
Right.
Body emotional language.
And you need to be in the right place on the wave, in the critical part of the wave. So few scores locked in. So last of Yusuf comes in at a 3.23. We're back to the live action. This is surfing white Romeo. So nice big cutback to stay in the pocket. Nice off the top for the second turn. Well, he's navigating really, really well. And this is where, wave can get steep up. He's just trying to, get a big section to finish off. But unfortunately, wave didn't offer too much after that couple
Yeah.
of turns.
Let's see that replay. He looks a little more loose on this wave, definitely a little more aggression. Connected. I like the bottom turns he does. Nice attack on that lip right there. Does another connection with this cutback. Here's that section where it comes to Elephant Rock, but he does manage to get a little turn up here. Boom. Got a little stuck up top at the end, and the wave unfortunately doesn't double up, doesn't give him that last finish section. But he's building a house. He's getting scores little by little, just making it happen. So, first place, we got a surfer from China, Shu Lo Shang. He's got a 6-point ride and a 5.50. Second place, Yusuf Kayam from Maldives. He's got a 3.50 and a 3.23. Lokesh, like we said, he's building the house. He's at the 0.67, 2.10, 3.03. So he's little building the house. He only needs a 3.7 to go to second place in advancing position. And Ramil has got a 1.33 and a 2.17. And I think we're still missing last of Ramil's wave, which just came in.
3 points. No, it's a.
That was Lokesh's.
So 3.0. That's the last
yes.
of Ramil.
Yes, 3.0.
That puts him into the third place at the moment and needing 3.73 to go into second. So Lokesh now is in fourth place, needing 3.7. But pretty much, if you get 4, then both of white and red will straight into second place. So there's not much big difference in between, green, white, and red. You need a small score to go into the advancing position. So there's still 4 minutes and 15 seconds in this heat. There's a lot of time.
Yeah, 4 minutes. It's going by really fast for the person in first and second, but it's going by, the other way around. For first and second, the time's going slow. It's a long 4 minutes, but the person that's third and fourth, it goes by fast, and you start feeling that pressure. They only need a 3-point ride. It's open for grabs in that second place and advancing position. So let's see what this last 3 minutes, 40 seconds will give us. There is a lot of wave opportunities still. The currents getting a little stronger because at low tide there is a little bit of wind, but luckily for us, today is one of the most cloudiest days, and the clouds can be good because it can prevent that heat and that wind to come up earlier in the morning. You never know with the clouds. It could go offshore, it could stay glassy, it could be stormy, but it is 12:20 in the afternoon already. We are in the afternoon, and it's still pretty clean conditions out there.
Definitely, this weather helps a lot.
Yes.
For the condition, mostly, like the last couple of days, we get this onshore wind kicks in around about this time of the day, and we don't actually. We still have the cleaner phase than the last couple of days, I guess. So we'll see, and we're gonna be running until. Well, we're gonna be running this 18 boys and then under 18 girls, and then we're gonna be seeing the open men's division round 4 this afternoon. So it's gonna be a great and a big action of day, and hopefully we see condition will stay something like this, cleaner condition for all the surfers. But here on screen we have white up and riding, needing 3.73. This is a crucial moment. Nice big cutback to start with.
Doesn't need much.
He just needs one big turn to finish.
Yeah.
To get 3.73. And this is where wave can get a little bit funky. And, wow, that was really unfortunate for him. Wave just didn't give him an opportunity.
It went right into Elephant Rock. I don't know if it was the right choice to go over it. I think that was an under wave call. Lokesh.
Up and riding.
Super important wave too.
3.7 is his requirement on this. So couple downs already at the back. A little bit fumble there, but still managed to going to the inside section here, stay in the pocket, just staying with the white water to generating speed, needing a small score.
Yeah.
It needs a big finish. Gets a finish.
Oh
So,
wow, wow, good way for Lokish.
Wow.
Lokish knowledge right here, coming at
Right.
you.
Couple good turns out the back.
Yeah.
Gets a completion, needing 3.7. It's gonna be close.
He needs a 3.7. That's almost 4 points. We'll see what the judges give them. Meanwhile, let's see some action from our heat leader right now. Just getting a little more, just being really selective on his waves. All of his waves were pretty big, and they had that open face, except that first wave. But he did manage to get that sixth. Another little cutback, cruisy wave, just not really making anything critical. There's a snap we like to see. See if he can connect that. There's another nice off the top. And a third one. Wow, those were 3 insane turns after Elephant Rock. That is definitely going to be his best wave. That's going to extend his winning position.
Definitely, that was a really good victory lap from Surfing Blue. That was a beautiful 3-turn combination towards the end. It gets a big finish as well. So definitely, it'll be healthy number for Shu Lo GN from China. Just secure his spot. So this is the last of red. Important wave, needing 3.73. A couple of turns at the back.
Not sure it's going to be enough, Dai. I'm not sure because, the wave, it had its opportunity at the beginning, but he kind of safety surfed it in a way. He didn't really attack the lip or went really vertical. The one maneuver he did put that board up there and got a bunch of spray was in this last maneuver right here. I like he attacked the lip right there, but it is a 3.7. That is a lot score. And this is Last of Blues. This is probably his best wave. It was cruisy at the beginning. We talk about this. If you start kind of slow, make sure you finish strong. And that's exactly what Blue did on this wave. He started cruising, was looking down the line, seeing something was going to present, and there it is.
Wow.
There's the place you want to be right there. Nice hit off the top, another floater, and straight into a third one. Boom. 3 big turns.
Well, the last wave for Lokesh comes in at a 3.10, not enough for the second spot. So looks like we are still waiting for the last of Shulo GM, but definitely he'll be in the first place. And looks like a Yusuf Kayam will be moving into round 4.
That is right, my friend. That is right.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to wait for a couple more waves just to make sure what went down in that last what is it? What do you say? I say in Spanish, intercambio. That last exchange of those surfers. We'll see what happens. There it is.
So last of Blue comes in at 6.67, extending his lead.
That is right, my friend. We saw that wave, and we're still waiting on this one.
Yusuf Kayan's last wave. So he is in the second place.
Yeah. I don't think the positions are going to change.
He's just trying to improve his scoreline. This is on a set wave. It gets the vertical off the top, but unfortunately falls down. And this is the last wave from Surfing White, needing 3.73 actually. So he gets this big finish, big completion. So we didn't say it on live action.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting for the last of White.
So what's White need?
3.73.
He needs a 3.73 compared to Lokesh's wave. Ramil just had that one big finish, but it was a big finish, and we have seen big scores given out for one good maneuvers. Ramil is from Thailand. He's only 15 years old. He was born on April 11th, 2010. So he is a Grame. He's still a super young kid. This is his first ever Asian Surfing Championships participation. And he did go to the World Junior Surfing Championships in El Salvador last year in 2024. Started surfing when he was 11, so he's only been surfing for 4 years.
Well, and he's into the run 3 of the under 18 boys of Asian Surfing Championships, and it is intense moment for him.
He might go into round 4, with that last wave. We'll see what the judges give. This is an intense moment. These are the moments we live for.
We are still waiting for the last of Ramil. Like you said, we've seen one single maneuver can get really good number. especially for Shilo Jin for the first wave, comes in 6-0. So, there's a potential to get requirement. It was a one single maneuver, but still it was good big turns at a critical section. He needs, not enough. 3.57. It was super close. So looks like blue and green will move into round 4. What a heat, what a finish.
Yes.
Congratulations to all the surfers in this heat. So we're going to go to the quick break and we'll be right back.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, welcome back. This is
Thailand and China in here. And we have Tim Johnson representing Team Thailand. But up and riding right now in green, we got Shi Dong-woom for Team China.
Yeah, I think we saw him surf earlier. He's doing the Opens Division 2. Great surfing, really strong backside. Really, I like how the board looks out there. It looks like he's on a really good board. It stays with the wave always. Here he gets that bonus section. Oh, little short, little small. Here we got live action. This is Blue. This is a rider from China. So China just getting right into it, getting 2 waves off the bat. Let's see if he can make something happen out of this inside section. Goes for that speed. Let's see if he can finish that turn. Nice little turn. Oh, unfortunately comes unstuck. But they got right into it. These are 20-minute heats. This is round. Let's see let's take this again.
Yeah, that's the 15-year-old surfer from China, Zhang Diaohu, who's looking for the open face, goes for a nice little carve there, and then really wanted to go big, passing Elephant Rock. It's always the question, you want to go behind, you want to go in front. This one was a in front one, pumping his way to the last bit. Gets the fins out, but wasn't really able to finish the maneuver. Up and riding Tin Johnson from Team Thailand. He's a big dude for 15 years. He's placed in Bangkok, Thailand. Current city he's living in is Takuapa in Phang Nga in Thailand. I hope I pronounced it right there. This is his wave.
This is his last wave. Nice looking wave. Just a little snap to get things going. Another off the top there. Stays really close to the whitewash on the lip. That's a third snap. Pretty hard wave. Those are the ways you can go around the rock, but you really got to stay in the whitewash and get that double up, get that bonus section in the inside. Start generating that speed, because this is what happens. If you don't have enough speed, you can't get up to the lip. You can't get up to that last section. He does manage to get another little tap, at the end. I'm not sure what the difference is going to make to that score because the good turns were out the back.
He's on a 510, 25 liters, a squash tail from Warner surfboards, and his home surf break is called Memories Beach in Khao Lak, Thailand, sponsored by Rip Curl. So, would you go for a squash tail in a conditions like this?
Yeah, or a round. I like round tails too. Round tails work really well for me in point breaks. Everybody's got their own opinion now, you know. Swallow tails are good for small waves, but this is just me talking in my opinions. Everybody's got their own. I probably go with a round tail. I like how it's it's a point break, you know. It's a long wave. You can get like 7 turns on a wave, all the way from the back all the way to the inside. So a round tail would work really well out here. Maybe like an epoxy round tail.
And why is that? What is it in a round tail that you would prefer in a point break like here?
I think it's just better for drawn out carves, you know, just drawn out turns and cutbacks and just keeping that speed up. A squash tail is going to let you be more radical. It's going to turn sharper. So you do want a squash tail, in my opinion. This is me talking in my opinion. You know, I like squash tails in beach breaks where you do want to make a couple quick snaps. You know, you do really you want the board to turn really quick. Where round tail, you kind of draw out your maneuvers more. You do big turns, and you kind of use that round tail to do round surfing.
Yeah, it almost feels like on the higher tide, round tail is what you want. But then, oh, actually, no, once it's faster, but up and riding, surfer in green, Chinese surfer trying to stay high. Wow, that was quite a maneuver, almost getting his fins out there.
He's looking really solid in this event. I seen him surfing the whole event, and he's one to beat right there. He is a powerhouse. Oh, nice fin throws out. Oh, unfortunately, maybe.
Oof.
He was there. I saw his knee still there, maybe, but unfortunately, that's not a completed ride. You need to come out of the whitewash. Nonetheless, he already has 7.17 combination, so he's doing really well in this heat.
Yeah, he tried it hard to stick on his board on that one. But man, there was already a lot of points at the beginning. Nice spread there in his first re-entry. Going vertical on this one with the lip. So this is on another climb on the lip, going behind Elephant Rock. And then he was trying to go big on that last bit.
Wow.
Almost overturned it, tried his best, but then got stuck in the whitewater. Still quite some potential on the first bit for the 17-year-old surfer from China. That will be his last year in the under 18 category.
Yeah, he's killing it. He surfs really good. He has really good surfing, backside, young. Just the first wave he got was a 7.17, and his second wave is already in as a 5.83. That's 13-point combination. He is in a really good position.
Well, you can see the difference of a 17-year-old between and a 15-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
Mean, that's, you know, at 2 years and our age is not a big deal, but in that age, it's, a world of difference. So still 12 minutes remaining in this under 18 boys round number 3. It's a Chinese and a Thai affair here. Obviously, everybody wants to proceed. Everybody wants to go to the quarterfinals, and gold is the aim of all these countries. The first ranked person in this event will get 1,000 points for their team. So it's not only the individual medals everybody's up to, but obviously the team ranking is something everybody's looking to, because it's the team rankings that will decide next year's seeding. So a lot of different things the under 18s are looking forward to, not only developing their skills in this kind of international events and the highest stage of continental event, but also the medals for their team and for themselves. Up and riding, surfer in red.
That is our surfer in red. Nice backside attacks from Team Makam Johnson from Thailand. Great surfing. See if he can stay in touch. You know, he's only 15 years old. He's got a lot of power. He's a big kid for that age. Let's see if he can finish that section. Nice little banger off the top. That's going to be his best wave. 15-year-old surfer from Bangkok, Thailand. 5'10", 25-liter squash tail. He's liking the squash tail out here. and this is his third Asian Surfing Championship, and he did take part in the ISA International Surfing Association World Junior Surfing Championship in El Salvador last year. So no stranger to contest. Makam.
Up and lighting, Chinese surfer Liao Chang, but just got eaten by the wave. Also 15 years old, like Tin.
Yeah, a lot of surfers are really young in this, in this venue, in this under 18s. They got 3 more years of this division, and I see that a lot of them have started surfing not too long ago. It's they're young, obviously they're 15, but see, Tin Makam Johnson started when he was 11, so he's only been surfing for 4 years.
That's the surfer you can see in the replay right now on a smaller wave, but showing his technical abilities on his backside.
Yeah, great surfing by Makam Johnson. We'll see what the judges give that. We know Wudong Chang's got the best 2 waves right now so far. He's kind of taken that extensive leader position. So it might be another battle for second place like it was in the last heat. We'll see what happens. He's doing the runaround.
On his way back. I mean, technically speaking, it was really nice what we just saw there. But I wonder if the judges might, won't give him the full amounts because of the wave selection, because it was definitely one of the smaller waves so far. But up and riding surfer in white from Team Thailand, Wind Jatke. He is also 15 years old, born in Chonburi, but currently living in Khao Lak. And he's surfing a Sanova surfboard with brands quite big in Thailand.
Awesome. We got some live action. This is our heat leader in green, Shidong Wu. Nice 2 turns, just so much flow in his surfing. Big snap off the top, a lot of water. Goes around Elephant Rock, waiting for that thing to stand up. Another nice hit. Takes it all the way, and that's where he gets that speed, so he can finish it with a nice, almost went to the reverse, but decided to pull back. Checking his watch out. A lot of action from Shidong Wu. It's definitely really in tune with the wave. This isn't more live action. This is a surfer in blue from Thailand. Doesn't want to get left behind. Nice finish turn. Let's see if he can stay on top of his board. He well does. That's it's a completed ride. So really important waves for Shidong Wu. He might better his 5.83, and Li Hao Zhang is definitely going to better his 2.17.
2 strong finishes for Team Thailand, and we have a change in position. Tin Johnson just got second place, but here we can see once again Chinese surfer going hard on this one. Nice foam climb there. Doing quite some spray on his top turns.
Yeah, really good transition in between his maneuvers. There's not much going on except a bottom turn and a top good turn, He's really in tune and has a good pace with the wave. So rider in blue's last wave. This is going to be his best wave. Nice hit off the top there. Does a big cutback, sticks to the whitewash. Little maneuver behind Elephant Rock, and this is that one last maneuver we saw. Boom, where he looked like he was going to fall, and he completed it. So that's definitely going to be his best wave. Good wave for Li Hao Shang. That's going to change the positions. Right now, we know first place, well ahead, Shidong Wu. Second place, Tin Johnson. He's got a 3 and a 3.67. So second, third, and fourth have really low scores. We're still waiting on Li Hao Shang's last wave, which is probably the best waves out of those small wave scores. 7 minutes left, Afri.
7 minutes left for the 3 15-year-olds in this heat. That is Tin, Gwyn, and Leo Hao to fight for first position. But second is the position they would need to proceed to stay in this competition. But it's interesting to see, and well, it makes sense that the oldest does have the most physical ability. You do see a difference in power from Shidong, the 2 years older surfer in this competition. He has got quite a comfortable heat lead here with a 7.17 and a 5.90. Gwyn Jatke from Team Thailand has got priority. He's looking to get rid of his 1 point wave, which is his backup score.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is crunch time right now. We are in boys under 18, round three. These are six heats, crucial heats. A lot of these boys under 18 are doing both open men. So some of them have served three times today. I did the open men's in the morning, now the boys under 18, and they have again open men's quarterfinal, which will be later on today. From quarterfinals on, there will be heats of 25 minutes depending on the conditions. It's a great job.
And Gwyn Jutke from Team Thailand, surfing in white, actually said that his parents taught him swimming before walking. That's an interesting statement. So full on waterman. He loves his surfing. He's also a big fisherman. And apart from that, playing volleyball, football, and traveling are his hobbies. And cooking, something he's really into. And
Nice.
those of you who've been to Thailand, cooking, big thing in Thailand. For me, probably one of the best cuisines in the world. Amazing food, quite spicy, but I love my spicy dishes. What about you, Lily? You are into those spice?
I'm not I'm not gonna say I'm not a big fan. I just can't hang that much with the spice, but I like it. It tastes great. I get all I get hot and I start sweating and I can't breathe and I'm like, but I like the taste of it. I like the taste and I learned the technique here. You put a little yogurt and it kind of brings it down a little bit, gets a little more mild, and I used that the other day and I really enjoyed that. That was something new for me.
Dude, there's some techniques actually to cheat when it comes to spice. So
Yeah.
whenever you are in a competition of eating spicy food, what you have to do is either put the spicy part in the middle of your tongue because you don't have a lot of nerves there, so it won't taste that spicy, or just don't chew it and try to swallow it immediately.
Nice.
This is how you get rid of the first burning, but there's nothing that saves you from the second burning, if you know what I'm talking about.
That is right, my man Alfred. That is right. We are down to the last 4 minutes of this heat. Li Hu Shang did better his position. He got that 4.7. We were talking about that wave, crucial wave, bumps him up to second, but Tin Johnson does not want to get left behind. This is him up and riding. Let's see if he can make it around that section. A tricky wave. Maybe he can have some inside opportunity. Doesn't need much to go to second again. It might just be a one-turner. Goes around that one. Does a nice little foam climb. One more hit. Can he complete the ride? He does complete the ride. I think he's looking for wait. Blue doesn't want to get left behind either. He's got that 4.7. Oh, gets unfortunately stuck up there. Wow, White is in the mix too. We were just talking about him. Learn how to swim before he could walk.
And there he goes.
Good style.
A lot of structure on the face of this wave since there were a couple of
Ooh.
bigger waves. Ooh, and he's got eaten by the lip. And now it's going to be a paddle back. Who will get there in the lineup to get second priority? There's less than 3 minutes left. Currently, Chinese surfers are leading, so the Thai surfers are looking to get a little bit more than a 4 point to be able to get the second rank in here to be able to proceed to the next round here up and riding on the replay.
Yeah, so Tin Johnson was looking for a 3.21 on this wave. He didn't really do much out the back. Makes it around this section. This is where he starts getting to work in this inside. He does this foam climb right here. A little floater off the top. Banger. Then comes around and does get another little foam climb again and manages to ride out of it. He's looking for a 3.77. Sorry, he's looking for a 3.77. Not sure if that's going to be enough. This is Blue's last wave. Lee Hao already had a 4.70, but did not really have a backup. So this is going to help his improvement. Just those two hits off the back. We saw the end of this wave where he unfortunately got unstuck right here. But that came in already as a 2.73, so it does help his position. And this was the guy we were talking about, Dwayne Janke from Thailand. He's got a 3.73, so he's trying to better his positioning. I think he was a little out-timed in this. He hit that good, but then he was out-timed in this inside, You got to get speed. You got to get up there early. You got to be able to ride out of that section. It does come out fast. It does suck up and break really hard on the sand, so you do want to have speed when you attack that last session. You don't want to have no speed and have that wave come over you like it did right there.
We're going into the last minute of this heat. It is an elimination round, So up and riding, Chinese surfer is trying to get a better score to not get rid of his second place there, but probably not enough to drop his 2.75 on this wave. But at least he was able to catch one of those waves so that the Thai surfers are not able to catch him, because they need at least 4 points here. So not only do they need to show their skills, but obviously they need a wave that allows them to get that score.
That is right, Afri. That is right. We are down to the last 35 seconds of this heat. Looks like China's doing a great job keeping that 1-2 and advancing positions. We'll see what Tin Johnson and Giant Jankin can do in these last second remainings. There's 20 seconds. Lots on the hand. It's gonna be difficult. They don't need much. And Li Hao just doesn't want to give up the fight that easy. Doesn't want to give that second place. Oh, last opportunity for Ryder in white. Nice snap off the top.
That's
Comes
his
around.
chance. Last bits. He needs to put everything onto this last maneuver. Is that going to be enough? Can he stand it?
Oh, unfortunately comes unglued.
So with this, Chinese surfers both will make it to the next round. Man, I'm amazed by the surfing of the Chinese males team this year. We knew that Chinese girls are ripping, CG Young being an Olympian, but this year the men's are sharp in the men's division and the boys division. So congratulations for Team China. We will go into a small commercial break and then see you here in heat number 3 of the boys under 18 division, round number 3. Heat 4.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
ASF Asian Surfing Championship 2. So a lot of familiar faces of today's surfing day. A lot of them already participated in the open men's round and showed their abilities on this wave on the Indian Snapper Rock Temples Point here in Mahabalipuram in Tamil Nadu. We are 1.5 minutes into this first heat. No waves surfed yet. There you can see the drone shot of the beautiful temple. The surfers surfing right next to it. And as we said, it's not only the temple that they can see right next to them, they are also surfing on top of temples. So there are 6 more temples that were built up underneath to what we see right now. Back then, obviously, the water was lower, there was more land to what is now part of the ocean. So it's a beautiful spiritual place, not only beautiful in landscape and hospitality by the locals, but also when it comes to spirituality with all the temples surrounding it.
Yep, that is exactly right. We are in Mahabalipuram, just south of Chennai in the region of Tamil Nadu or the state of Tamil Nadu. And, just a little bit of back info about some of the people in this heat since we have a bit of a break in the action. So, our surfer, Kanoa Hijai from South Korea, 17 years old. He was born in Gangneung, South Korea. I'm sorry if I didn't say it right, but I think his current city of residence is Yangyang. So he's riding a sharp eye 5'7" for the average good days and a 5'6" when it's small. So I'm pretty sure right now he must be riding that 5'7" sharp eye. He is a goofy footer. His sponsors are the Wave Park, the wave pool in Siheung, South Korea, Prospecs, and ONKR Sports, so O'Neill Wetsuits. His biggest achievement is the first place in the LQS that we had in South Korea. That is the longboarding QS. He has had a fifth place in the QS 6000 in the Siheung Korea Open as well. So same contest, just shortboarding division. He is first South Korean surfer to ever win a WSL event and the first South Korean surfer to make a finals day at the QS 6000.
I believe he's surfing the artificial waves in Korea almost every day. That's at least what some of his compatriots said. And I'm amazed by his development. I remember seeing him surfing the first time in El Salvador, 2019, I believe. And it's been amazing to watch him grow and getting better and better in this last years. Now he's ripping. He's producing those excellent wave scores, not only in the boys division, but also for the open men's division. So incredible. So let's have an interview with Lele, with last heat's winner, before we continue focusing on this heat.
All right, everybody. We are here with the lat heat winner, Sudong Wu. Siki Young is going to help us translate. So, Sudong, how are the conditions different from this morning? We saw you surfing in the open men's round. Now you're in the boys under 18. How do you find the difference in those conditions?
他说就是早上和现在的浪有什么区别？
早上稍微高的时候，那个浪很干净，它不乱不抖。然后下午的浪就是它很乱很扣，稍微又低。
He said morning wave is very clean, it's high tide. Right now, a little bit windy. It's not good.
Okay, and another question. This is your first time in India. How are you liking the waves? Are you surprised with the conditions and how good this point break is?
他说你是不是第一次来这儿？感觉就这儿浪怎么样吧？应该是这样。
对，我第一次来这里，然后看这里浪很好很好。
He said first time coming here, feel here wave is very good.
Nice, nice. Thank you so much. You want to say hi to people back home? Big message.
说中文就好了。
说什么？感谢我的队友，还有教练们。最主要的是感谢他们朋友们在观看我的采访。
All right, everybody. Last heat's winner. The man's on fire. He's got another heat coming up later, so we're gonna let him get some rest. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lele. Thank you, CG Young, and congrats once again to the Chinese surfer who will make it through to semifinals. We have a lot of action in here. Surfer in green, going for it.
Yep, so this is our surfer from
Team
Lebanon, Ryan Hakawati on his backhand.
We saw him already surfing in the open men's today. Didn't make it through to the semifinals, but now is his chance in the boys under 18 to make it to the semifinals, living in Guincho in Portugal, but surfing for Team Lebanon, the 18-year-old from Cascais. On the replay, you see surfer in white, Kanoa from Korea. And once again, he shows his ability, all the hours he put into the indoor wave in Korea pays out, as you can see. But back to our Lebanese surfer, Hizi Gufifura, his sponsor, Athletic Minds, and representing his country is his biggest achievement. It's so great to say. You really see the love and the passion these guys from Lebanon have representing their country here. On the replay, surfer in blue, Tain Arun from Team India, and once again the Lebanese surfer, a passionate spearfisher, running and reading some of his hobbies. And he was actually already surfing in last year's Asian Surfing Championship in Maldives. And the love for his country and the passion for surfing makes him participate in these events. So 11 minutes, 33 seconds left. We're still waiting for the scores of the other surfers so far. Kanoa's 6.00 is what we see. First and second position will make it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so wow, pretty a little bit of a slower heat right now. Kanoa with that score is the only one that we're really seeing right now, but we haven't had any other waves. Well, we're still waiting for the scores for other surfers in this heat, but yeah, as I look over my shoulder, we're kind of seeing of a little bit of an onshore, starting to blow. It's starting to get a little stronger, but I'm sure that the conditions are still incredible. I'm not sure I know.
Did you manage to go for early morning surf when conditions were pumping? Because first light here is already around 5 o'clock.
Nah.
Surfed out from yesterday?
I've been having a good time. I went down the coast the other day with Lele where we found a secret, not so secret right. And I had a blast out there. There was no one out. It was just us, a group of like 5, 6 people. We were all just sharing waves, taking turns, and that's a little bit more my style. Out here, once there's no contest on, it kind of fills up with all the athletes, so it gets a little complicated to catch waves. So I'd rather just wait for the moments that we'll have later on this week, where I can kind of sneak off and find another wave.
Up and riding surfer in red for Team Chinese Taipei, going for a round toss cutback and the first section of that wave. Little check turn there, and now pumping for going big here, vertical, nice finish. That will be the money part on that wave. And now Ryan Hakawati from Team Lebanon again on his backside, creating some spray there, getting back to the pockets. Smaller wave has to go out of this one, kick out before hitting Elephant Rock. So Yu Chi, the surfer from Chinese Taipei, is 18 years old, currently lives in Pingtung, also surfing a sharp eye like Kanoa does. And Nanwan in Chinese Taipei is his surf break, his home surf break, where he is a local. It's been sponsored by Vest Surfer Inn. There you can see the replay of our surfer from Chinese Taipei, waiting for a big finish. And we're still waiting for his score. He's a passionate skater, and his biggest achievement so far was the 17th place in the ISA Juniors under 16. He's half French, grew up in southern bit of Chinese Taipei, but also surfed a lot in Hossegor and the famous barrel spot of southern France. And we are really looking forward to see some more waves ridden by the surfer in red.
All right, here. So with just 8 minutes left in this heat, it is Kanoa with that 6 next to his name. That's looking pretty comfortable right now. We're still waiting for the last of red to come through. Ryan Hakawati in second, a 3.5 and 1.93. Taiyin Arun a 367 and Chia Yu with that 343. So plenty of time for all four surfers to really get themselves back into this heat. We've had a bit of a slower one. Only 5 waves ridden throughout this heat, but 7.5 left. So plenty of time. And someone I feel like we haven't spoken about yet in this heat is Taiyin Arun, our local surfer from India, only 16 years old. He is born in Chennai, and actually the current city of residence is Chennai. He's riding the Mayhem Driver 3.0 Squash Tail 510 and is sponsored by the TT Group.
Woo!
Our main sponsor of this event. His home break is Kovalam, where we spent the other afternoon there at the Surf and Turf. So the Surf and Turf is right in front of the break, and it's such a gorgeous little spot there. It's filled with grommies that were just like having so much fun on the shore break, catching waves, and the future generation of Indian surfing was right there in front of us. So Taiyin's biggest achievement right now is that he represented India in the last ASC in the 2024 under 16 national champion right there. He was number 1. He is from Chennai, like we've said, and he started surfing when he was 8 years old. So a young man with a big future. Still plenty of time for him to get back into this heat. He is currently in 3rd, but only sitting on that 367.
Chennai being not only the biggest city of Tamil Nadu, but one of the biggest city in India. And the TT Group, not only, as we said, the sponsor of Taiyin Arun, but also main sponsor of this year's event, ASF Asian Surfing Championship 2025. So big shout out to all the great work the TT Group does of developing not only Indian surfing, South Asian surfing, but all the great work they did for the Asian surfing in here. Also the SFI, the Surfing Federation of India, with what they put together in here. A couple of years ago, the first QS event in India, and now this, the biggest surfing event of Asia, the Asian Surfing Championship.
Yeah, qualification for the Asian Games. So no small title here. And it's looking like every minute that passes, we are getting closer and closer to crowning our champions here in Mahabalipuram, where we have all been invited with open arms. So just to give you guys a bit of an idea, there is still lots of heats to be run. We will be going straight into the under 18 girls after this, and afterwards into the open men's quarterfinals. So after today, we're going to have a lot of semifinalists already put into place and ready to go.
And this is Kanoa on a second wave. Wow, goes vertical again. And woo! Almost makes it. Does he make it? Wow, if he can stand this one, he's fighting for it. Didn't work out, but he tries his very best. Big first turn. Couldn't manage to complete the second one. And up and riding, Chia Yu from Chinese Taipei. Also, one big maneuver there. And then needs to kick out before he hits Elephant Rock.
Yeah, so solid surfing from both red and white. So Kanoa's gonna be backing up that 6 with that 393, and it's looking like Chia Yu is gonna be backing up that 343. So both of them unfortunately weren't really able to get a solid finishing. I mean, that last turn of red was pretty huge, but you kind of always want to get that finisher, that last explosive one. But I think he's definitely gonna be backing up that 343 nicely with 3.5 left.
Yeah, that's the big decision you have to take right now in current conditions. Are you going for a big maneuver at the beginning, which most of the time pays off if you can land it, because obviously the opening is something the judges really look for, and that part of the wave is the one that is steepest. But then if you go for that big maneuver, you might lose some speed and might not be able to continue it. So this is a lot of tactical decisions you have to take right now in the remaining 3 minutes of this heat. Kanoa having a good lead here, but it's still open. Everybody can make it through. First and second will proceed to the next round. And priority right now is with Ryan Hakawati in green for Team Lebanon.
Yeah, but the last of red came in at a 5-point ride, so goes straight into second. This is the replay of the last of Kanoa. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to ride out of that last one, but it was looking like it was going to be a pretty solid score. Just a 393 for just one turn practically. And the last of red, a 5-point ride. So he is in second now, making life a little more difficult for Ryan and Tyin. Don't need big scores, a 494 and a 477 for both those surfers to get into an advancing position.
Seems like Kanoa being the lucky name for Asian surfers. Name your kid Kanoa and he will have a bright future to represent Asian surfers in the highest stage. Thinking of Kanoa Igarashi, the Japanese surfer, who got, I think, second or third in the first Olympic Games in Tokyo 2020.
I'm pretty sure it was silver medal for Kanoa. So here right now, it is Ryan Hakawati. Good first turn. Wraps it around. Unfortunately, just kind of bends over a little too much and goes down. But just a minute and a half left. Will he have enough time to get another chance?
Up and riding the local surfer from Chennai, Tyin Arun, going high on this one to pass Elephant Rock. And before he gives it a nice little hit on the lip, back with a small roundhouse cutback for the final section. One more roundhouse cutback for him. Third one, and now he needs to go more vertical on that last bit. Does that wave deliver? Goes with the lip. Nice finish there. So we'll definitely get rid of his 0.6, but will it be enough for the second place? We have to wait for the judges' decision here. Wow, vertical surfing from Kanoa once again. A lot of spray there. So technical, this guy. Looks for the last bit after Elephant Rock. Tries to get somehow away from that bump. And with the lip, finishes it. Great surfing from the surfer in white representing South Korea.
Yep, so a couple scores to come through. We will be counting this one down. Just 30 seconds left. So intense moment. Kanoa is going to be extending his lead with that last one. Beautifully done here. All right, so a couple of replays being thrown around. Tyin Arun from India, our local surfer from just down the coast. Good first turn here. He gets around the rock. You know, he gets a couple more turns in here on the inside. I just feel like this wave didn't have a huge scoring potential. So a little bit of maybe a wave selection issue, but he did finish it off. He did really well. He needs a 477. That's what he's looking for right now.
Obviously, the whole beach is looking and cheering for him and hoping that the judges will give him the score. Meanwhile, we see once again beautiful last wave from Kanoa, the heat's winner from Team South Korea. He's so good in the transitions. I mean, not only are his maneuvers on point, but he really is able to connect it all the way through. So awesome. We will see more of this kid, not only in the under 18 boys division, but also in the men's division. Chi Yu from Team Chinese Taipei also having a close look on what the judges will say. Currently, he is in second position, but that might change. This is his last wave of red from the surfer from Chinese Taipei. Very compressed. Creates a lot of spray there with his body going on the lip. And nice finish there. Just before Elephant Rock. Still waiting for the last scores. Team South Korea already happy. They don't have to wait and listen. But at least surfer in red is still waiting for the last course. Meanwhile, we have a look once again on Indian Snapper Rocks, Mahab's Temple Point. This is the venue of this year's Asian Surfing Championship. You can see Team Lebanon having a chat with Team Chinese Taipei. We're still waiting for the last course. And meanwhile, we see not only the beautiful surf, but also what this championship is also about, bringing the nations together, connecting, having fun, cheering for each other, and sharing the passion with all the surfers.
Yeah, so intense moments here for our surfer in red. He knows that Taiyin got a score, but unfortunately was not enough. So the last of Taiyin, a 3.37, doesn't go to the requirement. And with that,
We go to the break until we start. After that, we'll start the next heat.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
all right, guys, welcome back. This is the Asian Surfing Championships Day 5. Another big day for us here in Mahabalipuram. I'm Chara Rigati. Heat 5, round 3. They will be going straight to the quarterfinals after this. So big moments here. So we already have a wave written for our man Harish P, a 2.83.
Getting started early. Our surfer, 13-year-old Ripper, local boy. Look at that. He has so much confidence. He just wants to get on the biggest wave, do the biggest turn, and he will. I've been seeing him grow in his surfing since he was, well, tinier than he already is, and yeah, he's starting to do some pretty manly turns, to be honest, out there. I've seen his fins out the back quite a few times, so excited to see what waves he'll pick here. And now we have Prahlad Sriram, our other local boy, driving down the line, getting into the lip, and just going for a tumble there. Priority sitting with Harish.
Yeah, so already starting things off pretty early for both these surfers. Only 12 years old. How much of a large future he has in front of him is pretty impressive. So 283 for his first wave. We're still waiting for the last of white as well. And 16 minutes left on the clock. You know, we had a bit of a slow heat on that last one. People kind of struggling to kind of get things started and get things rolling. But it was Kanoa who got that 6 and backed it up really nicely and was in a solid lead throughout the whole heat. But now we are on heat 5. We will be going straight to the women's under 18 right after this and finishing the day off with the open men's quarterfinal.
Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure they'll run the open men's quarterfinal. Let's see what the conditions say. If it's not too good, it would be sad to make these guys run in not optimal conditions, but maybe it just holds up super nice all afternoon, and then we have quarterfinals done, and tomorrow we can move into semis already. Looked like Harish had a bit of trouble with his equipment there, just re-waxing it. And John Chang.
All right, this is John Chan, our surfer from Chinese Taipei. 2 big turns there for our surfer in red. He goes for a third, but a little bit of mid-faced one as the wave kind of blobbing off on him. But he decides to pull off right next to the rock, and right behind him, Harish. Good looking wave here for the man in blue. Nice opening turn. Does it again here on a second one. He is flying past the rock. Goes a bit more critical.
All
That
right.
one releases the tail. He's loving it.
You can see the confidence and the positive emotions in his body language there. He is happy with that one, throwing the tails out the back, sliding and coming out successfully. Let's see what they give him.
Yeah, that's such a good wave for our man in blue. But right behind him is Prahlad Sriram. So he gets past the rock. He wraps it around there again. Everyone's cheering on him. Oh, unfortunately, gets a little hung up there, but a great start there for our local surfer.
Yeah, and these two are like pretty much best buddies. So it's cool to see them in the water together in a heat.
Yeah,
Looking for the quarterfinals.
it is. And with that, as there's a break in the action,
We will go for an interview with the winner of the previous heat. Take it away, Afri.
Hey, I'm once again here with Kanoa. Actually, I think you should just stay here because you keep on winning your heats. It's like every other heat is with Kanoa. Man, it's amazing watching you. It's amazing to see the development of your surfing. It's not only those radical maneuvers you do, but also the transitions are so sharp, so on point. What is it that you did in the last years that your surfing has improved in every sort of aspect?
I've just been working with my coach Brad Gerlach with his Wave Key program, and that's been helping me link my maneuvers together and get really radical maneuvers.
Nice. Is there any surfer, especially here in Asia, that you're looking up to? Somebody where you say, okay, one day I want to be like that guy, or maybe even like some techniques you see from them that you copy?
From Asia, I think one of my favorite surfer is Keijiro Nishi. He's like one of the smoothest surfers, and he's also goofy. So yeah, I really look up to him.
Nice. So that's the kind of style you want to go to?
Yeah, he's really smooth. So yeah.
Cool. Is there anything you want to tell us regarding the choice of your board? I mean, you can see you didn't go for the squash tail like many others. How is it you went for this board in this kind of conditions?
I only brought 2 boards for this comp. I brought a really wide groveler with a squash, and this is my regular short board. It's a 5.7 Sharp Eye File 50, and it's working really well for me.
And is that also the board you surf indoor?
Sorry?
Is that also the kind of board you surf indoors and the artificial waves where you are training?
Yeah, I use this one in the artificial wave and in the ocean. It works really well and everything. Yeah.
Cool. Kanoa, what are some of the goals you have for the, let's say, next 2 to 3 years with surfing? Is there any sort of event or anything particular where you want to surf next?
Right now, I just want to help Team Korea get another ticket for the Asian Games and hopefully try and get a medal at the Asian Games.
Great. Mate, thank you so much. Any last words you want to share with the fans out there?
한국에서 응원해주시는 모든 분들과 스폰서들과 엄마, 아빠, 동생 그리고 팀원들께 감사드립니다.
Thank you, Kanoa. All the best to you. And back to the guys in the booth.
All right, epic. Thank you so much, Afri and Kanoa. A lot of insight, lots of new things, goals being said. This right now, a couple replays. What do you think of this one?
Yeah, I mean, such good style, just getting really low and throwing his arms around, and everything follows the body, the arms, the chest, the hips, creating loads of torque. But that wave just underwhelming and not really giving him an opportunity to get a solid score. I'm not sure what that came in at, but he is sitting on a 4.67 and a 6.17, so he's happy. This was the wave from Harish, the local boy, where he raced down the section with a couple of carves and finished it strong with this one here, throwing the fins out, laying back, and getting back on top with the claim.
Love it. Love the act right behind. Prahlad Siriam. Good looking wave here. He was flying on the line, went way past the rock. Bit of a cutback here. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get back down the face of it, but really well done nonetheless. And Julian Spacarotella, good first turn there. Does it again. A bit of a check turn for that second one. Love throws a lot of spray every time that board connects with the lip.
We probably have the highest height difference in this heat. With Julian Spactella is like I think 6 foot something, and we have Harish P who's like 2 foot.
I mean, we have it right here. Harish is riding a 5'9", and I think Julian's riding 5'10".
Oh wow, not such big difference in the
4'9",
sizing.
sorry, 4'9". Harish is riding a 4'9", and
Oh,
Julian is riding a 5'10".
amazing. So the last score of Blue Harish came in at a 4.73. So he'll be quite happy with that as a high score or a backup score. And the one from Julian coming in at a 3.17. Harish in second position needs a 6.12 to get into the lead. So John Chan taking quite a good control over this first heat. And Julian now needs a 4.4 to get into second and go to the quarters. Prahlad looking for a 6-point ride to get up there. And there's plenty of time on the clock. 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Here's John again.
All right, John, good first blast there. Gets around the second section. He wants to stay pretty close to the pocket. Does it again. Unfortunately, goes up and over on that last one. So John, 17 years old, born in Taiwan, but is currently living in California, actually. He surfs Seaside most of the time. That's his home break, and is sponsored by Quicksilver, FCS Japan, and Dakine.
Looks like a really good surfer, and just over there getting to the party a bit late. Almost managing to land it, but not quite. Sitting on a 6.17 and a 4.67. Now, Harish on the answer back, going up into the lip and just casually landing that one. But I don't know if it'll get him an improvement on his score line. We'll have to wait for scores.
Yep, so a couple scores to come through still, but it is John right now with that first place. Harish in second. Julian Spacarotella and Prahlad Sriram. Am I saying his name right? Sriram. Thank you. With a bit of work to do. They've got some waves to be ridden. John sitting on that 6.17 and the 4.67, so he's feeling pretty comfortable right now.
And we're seeing a bit more current develop as the tide goes out. How the conditions have been really good so far. And even moving through the low tide and the high tide, it's stayed pretty consistent, giving opportunities to everyone, and not too many of those big cleaner sets that we had yesterday. The waves rather keeping a good shape, sticking to the sandbank on the inside, and giving a nice wall to work with. So it's been a great day. We went through the men's open, the women's, the women's junior, was it? Yeah.
Yep.
And now the under 18 for the boys.
No, sorry, we did the open women's, and after this, we're going into the women's junior.
All right. Here is Prahlad, just an up and out.
Yeah, so good moments here today. Another huge day of action here in Mahabalipuram. We have had an exciting day of action, lots of waves, lots of high scores, lots of upsets too. Not everyone can win. There can only be one winner. And as we get deeper into the draw, things are going to get more interesting.
Yeah, the energy is definitely rising here on the beach. Teams are getting more excited, energized, ready to get in the water, ready to go into quarters, ready to go towards a win.
Yep, representing their country here is such an honor. I'm sure that everyone is, already the fact that you're out here representing your country is a huge achievement. Not everyone in the world can say that. Only a very small percentage can, especially for surfing. So it's a big moment for all athletes out there. This right now, back to this heat on your screen. Our surfer from India.
Priority 1, sitting with John, so he has control both of the first position in the leaderboard, but also first priority for these last 5 minutes. That's a good position to be in.
Yep, it is. So a bit of back info of our surfer Julian. You know, there is no waves in Singapore, so these surfers have to literally travel a pretty long way to be able to surf. So he likes to play rugby when he is in Singapore. He was born and raised there, and surfing has been through with him for both the ups and downs because there are no waves in Singapore. He likes to train in Bali. That's where his favorite spot to go is, and he feels like he's improved a lot.
And Harish there going for a foam climb lip line floater, but not coming down successfully. John up again. Up into the lip. He goes around the section. Pumping down the line. Keeping drive down the line.
Down the line. All right, replays. This John Chan right now looking really good. Big. I think this second turn was really nice. Big fan of spray when his board engaged with that lip line. He gets around this section, does another solid turn here. You know, unfortunately, this wave kind of running away from him. The tide seems to be getting low, so it's getting a little faster, and it's not easy out there.
Yeah, that wave was kind of running the whole time, so we had to keep the maneuvers going down the line with a lot of speed. And here's Julian Spacratella on another streamer, and it looks like he put together good solid 4 maneuvers, and he's happy with that. He's looking for a 4.4, so that's not too much to come into second position.
Yep, that's right. And with 3 minutes left on the clock, that's still plenty of time for him to get back out there. So good first turn here for Julian. Sets it up again for that second one. Julian in green, currently in third. 4.4 is his requirement. We'll see what the judges think of that last one. But it is currently John Chan backs up his 617 with a 683. So he extends his lead, has 1 foot into the quarterfinal, and he wants to be in that heat tomorrow.
Yeah, and just 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. So this is pretty clear that John's got his spot in the quarterfinals. Let's see who will take out the second position and the other spot in the quarterfinals. Harish P sitting on a 4.73 and a 2.83, and Julian following him closely behind with a 3.17 and a 1.93, only needing a 4.4 to take Harish's spot. Prahlad needing a 6 to get that spot. And the score comes in at a 4.03 for Julian's last wave. It's just under what he needs to get into the quarterfinals. So let's see. Priorities now with Prahlad. Let's see what happens in the closing seconds of this heat.
Yep, that's right. It was just under, but he did chip away at his score. So now he's only looking for a 3.54. He kind of just has to repeat a little bit what he did on that last wave, but unless Harish right now is able to improve his score, big cutback here for our little man. He goes down the line, swings past the rock, does it again, eyeing this section down. Nice turn there from our man in blue. He has a finisher here. What will he do? Big blast to finish things off, and he's loving it. Goes, looks at the beach, looks at everyone. He's like, I got this.
I'm out of here. That is my heat. You guys can take that, score it, and make me go to the quarterfinals because I believe that I deserve a spot there. That's what I'm getting from him. And here, Prahlad, he's on the answer back with a layback, just going over the rock over there and getting into the pocket again. Let's see what he can do on the inside.
All right. Everyone cheering for him. Everyone is so stoked. He had a pretty good and close encounter with that rock. Here, though, here's a replay. What do you think?
It was a nice cutback, wasn't it? The
Love
first one. And yeah, just keeping a lot of speed down here, and he saw that section all the way down there, and he's like, I'm gonna hit that section, guys. And he goes for it, down and up, and boom. And he's so happy with that.
All right, so we counted this one down. Heat is officially over. I don't think Julian and Prahlad got any more waves. So
Just waiting on that score for Harish, but yeah, it's kind of safe to say that he is gonna get a spot in the quarters.
all right, so we're still waiting for the last of blue right now. He is in second, so we'll definitely stay there. Unfortunately, there for Julian and Prahlad, but Harish a 4.77. So our man in blue and John Chan will be heading into the quarterfinals. We're gonna throw to a quick ad break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
And welcome back to live action. We are into Heat 6 of the under 18 boys of round 3. They are looking to get into the quarterfinals. And the last heat was super packed. John Chan taking the lead, and Harish, the local boy, getting the second position and a spot in the quarters. Here we have Aydin Kayani on a wave. This is our surfer from Singapore. Good to start the heat early. 18 minutes to go, and I'm in the booth with Dai Wacko.
Phew! I'm back in the booth under 18 boys round 3 heat 6. So this is the last heat of the under 18 boys division, and we are straight into under 18 girls.
Yeah, super exciting to see all the categories here today, and this was our Lucas Santiago on his opener wave. This is a surfer from Malaysia. Nice energy there.
Ooh.
And finishing right in front of the rock. He really wanted to keep going on that one, it looked like. And this is our surfer from the Maldives. Beautiful backhand style. He's using his arms and body mechanics very well.
Well, the first turn, I really love the first turn with the strong and with big spray, and it gets the finish there. So this is going to be a really great wave from Yashin.
And here's our surfer from Lebanon.
Subjet up and riding. A little bit of a foamy kind of waves, but, you know, managed to get into the inside section, but just kicks out in front of Elephant Rock.
Yeah, and just that front foot being quite far forward. I wonder if that's hindering the turning ability. Here is our surfer from Singapore, Aydin Kayani. I think that wave came in at a 2.33. So currently in the lead, we have Lucas Santiago with a 3.50, also holding priority. Aydin Kayani in second with a 2.33. And Sajed El Hajj with a 1.5 in third position. 16 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
So pretty much every competitor's been surfing today from the morning. Start with open men's division and into open women's, and now we are into boys under 18. And straight after this, we are going to girls under 18, heat one, and then going to open men's division again.
And the highest scoring wave of the heat so far has come from our man Yassin Nasheed from the Maldives on that last wave with those two turns out the back and the finishing maneuver. He started strong and finished, so that gave him a 4.83, and now he'll look to back it up. And a quick break. Jada's on the beach with the last heat winner. Little sound issues I think they're having down there.
All right, we are back in a live action. A little bit of a technical issue there, but we'll be right back to the Giada. But on live action, few waves still,
Yeah, so all our surfers have a first ride under their belt, and this also gives us a bit of a good idea of like kind of the surfing ability in the sense that they've had an exchange, they've all had a shot at a wave, and different surfers kind of managing to score different points on the different waves, and now looking for a backup. Here is our surfer from Lebanon.
Sajed up and riding. Currently sitting in the fourth place, or just passing the Elephant Rock, navigating through to the inside. Fortunately, wave just didn't get a steeper section after that.
It was a good first turn. There was some good drive on that one.
Right.
And that jumps him into third position.
Is that your dad?
So we are still waiting for the few scores to log in this heat with a 13 minutes and 38 seconds to go. It looks like there's a few lines at the back just filling into the lineup.
Yeah, and Lucas Santiago holding first priority. Yassin in second priority and Aydin in third priority. We'll see what they do in the lineup after the interview with the last heat winner with Jada.
All right, I am here with John. John, congratulations. That was a great heat. What was your strategy going out there?
My strategy was just to be as relaxed as I can and just have fun.
All right, and it's looking like it played out. Let's talk a little bit about your experience here in India. Is it what you were expecting, and has it lived up to expectations?
It's definitely not what I'm expecting. I thought it was gonna be small. I brought all my grovelers and one step up, but I'm thankful that I brought my step up.
All right, and give us a little bit of insight. Why the pink boards? Is there a reason behind it?
Just like everybody can see me well, and I love pink too.
Well, it's really flashy and good, and it's looking amazing under your feet. And I'm sure there's so many people watching at home. What would you like to say to everyone?
First of all, I want to say Happy Father's Day to everyone in Taiwan. It's their special day today, and I can't say how many things I have to thank to my dad, and yeah, just thankful to have him here. And lastly, just thanks to my sponsor Quicksilver and FCS to have me here.
That's amazing and a very beautiful moment. Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jada, for that interview.
Well, looks like I got an update scheduled for today. So Openman Run 4 will not run today.
All right.
Probably, it's due to the surf condition. I'm pretty sure they want to run men's run four with a good condition. So they will run four of the open men's division tomorrow morning.
All right. Well, conditions are still pretty good, but I guess they just want to put them in really good conditions tomorrow morning that we know we can, well, we hope we can count on. We can't be too confident with that. The ocean has been very generous so far, so let's hope it continues with that. And Lucas Santiago caught a wave in during the break. We saw a little. We saw that during the interview. Would be nice to get a replay of that, but I think he scored a 4.8 on it. This is our surfer from the Maldives with the backhand attack. Lots of energy, just the one turn, but he's showing us what he is capable of.
Yeah, he's already locked in 4.83, which is not a bad way to start his heat. And it was a one single maneuver, but we've seen a lot of one single maneuver with a good number. So
yeah, he's just increasing the requirement from his other surfers who now need a 5.23 to progress.
Right, 2.17 is the last wave for Ishin Nasheed from Maldives. With 10 minutes to go in this heat on screen, looks like a little bit paddling out there.
Green using priority on this wave and just going down. Priority now goes to Red's Lucas Santiago, our heat leader. And looks like he's using priority on this one. Super compressed in his surfing, and I think that's really helping to deal with all the bump on the wave and also to come down successfully from more radical maneuvers like these ones. So cool to see our two heat leaders, goofy footers, on this right-hand point break, going back to back with the backhand attack.
Well, that was a beautiful ride from Lucas Santiago. Here's a replay of Loss of Red. I really love how he uses his low center of gravity to engage the rail and using full power, full strength through the turns. Really love the compression and it gets the really so much speed through the turns and gets really beautiful finishing to complete this wave. It's gonna be another good number for Lucas Santiago. The local time here is 1:42 p.m. and I believe the low tide will be at 2:30. So there's still waters moving and dropping for like an hour. So as the tide drops, waves tends to be running away from you, really, breaking really fast. So it's gonna get trickier, but still there's plenty of opportunities out there. Still, solid 3-footers coming through to the lineup.
And the last score of Red comes in at a 4.27. He extends his lead. Yasin Nasheed now needs a 4.24 to take the lead, and he has priority, so he has a good shot at doing it.
With 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this heat. A little bit quiet in action. They all got 2 waves under their belt, so they can be picky from this moment. You need to catch a good wave to get scores, but looks like Safa in blue up and riding.
And here goes, setting up. So just the first setup turn goes up into the lip, but a little bit late and doesn't come down. 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
That wasn't a great wave, but still it was a smart move from Yashin Nasheed, trying to get 2 turns in and most of the times big 2-turn combo get you a good number. And here's a replay of last blue. It was kind of a tricky wave to surf on it, but still managed to put 1 turn in. And this last section, it was a big turn, but unfortunately, comes unstuck.
Maybe if he would have, because he waited a little bit at the bottom before going up to the top. Maybe if he would have just kept a smooth kind of progression, smooth arc, he would have made it early enough. And here's Aitin from Singapore.
Yeah, he's on a smaller size waves. He's
Oh,
now
and he's
sitting
getting
in
away
the
from
full-
that
right.
rock.
And on screen we have Sahun wide up and riding, just pushing the tail really hard, just throw a lot of sprays and passing the elephant rock and try to get this bonus section, but the wave didn't really offer for him. But there's two surfers going the other way around, so one going for the paddle back and one going for the run round. So curious that, which surfer will get advantage of it.
Yasin having a quick look at this one, but not interested.
This is the last of green on a smaller size waves. Well, I'm not too sure, but probably could be a mistake for him to take, to get on this wave, because it was a small size waves. It didn't really offer too much of walls to work on. And this is a replay of white just passing the elephant rock really close. It's a curious moment for white and green. White's, decided to go back by paddle, and green just came in and do the run around. So which one will be faster, do you think?
It was between white and green. Good question. I have no idea. Let's watch them in the paddle battle in the race for priority. Oh no, this is our surfers in white and blue.
So this is a surfing. Green decided to go around, and sometimes you gotta time it right to get out of the rock.
Yeah.
Actually, it has a lot of sweeps, a lot of currents close to the rock, so you have to time it right.
And Yasin under priority, trying to look for a 4.24 to increase his lead and get into first position. Let's see what this wave gives on the inside. He's deciding to stick with it, but maybe not the best decision. That wave kind of lets him down a bit. Priority now with our heat leader, sitting on a 4.8 and a 4.27, followed closely by our surfer from the Maldives with a 4.83 and a 2.17.
Well,
Will this improve his situation? It was just the one turn, so
nice turn though. Nice first time. Really like it. He's push the tail really hard to throw a lot of sprays, and he trying to get rid of the 2.17, and he might have done that with the one single maneuver, but definitely he's looking for a wave that allows him to do a couple of just solid turns. But there's still 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this heat. We are still waiting for the last of blue Yashin Nasheed, currently sitting in the second.
And our surfers are in third and fourth are making it out towards the spot. It looks like our surfer in green has made it out before our surfer in white, but let's keep our eyes open. Last of white came in at a 1.63, which didn't factor in. And here's red again using priority. This looks like a smaller wave. Yeah, and not much potential on that one. He'll lose priority, so 2.5 minutes to go. That leaves the door a little bit more open for a surfer from the Maldives to increase his lead or take first position. And here's our surfer in third position, looking for a 4.68 to progress to the quarterfinals. And our surfer in white, it needs a 4.93. Just 1 minute and 50 seconds to go.
All right, so when green up and riding, this is a crucial moment for green, needing 4.68. So he didn't see the potential on the wave, so he decided to kick out. It was just a quick in and out for Aydin Kayani, who's sitting in the third place, needing 4.68 with a 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. 4.6, so pretty much both green and white needs 5 to go into second, and 5 requires definitely at least one big score, or maybe a couple of good turns, and you'll get the 5s and 6s, but still you need to get those decent waves.
And there in the corner of our screen were the with the under 18 women from the next heat getting ready to jump in the water in the heat. It looks like the ocean has slowed down a little bit. We're not seeing so many big sets. And here's our surfer from the Maldives on another shot to take the lead. It looks like it's shaping up here, and let's see what he can do. Up into the lip, pushing the fins out and gliding a little bit, and he comes out of that successfully. He's happy with that. I would be. And there's only 24 seconds to go, so good on him for taking off on that one.
All right, that
Here-
replay of Last of Blue. Just little check turn for the first turn and trying to wait for the wave to step up, and it gets this big last section hit. So it'll be a great number for Yashin Nasheed. Definitely, he's just trying to get rid of the 2.17, but this is Surfer in red. Try to extend his lead.
Ooh, that
Gets
was
the
also a
finish
killer
again.
finish, yeah. So Lucas Santiago shutting the door on the first position, making sure that Yasin doesn't grab that spot. But we'll see what the scores come in. Here's the replay for our surfer in red. Keeping the speed down the line. He knows it's gonna ramp up for the final section, that he'll get something nice to hit, and he does. Just waiting for scores to come in. The surfers are slowly making their way back into shore. Last of Blue 4.47 puts him in the lead, but will Red reclaim that lead with his last wave? Let us see. And there you see Team Maldives right next to
Wow.
Lucas Santiago, cheering their little Grommy on. And also you see there the sportsmanship, getting a little cheer from Team Maldives is Lucas Santiago, because he has definitely made it into the quarterfinals. The question is whether he reclaims his first spot in the heat, his heat win. Does he get an interview with me, or is it Yasin that gets an interview with me? That's the question. And they're
Well,
keeping their ears
right.
wide open just for that.
Judges are taking a good time, but last wave for Lucas Santiago comes in at 4.10. So
Not enough. So our Grom from the Maldives taking the win. What a great job. And we'll see him into the quarters, as well as Lucas Santiago from Malaysia. Great job from these two surfers. And we'll go for a break before getting into more action with round 3 of the woman under 18. Take it away for the ad break.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. A classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all. Promises kept.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Asian Surfing Championships. In the booth, Dai Wako with Mr. Lele.
What is up, my roommate, my partner in crime? Dai, we are here. What an awesome day it's been. A lot of action. The waves still look really fun. And this is back to the girls under 18, round 2. Heat 1. It's been a beautiful day here at local right,
Right.
Snapper Rocks, India, Mahabs.
You know, it's nice to say it's Snapper Rocks in India. It's pretty much well. It can remind me, you know, of surfing on the Gold Coast, Snapper Rocks and Ali and Burley and all the points. So this is that good out there.
It's that good, Diane. You said it. You live there. You've been surfing out here. We've been looking at the conditions
Right.
together. We've been out there together. It's got that, it's got that Snapper Rock vibe. It's really long right point break. It can get hollow. There's that little current. You can get the waves behind the rock. It's got a lot of similarities.
Right, definitely got a lot of similarities, you know, and at the current, actually the current nightmare sometimes, especially the last night we surfed together after the comp. It was an early big currents, but on screen live action, surfing wide up and riding. This is girls under 18 division. So,
Yeah, this is our local girl, Ashley Holmberg. Oh no, sorry. This is a girl from Thailand. This is our local girl, the girl in red, Adya. Up and riding, nice looking
Wow.
wave, good drop in. Let's see if she can make it around that section.
Ooh, that was really close to the elephant rock, but she did a good job to
Yeah.
just kick out.
She kicked out. I don't think anything happened there. There's another girl, a representative from India too, Samdi Hedge. Just a quick in and out, 16 minutes remaining. Nobody's got really any waves. 2 will advance, 1 will go drop down, unfortunately, out of the event. But it's so cool seeing so many local surfers making it this far in the event, and still going. We're down to the final days and they're still in it. So cool to see that.
Wow, so cool to see all the local surfers surfing in this high-rated event in Asia region, Asian Surfing Championships. This is the last qualification for the Asian Games next year. Will be in Japan, and we have a little bit of update in the schedule. So this is gonna be the last heat of the day number 5, and Open Man Division round 4 will not be running this afternoon. They will surf tomorrow morning with a better condition. So I think it's a good call because, I can see some wind kicks in and the tide is still dropping. So why not? We still have the swells.
Yeah, definitely that morning condition is prime. It's beautiful out there. So they definitely want to take advantage of that.
True, 100% right. And while we have a break into action, we're going to go over to Percy, who is with the last heat winner. Take it away.
All right, I'm here with Yassin Nasid from the last heat. He took out the heat win from Lucas Santiago last minute. You saw that section coming, no? That last section, you went straight for it, you hit it. How are you feeling? Give me some sound effects. Give me something. How do you feel?
I was really happy because I made it. I don't know what to say.
Just make some sounds of how you feel. Okay. So you have a solid backhand attack, and I heard you have a favorite surfer as well. Who's that?
Gabriel Medina.
Gabriel Medina. You're far on your way to surfing like that guy, like Gabriel Medina. So what are you gonna do in the next heat now that you're in the quarterfinal?
I'll try to win.
Yeah, let's go. Do you want to say anything to your friends and family? I mean, a lot of them are here, but let's go.
Thank you, C Sports and my family for supporting me and my coach. Yeah.
Yeah, on to the quarterfinals. This little ripper is gonna show us some more action. Let's go. Good job. Back to live action.
Thank you so much for the great interview. I really loved how he was with a lot of confidence in him and he was ripping in the last heat.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell he's motivated. He's going to win out there, and he definitely proved it in that last heat. That was great surfing by our little man with a lot of power and a lot of future.
Right, a lot of future actually. It's under 18 division and they have a few more to serve in this division and there is an open men's division as well. So
Yeah.
bright future for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids that are in this under 18 division that are only, we got Adja, who's only 15 years old. She's only
Wow.
15 years old, surfing for India. She's goofy footer, likes a beach break of Mangalore and Sasititlu beach break. So that one kind of cost me a little to say. This is her second time surfing in the Asian Surfing Championship. So
Already the second time. Wow.
yeah, so this is cool. Already has some experience under her belt. She's only 15. She likes to listen to music and she likes painting and she loves surfing. And another local girl that's in the water right now, Sambi Hedge. Sambi Hedge, also 15 years old, really, really young. She's a regular footer. Her home surf break is Mulki Beach in Mangalore. And she likes TT Adventures. Oh, TT Adventures is her sponsorship.
Right.
TT Adventures, we know that helps out a lot with the younger generation and to create these events, and not only in surfing and other a lot of other sports. They do have a lot of programs, do youth programs, ocean educational programs. So such a cool partnership, and they're so involved in making not only a great event but helping out the country to get educated and get in touch with these sports and the ocean and all the good it can bring. So she is only 15, and also she biggest achievement in surfing, first place in an Indian Open of surfing in her home break. She likes basketball and badminton too. And this is how we said this is her first ever Asian surfing experience. So well on you, Samri Hedge. And then our other girl from Thailand, Ashley Holmberg. She's only 12 years old. So it's the youngest competitor, probably one of the youngest we have. I know we have an 8-year-old in the contest too. She's goofy, home surf break, Kamala. Biggest achievement, like we said, able to join the Thailand national team. I love that. That is already an achievement. That is a huge achievement for anybody who's participating in this event. You know,
Right.
you might not be in the event, but you still have made such an impact in your career.
Definitely, being here participating in this event is such a good like a big step for every surfer. So yeah, it's a big, achievement. Definitely.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. So this is so cool to hear about Ashley Holmberg from Thailand. She's 12 years old, started surfing in 2020. Think about that. Started surf-
2020 is like a while. I mean, it's not a while ago. It was just before, like
It's yesterday.
yesterday. It's like it feels like yesterday. So 5 years of surfing, and then now
Yeah.
she's competing in this.
And then what's
big
crazy,
event.
it's half her life because she's only 12. So 5 years ago, she was what, 7?
Right, 7.
So that is amazing. That's amazing to have her here representing Thailand. This is her last heat, everybody who's listening to us. This is her last heat of the day. We're going to save the men's quarterfinals for tomorrow's conditions. Early morning, we know it's good. There's 9 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Nobody's really gotten anything good on the board yet. 1.67 from Ashley Holmberg from Thailand. Adja's only got a 1 point ride, and Samvi's only got a 0.50. 9 minutes, 30 seconds left. They do have priority, the both girls from India. So we'll see how they take advantage of that first priority position.
Yeah, right. It's definitely everyone's game still. They all got single wave yet, and with 9 minutes to go, there's a lot of opportunities out there. So it's everyone's game. Everyone's trying to get second wave. So I cannot wait to watch them surfing here. especially those girls.
I can't wait to watch you surf here.
Oh yeah, you will see me surfing after this break. Are you gonna go surf?
I think I'm gonna go surf, my
Yeah.
friend. I think we're both gonna be out there battling for those perfect right hand point break waves we've been seeing all day long.
And we see here is live action. Surfing Red try to get this wave up. Fortunately, falls down, but a good attempt from Adaya
Yeah.
saying.
It's all about the experience, just being able to experience and being out there, and such an important event, is already such a huge accomplishment. So good on you. Good on you getting out there, trying to catch waves, going for it. It's all about going for it, because
Right.
fear is something in your mind. You got to be able to face fear, because you're going to see it's going to make you stronger, and it's not as scary as you think it is in your head. So go
True,
for it.
right.
Get out of your comfortable zone and get out there.
That's exactly what these girls are doing in this heat. They're not scared of anything, But it's a great opportunities for all the surfers in India to be able to see all the surfers from all over the world, especially from all area from Asia region, so that they can know now that how you can prepare for your heat, how you can surf in the heat.
Yeah.
So motivate them a lot, I think.
Yeah, just the experience, not only being in the water, but being outside the water and checking out other people's equipment and what they're riding and how they're surfing, like what wax they're using. There's so much to learn.
Right.
So much to learn. That's what's cool about the surfing world. It's a community. We are a community. We're salt brothers and sisters, salt-blooded brothers and sisters. We are united by the ocean.
It's always good to get new friends out of this competition, just connecting on site and probably, just exchange the SNS, and then you can still connect on the social media, and then you can just go, you can ask questions to your, fellow competitors. But looks like a few staff is getting ready.
Yeah, but I think
for,
we're gonna have a staff heat out there. We're talking about the experience and how you meet people. Well, I met you here for the first time, and you are my
True.
favorite Japanese Ramachado surfer.
Thanks, I love Robert.
Yeah, you are a Ramachado stylish Japanese surfer. I saw him. This humble human being next to me. You should see him surf. There's no humbleness in his surfing. That's just wacko and whacking it.
Yeah, just doing myself in the surf. But this heat is very, stuck heat with the girls. Just 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's a slow heat. A lot of current out there. It is still going low. It's really hard work for the girls at this moment, but there is opportunity. There is some nice waves. With the low tide, the wave gets a little smaller, but it's faster. It goes fast, So
Right.
you really you gotta time your drop. Your paddle's gotta be strong. Your dropping's gotta be strong, and then worry about getting that speed. Where the high tide, you can kind of take your time in that drop in. You don't really have to get on your feet really fast. It gives you more opportunity. So those are just some key pointers that I'm giving to you and everybody who's listening, just from watching it. You learn so much from what we've been watching it since day one,
Right.
for hours on day.
I'm learning this point so much
Yeah.
now. Like I feel like I can be in the heat now.
I just
I
don't
have
know.
a plan.
I just don't know what to do with the current.
Yeah, true. That's true.
No, there is something actually with the current that me and you used it yesterday. You're an experienced current paddler.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
if you paddle wide, if you go out really wide and you paddle like more deep water, deep ocean water, then it will be an easier paddle. It won't suck you down the point as much. We see that all the time in Australia and places where there's a lot of current. We see how they paddle
Right.
back. So wow, there's a lot of motivational going on right around us. We see a lot of people getting ready to go surf.
And that's gonna be me in a few minutes. But until then, we'll stick to this live action heat number 1 of under 18 girls division round 2. We have Surfing White in first place with a 1.97, Surfing Red in second, Surfing Green in third. Pretty much it's everyone's game, only needing a small scores.
Yeah, really small scores up there.
So
Right.
you pretty much you get one wave and try to ride out of it. Then whoa, on screen, wide up and right. This is gonna be a great wave. Nice first turn to start with straight into the second and come around the section, passing the elephant rocks. That was a beautiful ride from surfing white from Thailand, Ashley Holmberg.
That was a good wave. She definitely needed that. There was no scores on the board, not big at all. So this was an important wave for Ashley Holmberg. She really did capitalize on this
Wow.
first section. I like the second turn a little more, went a little higher. That's all that wave row, you know. You get that section around the rock where it gets a little fat. There's a little turbulence going on. There's a little bit of a current, a backwash off the rocks. But definitely going to be her best wave so far.
Right.
Wave number 3. It comes in as a 4.33.
Wow, that's a huge score in this heat.
yes.
3 minutes to go, and I love how she didn't rush anything. He just wait for the section to steep up and waiting for the wave to do all the work for you. So it was a great surfing from Ashley Holmberg. Comes in at 4.33, though that is a healthy number.
Yes. Especially in these last minutes of the heat. Aja have priority 1. She's got a 1 point. There's a strong possibility for her to maintain in that second place if she can get another wave. Maybe even jump to first if she can get a little bit higher than a 4.5. So we'll see how Aja uses her priority. This is her paddling for that wave. She's going for it again. Why do we fall? To learn to stand up. And that's exactly what Aja's doing right there. We got to go. We got to experience it. We got to try it. That's the only way to get around it is you got to go. You got to try it. You got to go for it.
You gotta try like 100 times.
Yes.
And the next time you'll make it. So that's right. You gotta try first. And a lot of falls.
Yeah.
I have a lot of falls.
We have a lot more
surfing.
falls than completions in
Yeah.
life and everything we do.
Definitely.
And it's all about trying, it's all about going for it and getting out of your comfortable zone and going and surfing. Sometimes those first couple stages where you're learning to paddle, you're learning to pass a whitewash, you're learning to catch it. That could be like so challenging. You're like, I don't know if I want to keep surfing. But once the good things in life are worth waiting for, and that's
Right.
exactly what surfing has. You're not gonna surf right away. It's gonna take you a little bit, but once you do, my friends, once you do get in the water and you know how to surf, woo, it's a one-way trip.
It's turned into your life. Like, surfing is one of the hardest sports, I think, in the world because you're not only on the surfboard, you're on the wave, and the wave can change instantly. And every day you have a different wave. You don't have the same wave every day, so it can be tricky. But once you know the wave, once you can read the wave and ocean, there's another world that you can see from surfing. You can go all over the world to a surf trip and make a friends and then get on this different type of waves and getting experience those cultures and that.
Exactly. We're down to the last 40 seconds, and I always thank the ocean and thank my dad for getting me to the water and
Right.
the world of surfing, because I seriously, my best friends in life today are from meeting in the water, just from surfing. So here we go. We have Sanvi getting to her feet, getting another wave. She doesn't need much to go to second, so that might be enough for her to take over Aja's spot in that second place.
That's right.
There's 15 seconds left. Die.
0.51. That's what her requirement. And yeah, I gotta say it's gonna be really tight heat, second and third. So that's at the end of the heat. That means we have to wait for the last wave to lock in for Sambi Hedge. But great work for all the surfers, all the girls in this heat. So last wave comes in at a 0.43, so not enough.
Not enough.
It looks like Ashley Holmberg from Thailand and Adaya Sain from India go into the next round, and we're gonna go to a quick break, and we'll be right back after the break.
A promise isn't just made, it's lived every single day. From critical cargo to global connections, moved with precision and trust, promises kept for over 40 years, and many more to go. classroom, a career, a new chapter. We don't just train, we transform lives. Promises kept through every learner's journey. In moments that test you, we protect what matters, from boardrooms to businesses, corporate insurance with promises kept. From first hellos to final goodbye, every moment wrapped in warmth, every detail remembered. Promises kept with heart. In every experience, across industries, across generations, one value connects it all: promises kept.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So this is a drone footage of the Mahabalipuram. What a beautiful spot, and what a beautiful setup for the Asian Surfing Championships. And this is a day number 4 of the 4th annual Asian Surfing Championships.
Yes, that is right, my friend Dai. Look at that right point break right there. You can see that those whitewash lines, just those waves going all the way down, more than 100 meters of surfing. This is a new favorite surf destinations for a lot of people. I know a lot of people from this part of the world, from Asia part of the world, they go to Indo, they go to other places to train, but this is a good training camp too, because you do want to train in little, smaller beach break, right hand point breaks. This is a excellent training ground.
Definitely one of the best right-hander, beach break right-handers in Asia, that's for sure. And definitely love to come back and explore more little bit of different spots and that. And well, so that's a wrap for today. A lot of actions from the morning. We've seen every surfers actually surfing in this comp already. We have started with the open men's division and straight into the women's open division and under 18 boys and girls.
Yeah.
And we just, we were gonna be running the men's round 4, but we decided to just call it a day and just wait for tomorrow to get possibly better condition.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the open men's quarterfinal is one of the strongest categories we have on this event, and we do want to see them in glassy, perfect, just picture perfect waves where they can they can do their maneuvers, they can paint those beautiful canvas that we have on display. This is our beautiful village where we're at right now. It is a fishing village, but it is also historic with the temples. The temple's over 1,300 years old. There's 7 temples. Only one is outside of the land. The other 6 are in the water, sorry. And you can see it sometimes capping. There's whitewash on top of the temples. And it's a beautiful, beautiful place to be around. There's so many cool things to do, so many cool people, and what an amazing wave. I was impressed on the quality of the wave we had today.
Well, definitely, it's been a great days. And even though we have forecast saying that we're going to be having a small days, but surprisingly, we had this amazing 3-footers, 4-footers picked up overnight, and we have this perfect, clean conditions, super right-handed break from this morning all the way to the right now. It's 2:30 in the local time, but still firing out there.
We see there's a lot of energy still in the ocean. There's still waves from that big swell that was hitting Indo on Wednesday. So this is Friday, and we're still getting some of that energy. And I heard there's still waves over there. So the swell should continue for the next couple of days. I don't think there's going to be that much decrease in the wave, and I kind of like how the wave here kind of likes it when it's smaller. We surfed it yesterday and it was kind of too big for out here.
Right, true. I really enjoy surfing the smaller days. It has more it breaks along the bank more perfectly, and it just peeling off the rock. It was just beautiful, and there was so much wall to work on. So I really enjoy surfing smaller days.
Yeah, it's kind of easier, because it's got that little right point break wrap, and it's super fun, huh?
Wow, I cannot wait for free surfing again.
Are we gonna get back out there?
Yeah,
I think we're gonna get back out there. But before anybody goes anywhere, I want to show everybody's today recaps, because for me it was the best recap we had so far. Day number 5 of the 4th Asian Surfing Championships, qualification for the Asian Games, also qualification for the Atlas Global Tour in El Salvador, end of the year. So don't go anywhere because tomorrow's day 6, and we're starting to come down to finals day, clinching the medals day.
Wow.
This is amazing, amazing. So don't go anywhere. Check out today's recaps, and tomorrow we'll be back with more action.
We'll be back.